Chapter 1151. I want to pick a few more. 80% of the power? Many of the onlookers present could not help but stagnate. For this evaluation from Pluto really, it is an authoritative existence. In particular, after witnessing the fierce fight between the two, there is a feeling that there is no way to refute it. Let Moonlight Moria, who was unwilling to believe it at the beginning, petrified on the spot. Ahem, really, you guessed wrong. The current Ryoma can only exert 60% of its strength. If it can be adjusted a little more, it may be able to recover to 80%. Chinyu coughed helplessly. Chinyu didn't want to hit Rayleigh, who had just boarded the same pirate ship, in public. However, it was much better to say it from his mouth than from Ryoma's mouth. At least, this can represent the captain, he is stronger. 60%? A little more than half of the strength. Rayleigh's expression changed slightly, and then he smiled and said, "It seems that this time I boarded a good pirate ship, and the Battle of Raftel will become more interesting. However, I still hope that one day, I can fight with Ryoma Shimotsuki in his prime." For Pluto Rayleigh, who has lived for most of his life, the domain of the strong is a lonely existence. It was rare to find a match that matched his strength, and he was also a legendary dragon-slaying warrior. This made Rayleigh feel excited for the first time in a long time. I also hope that one day I can fight with all my strength in this body. It is much stronger than the inferior resurrection not long ago. Longma released the Kyushui from his waist. The fight just now was not a sudden excitement for him. He just wanted to know how much strength he could exert in his peak period under the rare resurrection. He had always been resurrected by Gecko Moria using the Shadow Fruit and Brook's Shadow. He resurrected some of the souls left on his body. However, this does not mean that after his reincarnation, he was completely unaware of what had happened. On the contrary, because of this strange experience, he remembered it even more vividly. Poor resurrection. Absolalo's expression froze, and he said in a hurry, "Lord Moria is the benefactor who first resurrected you. Can you say that with a clear conscience? Also, Lord Moria's resurrection is not inferior at all. At least it can allow you to exert 10% of your strength." The hurried voice echoed between heaven and earth. It fell into Moonlight Moria's ears, which made him feel like he was slapped in the face. Looking at Absolalo standing in front of him, he wanted to kick him directly from behind. 10% and 60%. The huge gap between the two can be described as shame. The most important thing is that this shame came from the hands of his close confidants. Moreover, thinking of the means shown by Longma just now and his performance in the zombie period, the combat power positioning given by Abu is absolutely flawless. It makes Moonlight Moria unable to refute. When he thought of this, many thoughts flashed through Gecko Moria's mind, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, 5 Emperor Chinyu, since you are not coming for me, and Ryoma has been resurrected by you, if there is nothing else, I hope you will leave my territory as soon as possible." For Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the past, if someone dared to trespass into his territory and seize his masterpiece zombie, I am afraid that he would have already risen up and torn his face and killed the intruder. However, the person he is facing now is an existence that even the 5 elders and even I'm, who is hiding behind the scenes of the world government, dare not despise. He can easily resurrect the dragon-slaying warrior Shimotsuki Ryoma, who has been dead for nearly 100 years. With this means alone, Gecko Moria does not want to be killed by the other party and resurrected again as a puppet combat force. Haha, Moria, don't be nervous. I said that coming to this place is not to embarrass you. Chinyu smiled warmly. I just want to pick a few more people from your zombie army. The small voice exploded like thunder, causing the muscles on Moonlight Moria's cheeks to twitch. The moment before, he was in the mood to send away the plague god as soon as possible. He never thought that he would wait for such a result. Facing Chinyu's sudden request, even Rayleigh and others showed surprise on their faces. There are only a few people who can enter Chinyu's eyes and spend their minds to resurrect. At least they have to reach the level of Kojiki Odin and Ryoma to be qualified. Now that Chinyu opened his mouth, he planned to continue to find a few more people under Moonlight Moria. Does that mean that there are still powerful beings that Chinyu can take a fancy to on this terrifying 3-sailed ship? You, who do you want to pick? There seems to be no other more famous zombies on my ship except Ryoma, right? Moonlight Moria asked anxiously. All along, in Moria's eyes, he only had 2 trump cards in the zombie army that he relied on. One of them was Longma, and the other was Ounce. However, now Qin Yu told him that there were zombies that he liked on the terror bark. Does this mean that he was guarding the treasure mountain in vain, but didn't know where the treasure was? Thinking of this, Moria showed an urgent look and stared at Qin Yu. Feeling the gazes from all around, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. 3 days later, inside the Navy headquarters, there were dozens of specially modified battleships anchored in the huge half-moon estuary. These battleships were comprehensive hulls built by the Navy headquarters to cope with various unexpected seas. Not only did they combine wind power and steam, but they also had mechanical power. It can be said that this hull structure was completely built for Raftel, a mysterious sea. Most importantly, the battleships with the title of Admiral at the head are warships that Vegapunk, with the help of powerful scientific and technological power, has customized for each admiral. It can be said that once these battleships, which are already extraordinary, are really combined, the devil fruit abilities possessed by each admiral, the power and mobility, etc., will increase exponentially. It's just that the cost of maintenance has been too high, and Vegapunk has been constantly completing it, so it has been temporarily sealed by the Navy headquarters. However, this time they are facing the final island of Raftel. This makes them have to treat it with caution and put these hastily completed battleships to use. The purpose is to get through the dangers along the way to Raftel as soon as possible. Seize the opportunity as soon as possible, step on Raftel, and completely control the situation, so as to suppress the pirates of the entire sea. Chapter 1152 Arrival at Raftel. It can be said that this hull structure was built entirely for Raftel, a mysterious sea. Most importantly, the battleships with the title of Admiral were tailor-made for the admirals by Vegapunk with the help of powerful technology. It can be said that once these already extraordinary battleships are combined, the devil fruit abilities of the admirals will increase exponentially. The power and maneuverability will increase exponentially. It's just that the cost of maintenance has been too high, and Vegapunk has been constantly completing it, so it has been temporarily sealed by the Navy headquarters. However, this time they are facing the final island of Raftel. This forced them to treat it with caution and put these hastily completed battleships to use. The purpose is to get through the dangers along the way to Raftel as soon as possible. Seize the opportunity as soon as possible, set foot on Raftel, and completely control the situation, so as to suppress the pirates in the entire sea. On the huge dock, dozens of battleships were moored in an orderly manner at the estuary. Thousands of naval soldiers quickly assembled. The leader was the 5 top generals of the Navy headquarters. Following them were Daotu, Hua Shaishan and others. It can be said that this mission to the final island of Raftel was indeed a life-and-death struggle. However, let alone the naval soldiers who were present, and even a group of generals. Even the other soldiers and generals who were not present and were chosen to stay at the Navy headquarters. In addition to wanting to know from the bottom of their hearts what secrets were hidden in the final island of Raftel, they were even more determined to die, to turn the tide for the justice they insisted on in their hearts and this sea. It can be said that when they set foot in this assembly area, they had already realized that they were going to die. Marshal Sengoku, all the generals and soldiers have assembled. Do we need to set off now? A messenger rushed quickly to the temporary supervision platform at the estuary. Faced with major events that happened one after another. Not long ago, the news that Marshal Sengoku retired and Akainu succeeded him spread all over the sea. It can be said that under these various rumors, their trust in Sengoku as a marshal did seem a little shaken. However, now facing the leakage of Raftel's navigation chart and the major events that happened in the Battle of Sea Burial, Sengoku stepping forward made them feel like they had grabbed a life-saving straw at this critical juncture. If they really had to make the final choice between Akainu and Sengoku, then the result does not need to be explained in words. After all, the title of Buddha Sengoku alone is enough to be regarded as the strongest shield. At least, in their eyes, Sengoku standing in front of them at least gives people a sense of stability. Compared to Akainu's impatience, it was too much stronger. Well, since all the members have successfully assembled, as the Admiral of the Navy, I am also very pleased to see so many people who are determined to die and come to perform the mission. Zhang Guo's face sank, his eyes were like torches, and he quickly looked around the scene, and finally said in a deep voice. However, you can rest assured that as the Admiral of the Navy, I, Zhang Guo, will definitely guarantee it with my life. No matter what danger I encounter, I will definitely go to the front. So, I hope that all the elite soldiers and generals of the Navy are willing to give their lives to me. When we return triumphantly, we will play the war song. The rolling voices echoed like thunder on the huge estuary at this moment. The slightly tense atmosphere was suddenly ignited. In the huge field, a large number of calls for war echoed directly. For a time, it formed a deafening feeling. Looking at the soldiers and generals who were full of fighting spirit, Zhang Guo was slightly satisfied. He raised his hand and pressed it upwards. The noisy situation was instantly quiet. Zhang Guo's expression sank, and he spoke again, "Well, with such a strong response from you, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy headquarters, I am also satisfied. It's just that now it has been 10 days since the navigation chart of the final island, Raftel, was announced to the world. In these 10 days, we don't know what will happen, and we don't know what special actions other forces will take. But I know clearly that as long as the time is delayed for one more day, the success rate of someone being able to board Raftel will be greater. So, there is not much time left for us, and we need to race against time to do things. Nonsense, I will say less, in order to avoid someone discovering it in advance, or even boarding Raftel, we should set off immediately." "Yes." The one-word response, in unison, rolled out like thunder. Thousands of Navy and generals were in high spirits and were about to set off. A Navy figure hurriedly approaching from a distance, and they tensed up their nerves first. As Navy soldiers, their discipline is completely incomparable to that of pirates. In this situation of gathering to boost morale, the final kick was directly missed. In normal times, it would definitely be a way to seek death. However, in the current situation and at this critical moment, people tensed up their nerves all of a sudden. Marshal Zhang Guo, something is wrong. Intelligence has come from the sea that pirates have discovered the final island of Raftel. They found a large number of devil fruits drifting in the sea and scattered on the sea in an area of sea. It is rumored that there are at least 20 devil fruits. The hurried voice can be described as a bolt from the blue at this moment. Devil fruits are regarded as the secret treasure of the sea by people in this world. However, it is already very good to have one devil fruit in a sea area. Not to mention the appearance of 1, 2, or 3 at the same time. Even now, it can be called incredible 20. In normal times, the appearance of a devil fruit can already cause a bloody fight in this sea area. Now that 20 have appeared at once, what will happen is undoubtedly hard to imagine. The most important thing is that in their eyes, 20 devil fruits can appear in a sea area at the same time. If it is not related to the final island Raftel, I am afraid that not many people are willing to believe it. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Zhang Guo's mind. His face sank, and he asked in a hurry, "Where is that sea area, what is the current situation, and whether it is really according to the navigation chart that we have arrived at the sea area where the final island is located? Also, what is the origin of the first pirate group to discover these devil fruits? Is it the 5th Emperor Uchiha Kainu?" In the eyes of Zhang Guo, Uchiha Kainu is the biggest threat. Especially after the 5 elders issued the order of the 1 emperor and the 4 emperors. This made Zhang Guo even more cautious. If someone arrives at Raftel, the first figure that pops up in Zhang Guo's mind is definitely Uchiha Kainu. Chapter 1153 Navy Mobilization. The huge estuary suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. Faced with this sudden talk, everyone present had the same conclusion in their minds as Zhang Guo. No, it's not the 5th Emperor Uchiha Kainu, it's the Black Fox Hisoka who was born in the North Sea and has a bounty of 300 million. The Navy soldier explained hurriedly. However, after he discovered the large number of devil fruits scattered on the sea, other pirates rushed over, and a big battle broke out between the two sides, and the entire sea was stained red with blood. In the end, Hisoka only got 7 devil fruits. The other 7 pirate groups divided the remaining devil fruits and went to the Misty Island. However, that island seemed a little off from the final island, Raftel. Not that guy. Zhang Guo was slightly startled, but secretly relieved. Not to mention him, even many people in the field also showed a relieved expression. In their eyes, the final island, Raftel, is full of various variables, as long as the 5th Emperor Qinyu is not the first to arrive. Then everything is still uncertain. What's more, that sea area does not completely match the final island navigation map leaked in the newspaper. This means that if they go out to sea now, they can still rush to the battlefield in time with these specially made naval battleships. Thinking of this, Zhang Guo let out a long breath and said, "Okay, everyone, you should have heard that there is not much time left for us. Earth's journey to the final island of Raftel has many temptations, such as gold, silver, jewelry and the secret treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. However, the real purpose of our trip is to maintain justice in the sea, if we absolutely cannot lose ourselves. In our Navy headquarters, there are 2 ways to get devil fruits. In addition to waiting for the accumulation of military merits, there is also a default rule that whoever gets it belongs to him. You should have heard just now that on the journey to the final island of Raftel, a large number of devil fruits will appear. If anyone gets the fruit, the others must not kill him secretly like Blackbeard did, that would be a bad example. If you really can't make a decision, you can submit your request to me and let me do justice. At this point, Zhang Guo's eyes swept across the scene like a torch, and then he said in a deep voice, "You must remember that the Navy is a disciplined force. Only by thoroughly maintaining our own discipline can we uphold justice and win on the final island of Raftel. Now, we will set off, and everyone will board the ship immediately." At this moment, Chang's words seemed to be infused with magic sounds, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Thousands of naval soldiers and a group of generals had a hint of determination on their faces. There was no noisy sound, only silence without any agreement, and they turned around and boarded the ship quickly. Looking at this scene, Zhang Guo did not continue to stay on the supervisory platform. After looking back at Garp, he said, "Where did Kong go?" In Zhang Guo's eyes, the appearance of the final island of Raftel was definitely the biggest naval battle in the history of the sea. There is no other statement. The Navy headquarters, after Laxus's worldwide conscription, has reached an unprecedented level of overall strength. Unfortunately, if they really want to succeed in the final island of Raftel, Steelbone Kong must not be absent. Haha, Sengoku, you old man, don't you think that Kong will back down at the last minute? Garp stuffed a piece of senbei into his mouth and laughed, "Don't worry, that guy is the commander-in-chief of the Navy and the Army, of course he won't go with us. He asked me to bring you a message to meet in front of the final island of Raftel. At that time, you will have a surprise." Looking at the smile after a moment of hesitation, Zhang Guo rolled his eyes helplessly at Garp, who was so unscrupulous and gave people a sense of unreliability. He said, "Okay, I'll wait for the surprise you mentioned. If you lie to me in the end, I'll let you be surprised instead of happy." As a comrade in arms who has been through life and death for most of his life, Zhang Guo's words are a bit sarcastic, but his trust in Garp is unconditional. "Okay, time is running out, and everyone is watching. Zhang Guo, you should get on the boat quickly and stop messing around with Garp," Crane said in a deep voice. If Zhang Guo is the decision-maker and Garp is the funny one, then Crane is the mediator between the two. So all along, no matter what major events they face, the 3 of them can cooperate properly. "Okay, let's go too. It's been a long time since I fought side by side with Garp. I hope this time is not the last time." "Bah, are you cursing me to die, or you die before me? If you die, I don't want to be a marshal. Garp, do you have any shame? If Sakazuki hears this, he will definitely be angry with you." Don't be so stern. Before I left, I secretly made a lot of good tea in the office of Sengoku. Garp, stand still, I'm going to kill you." The sound of the quarrel dissipated with the sea breeze. More than a dozen battleships, which gathered most of the elite of the Navy headquarters, quickly left the estuary dock and rushed to the final island of Raftel. When the figures of all the ships disappeared at the end of the sight, the Navy soldiers and even the generals who gathered here for the farewell ceremony also dispersed one after another. However, during this process, no one noticed that a vague figure on the top of the highest tower of the Navy headquarters gradually became clearer. A pair of strange eyes, silver light was flowing. Are they finally setting off? If they don't leave, it will be difficult to explain to Lord Yumu. Humph, they are just a group of ants. If we take action, there is no need to go to great lengths. Hehe, you really said it too lightly. Some of the strong people in this world can only be dealt with by Lord Yumu. With our strength alone, we can only be 50-50. Don't forget that a guy from another world has appeared recently. We can't take it lightly before we know the other party's details. Otherwise, Lord Yumo would not have gone to great lengths to set up this situation, just to use the strongest power to eliminate the hidden danger. Although that will affect the growth of the sacred tree, it would be best if the alien became the nutrient of the sacred tree. 2 different voices came from the mouth of the same figure. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely feel cold. However, this scene only lasted for a short half-minute, and the 2 illusory figures gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. Finally, they completely dissipated with the sea breeze. Chapter 1154 Danger emerges. Accompanied by the news about the experience of the Black Fox Hisoka, it spread on the sea. The forces that were still waiting and watching also became restless. Not to mention the king of the sea, even some underground forces became impatient and set sail. As the big news of this major maritime event, Morgans, who was half the initiator, mobilized all human and material resources. As long as he could get the news channel, he directly used it to the extreme. It is precisely because of this reason that as time goes by, the frequency of news appearing in newspapers is getting faster and faster. Sometimes in a day, there are as many as several front pages, which makes the sea, which has already entered the white-hot state, boil completely. 3 days after the navy mobilized, the Mad Lion pirates encountered a ghost ship full of treasures in the same sea area and fought fiercely with 7 pirate groups. 7 days after the mobilization, the Devil Fruit Flow appeared again in the same sea area, with as many as 30. 10 days after the mobilization, hundreds of pirate groups broke into the same sea area, but this time, they did not encounter the favor of the god of luck, but a huge attack by the Sea King. On this day, only 2 or 3 of the hundreds of pirate groups with a bounty of over 100 million escaped back. The entire sea area was covered with blood and ship fragments after the fierce battle. With this major event published in the newspaper, the parties who were blinded by the fatal temptations that appeared one after another seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water and completely sobered up. Later, the forces that tried to enter the sea area also encountered attacks by the Sea King. The tragic situation may not be comparable to the first time, when hundreds of pirate groups were almost wiped out. However, the appearance of the Sea King announced that a Hell Gate, the Sea King Guillotine, appeared in the sea area of the final island, Raftel. However, this difficulty only lasted for 3 days. The nameless island closest to the entrance of this sea area has already gathered thousands of pirate ships that were blocked here and could not move forward. Just when they were at a loss, dozens of giant pirate ships broke through the waves quickly in the distance. Among them, the leading pirate ship, with the pirate flag fluttering in the wind on the mast, made everyone in this sea area suddenly shrink their pupils. Among the pirate leaders gathered together, there was the figure of Kid, the leader of the supernova. Facing the huge pirate lineup coming head-on, Kid was unwilling in his heart. However, there was no hardness in his words, and was the first to shout in a hurry, "It's the Whitebeard Pirates and his 43 pirate groups." I didn't expect that he, who is known as the strongest man on the sea, would also join in the fun. However, this is our chance. Let them open the way in front, and we will follow closely behind. We can cross this sea without spending much effort in the safest way. According to the intelligence that appeared not long ago, the next danger will probably appear. Although it is not certain when it will be, the sooner we arrive, the greater the opportunity and the smaller the danger. So, if you want to join in the fun, just keep up with my pace. I don't think Whitebeard will be stingy enough to attack us. The rolling voices echoed on the sea. The pirate leaders who gathered together and were originally discussing how to cross the sea changed their faces and were finally dominated by greed in their hearts. As a pirate who had already tied his head to his waistband and licked blood on the edge of the knife, he had already been aware of death. Moreover, this action is extremely tempting. As Kid's voice faded, the pirate leaders who had gathered together scattered. Thousands of pirate ships immediately set sail. The remaining pirate leaders were supernovas like Kid. On the Sabayati archipelago, they were indeed taught a lesson by Qin Yu, but after paying some price, they still saved their lives. At least, after they resisted the first meteorite that fell from the sky, the second one did not appear in despair. This made their mood inevitably complicated. For these ambitious supernovas, it is not known whether Qin Yu showed mercy or they were despised. But when I think about it, if they resist the first meteorite, there will be a second meteorite. Then, the only fate waiting for them is probably death. Humph, Dad, those guys seem to be planning to use us to cross the sea area full of sea kings ahead. Do I need to defeat them all? Brahmank, the captain of the 6th Division carrying a giant mallet, spoke first. The other captains standing aside did not speak, but many of them had a silent expression on their faces. At least, in their eyes, as the Whitebeard pirates, they are the leaders of the 4 emperors, and they don't want to be used as spears. Brahmank, don't be impulsive. I believe Dad has an idea. Marco smiled and patted Brahmank on the shoulder and said, "You didn't see that even Ace, who is the most impulsive on weekdays, did not act recklessly. This calmness is better than you old guys." In Marco's eyes, since Ace came back from his encounter with Pluto Rayleigh on the Sabayati archipelago, he felt as if the last bit of edge on the blade was hidden. If Ace, who just went out to sea, is a sharp blade with exposed edges, then now Ace is a calm and powerful killer who can kill people invisibly. It can be said that in Marco's opinion, the current Ace is truly qualified to inherit Whitebeard's position. Of course, Marco still knows a little about Ace's changes and the ins and outs of what happened on the Sabayati archipelago. But these fights that were enough to shock the sea in the past were directly covered up by the exposure of the navigation chart of the final island Raftel. Haha, brother Marco, you are making fun of me again. Ace smiled and raised the brim of his hat, saying, this time, the navigation chart of the final island Raftel was exposed, but everyone wants to be cautious in the last step of Daddy's journey to the throne of Pirate King. It's just that I am more willing to listen to Daddy's orders and make this step more stable. Yes, brother Ace is right. We all want to pave the way for Daddy to take the last step. Brother Marco, don't get me wrong. Brahmank explained hurriedly. The rest of the people also nodded in agreement. Chapter 1155 Super Sea King. Accompanied by the voices of all the people talking, they dissipated with the sea breeze. For a moment, many eyes in the field fell on Whitebeard, who was sitting on the throne, with medical equipment all over his body. Looking at Whitebeard, who was resting with his eyes closed, the dripping infusion equipment kept ringing. The people present couldn't help but feel depressed. During this period of time, more and more things happened. Whitebeard did not participate in the war. Most of the time, he was watching the war from the sidelines. However, with the passage of time, the serious burden on the body brought by the tremor fruit gradually emerged. It was for this reason that the captains present were so concerned when they learned about the appearance of the final island Raftel. Their only thought was to help Whitebeard to the throne of the Pirate King during his lifetime. Okay, don't argue. I know it's all for my sake. Whitebeard suddenly opened his eyes, and a resolute look appeared on his face. He flipped his right hand and directly tore off the medical equipment hanging on his body. He grabbed the huge naginata stuck behind him and stood up suddenly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he strode to the bow. My sons, I am old, but it does not mean that my power will be weakened or my ambition will fade. Since this place is only a step away from the final island of Raftel on the nautical chart, there is no need for us to continue to waste time here and let others get there first. Whitebeard stopped suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said in a deep voice like thunder. We don't need to regard these villains as opponents at all. The only people who can be called opponents are those guys. Dad is right. If we take action on those juniors, it will only be a waste of time. What's more, if we let them go in, they can more or less share some of the danger. Marco was the first to speak in agreement, his eyes turned and fell on the sea in front of the bow, saying, our guests have arrived too. Guest? The people present all looked slightly tense, and their eyes turned in unison, following the sound. Roar! A huge wave was directly overturned, and a huge black shadow of dozens of meters shrouded the sky. A huge eel with dozens of whiskers appeared in front of everyone. A pair of eyes rolled down and fell on Whitebeard. Without any fancy moves, the bloody mouth opened and brought a fishy wind, and rushed straight towards Whitebeard. Looking at this sudden attack, the nerves of the captains present were tense. Unfortunately, before they could make a move, Whitebeard's right hand stretched out like lightning, and at an incredible angle, he caught the mouth of the conger eel with his bare hands. Without any fancy moves, he angrily smashed it down on the sea. Bang! The violent shock and impact vented like a frenzy. Under the stirring waves, the huge head of the conger eel exploded like a balloon. Blood gushed out like a stream, and in the blink of an eye, the sea was dyed red. What shocked people the most was that the center of the conger eel explosion produced a huge water wave vibration impact. The raised waves, like a thread, tore the sea and rushed forward. The sea kings hiding in the sea, waiting for an opportunity, were instantly killed by the aftermath of the impact. As a large amount of blood gushed out of the sea, the pungent smell of blood dissipated with the wind. However, this scene, in the eyes of everyone, had a fatal effect like a catalyst. Originally, after 3 days of crazy fighting, the sea kings had calmed down a little. In an instant, as if their nerves were touched, they were completely boiling. Countless bubbles and waves emerged in the endless sea. Huge black shadows emerged on the sea. The large number and dense formation gave people a tingling feeling. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, it seemed that no number could accurately describe the shock in their hearts. If I had to describe it, the scene in front of me was that this sea was full of sea kings. Roar! A thunderous roar sounded without warning. A huge figure of nearly 100 meters directly penetrated the sea surface and stood up. As the waves rolled back, a huge snake-like monster with horns on its head was revealed. The beard hanging on the chin had already turned white, and the whole body was covered with mysterious patterns similar to lightning. This sudden scene made many people's pupils shrink slightly, even Marco's face was changing. After taking a deep breath, he said, "I didn't expect that our luck was a bit bad. We actually met the King of Sea Kings, the Super Sea King. This type of Sea King not only has a huge body, but it is also rumored to have intelligence comparable to or even exceeding that of humans. At the same time, they are all gifted. I think a large part of the reason why thousands of pirate ships were destroyed was due to its hands." As an experienced pirate who has survived on the sea for 20 to 30 years, Marco has also seen a lot. However, this type of Super Sea King is the first time he has encountered it. This is a thunder eel snake. I didn't expect to encounter it after 40 years. Whitebeard clenched the naginata in his hand, revealing a little nostalgic look, and said in a deep voice, "That day, Rox asked us to capture it for the purpose of pulling the boat. However, this guy's IQ is no less than that of humans, and he also has the ability to discharge electricity. Compared with the ability of those who have the thunder fruit, he is only inferior. Moreover, these sea kings have lived for too long and have special healing abilities. It is impossible for ordinary pirates to solve them." Having said that, Whitebeard threw the huge cloak he was wearing behind him. He took a step forward with his right foot, and at the same time, he clenched his naginata with both hands, and his waist plate turned like a gear. At this moment, Whitebeard's momentum rose directly. Seeing this sudden scene, both the captains on the deck and the pirates around were alarmed. After all, in their eyes, the super large sea king was like a towering gate that cut off their way. How to cross this sea area? Obviously, they can only put their hopes on Whitebeard. Most importantly, they also want to see what Whitebeard, the head of the 4 emperors, is capable of. Can he repel the super large sea king in front of him with one move? Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Before they could react, the giant sea king that broke out of the water suddenly brightened its cloudy eyes, as if it had thought of something in the past, and let out a thunderous roar. Chapter 1156 News that changes the pattern of the sea. Roar! The 100-meter-long thunder eel snake, with its huge body, swung violently, raising a large wave. The eyes of the sea kings gathered here from all directions suddenly turned blood red. With the roar, the fierceness was revealed in an instant, and they attacked Whitebeard in groups. As a super sea king with an IQ comparable to that of humans, the thunder eel snake obviously remembered that this figure that made it embarrassed and exhausted in the past aroused its fierceness in the past. In an instant, the whole sea boiled up. Looking at the black mass of sea kings attacking from all directions, not only Kid and others who were trying to fish in troubled waters, but also the pirates under Whitebeard were nervous. Facing 10 or even dozens of sea kings, each of them could solve it. However, the terrifying battle in front of him had at least tens of thousands of sea kings, plus that super sea king. With this kind of battle, if you are not careful, you may end up in bloodshed. When they thought of this, everyone's nerves were tense, and they looked at Whitebeard eagerly. "Humph, a bunch of scum, dare to be violent in front of me? 40 years ago, I couldn't tame you, but that doesn't mean I can't kill you now." Whitebeard snorted disdainfully. The next moment, his muscles were tense and bulged like a rock. Without any fancy moves, the giant naginata in his hand was swung out suddenly. Buzz! As the knife came out, the air suddenly shook violently. The space along the way seemed to crack like a mirror, with spider web-like cracks. The violent explosion wave turned into a Category 12 hurricane, sweeping across with a crushing posture. Bang, bang, bang! The entire sea surface, wherever it passed, seemed to be crushed by an invisible mountain. The figures of sea kings lurking in the sea exploded like balloons. Tens of thousands of sea kings, under this attack, gave people the feeling that they were like paper, and they couldn't even last half a breath. The distance of 10,000 meters, under Whitebeard's powerful attack, approached in the blink of an eye. Feeling this overwhelming and terrifying attack, the blood-red pupils of the thunder eel snake flashed a trace of fear. Without time to think more, the arcs all over the body crackled, and it opened its mouth and spit out a huge lightning beam with a diameter of more than 10 meters, intending to stop the incoming attack. Bang! The two attacks collided with a bang. The incoming shock wave slash appeared a little stagnant. This scene made the thunder eel snake's eyes appear a little ecstatic. However, this trace of joy just appeared on his face, and the next moment it stiffened again. Humph, break it for me. The naginata in Whitebeard's hand flew up again. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched, discarded the weapon, and punched out in the air. Boom! The space collapsed like a spider web. The violent shock wave impact directly tore the blood-stained sea apart. It overlapped with the first wave of impact at a speed as fast as thunder. The slightly stalemate that had appeared collapsed in an instant. The lightning column of more than 10 meters was suppressed into the mouth of the thunder eel snake in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the shock wave tore the bloody mouth of the thunder eel snake apart, and it was directly swallowed by the shock wave in full view of the public. Bang! The thunder-like explosion exploded. The aftermath of the impact exploded, and the waves raised directly rolled back the entire sea area. A huge tsunami was formed, washing away in all directions. Hurry up and stop the tsunami! Looking at the tens of meters high waves impacting, slapping down like an overwhelming force. At this moment, not to mention supernovas like Kid, even all the pirates were confused. They finally understood what a sudden disaster was, and joining in the fun could also cause death. Boom! All kinds of attacks were launched like a rainstorm. They were able to gather in the sea area closest to the final island, Raftel. None of the pirates who could survive were weak. At least their attacks, when gathered together, barely gave people a sense of momentum. Bang! The violent impact explosion directly tore the huge waves apart. A large amount of seawater splashed, covering the entire sea area like a rainstorm. I don't trademark know how long it took. As the sea surface gradually returned to calm, a large number of Sea King corpses floated on the sea surface. The thousands of pirate ships affected had already been scattered around. Looking around, there were only a few dozen pirate ships that were able to avoid trouble and escape the disaster. This high elimination rate is simply terrifying. What shocked them the most was that the nameless deserted island that was originally used for pirates to rest and recuperate, and the shabby town on it had already been turned into ruins. It gave people the feeling that they would not be able to escape the aftermath of Whitebeard's attack. As for the tens of thousands of Sea Kings and the Super Sea Kings, they had already turned into minced meat on the sea. Seeing the power of a single blow was so terrifying. Not to mention the pirates who survived the disaster and had a bounty of over 100 million, even Kid and others, who were supernovas, turned pale. This is the strength of the 4 emperors, and it is also the huge gap in strength between them. It can be described as a chasm. Haha, Dad is indeed as powerful as he was in the past. No, it should be said that he is more powerful than before. The throne of the Pirate King is definitely in Dad's pocket. Brahmank was the first to smile and flatter him. The remaining captains and many fighters echoed him. Dad, this the strongest man in the sea, if he had not been hiding his weakness and used his full strength, everything in the sea would have been destroyed. Humph, Dad is the leader of the 4 emperors. For so many years, who can surpass Dad? Don't forget that this era is called the era of Whitebeard. The voices of all the people echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at the deck of the ship that was boiling all of a sudden, Whitebeard calmed down and slammed the clenched naginata in his hand on the deck. Looking at the remaining waves on the sea, a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. He hasn't taken action for a long time. The power of a single blow can reach this level, which is beyond Whitebeard's expectation. This scene makes him feel more confident about the next voyage. Okay, since Dad has killed the Sea Kings and Super Sea Kings entrenched in this sea area, it means that there will be no other dangers in this sea area in a short time. Marco spoke first. In order to prevent someone from getting there first and landing on the final island, Raftel, and taking away Dad's throne, we should set off as soon as possible. After leaving these words, the noisy deck suddenly quieted down. However, before Whitebeard could express his opinion, an unexpected hawking sound suddenly sounded. Extra, extra, the Navy headquarters issued a major news, the top pattern of the sea has changed, this newspaper is definitely worth buying. Chapter 1157 They are all the same person. News issued by the Navy headquarters that is enough to change the pattern of the sea? A newspaper worth buying? The sudden hawking sound broke the atmosphere in the field. Looking at the sky, hundreds of newsbirds flew quickly, and many people took the lead to take out 10,000 Baileys and threw them into the sky. After the big news, Morgans exposed the navigation map of the final island Raftel. The newspaper he founded became the fastest way to obtain first-hand intelligence. The major news that happened every day was all related to the final island Raftel, which made people who paid attention to this matter rush to buy his newspaper. It is precisely because of this reason that the price of newspapers has risen sharply. At the same time, in order to maximize the profits, big newsmorgans even sent out those newsbirds that had not even grown their feathers yet, as long as they could fly. It can be said that facing the final island of Raftel, no matter how much treasure there is on the final island, I am afraid that big newsmorgans, who also led the big event of the final island of Raftel, will definitely make a lot of money. The newspaper is in hand, let's take a look at what it says. Could it be that Dad's record has been spread so quickly? Bermank grabbed the newspaper that fell from the sky and spread it out without patience. On the huge deck of the ship, hundreds or even thousands of eyes turned to the front page of the newspaper, even Whitebeard was no exception. Facing this sudden big news, which came out at this critical moment, Whitebeard felt inexplicably uneasy. However, the moment their eyes fell, the front page that first caught their eyes made their pupils suddenly shrink, and their faces were full of disbelief. 1 emperor and 4 emperors. The Navy headquarters offered a reward of 10 billion Baileys to Uchiha Chinyu. Are they crazy? OE10 billion Bailey's daddy trademark S is only 5.046 billion, this is nearly double. The screams of surprise rang out on the deck one after another. The joy and excitement that had enveloped the deck disappeared in an instant. Facing the latest bounty posted on the front page, with densely packed zeros on it, they felt an inexplicable dry mouth. At least, in their eyes, the front page news on the newspaper completely overturned their cognition. However, when they thought of the notorious reputation that Uchiha Chinyu had created during this period, and the amazing record that was made public in the Battle of the Sea Burial not long ago. Even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was beheaded and displayed to the public. This was difficult for even Whitebeard to do. Although, they didn't trademark to know how Chinyu killed Kaido. However, this record alone made it difficult for them to refute. For a moment, the huge ship deck fell into an inexplicable silence, and everyone's eyes turned and locked on Whitebeard. They were eager to know what Whitebeard thought of this crazy event. Feeling the changes on the Moby Dick, Kid and others also opened the newspapers they received. As the pupils contracted, a chill came out from the solace of their feet and washed to the brain. Not long ago, they were still complacent about their bounties of over 100 million, or even hundreds of millions of Baileys. They never thought that they would be crushed into slag in seconds when compared with the news in front of them. Finally understood what it meant to have no comparison and no harm. When I thought of the conflict on the Sabayati archipelago, the resentment in my heart after surviving the disaster disappeared. There was only a trace of luck left, luckily for the Sea Emperor Uchiha Chinyu to show mercy. Dad, this. Ace was unable to speak at once. He had fought Uchiha Chinyu in person in the Sabayati archipelago. He lost miserably in that battle. However, Ace knew clearly that Chinyu's strength was not that simple. Especially, knowing that Chinyu was the only one after playing many ruthless roles in the Blood Flag Pirates. This feeling gave him an inexplicable strange feeling. Every time he saw Whitebeard, a voice of doubt sounded in his heart. He doubted that Whitebeard, whom he respected the most, could not compare to Uchiha Chinyu. It was for this reason that Ace had been avoiding in his heart and concealed the whole process of the battle that day. As for the battle that took place that day, Marco only knew that Ace lost. He didn't know the details. After all, that amazing battle affected several islands in the Sabayati archipelago and a large area of sea. There were very few people who could really watch the battle. Ace, you have changed since you came back from the Sabayati archipelago. Now you look like you are hesitant to speak, just like when you met that day. Is there anything you haven't said? Whitebeard said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I'm Whitebeard. Just a news headline and a mere bounty order won't undermine my confidence. Moreover, the Navy headquarters issued this bounty notice at this critical moment. I'm afraid it's the world government or even the 5 elders behind the scenes. The meaning is very clear. They want us to fight among ourselves and weaken the threat of our pirates. The deep voice is contagious, and it is even more convincing when spoken by Whitebeard. The depressing atmosphere on the deck was dissipated a lot at once. Ace, since Dad asked you to speak, you can speak boldly. I don't want to talk nonsense to fool us. I can see through you. Marco took the lead and patted Ace's shoulder with a smile. The rest of the people didn't speak, but the smiles on their faces were obviously the same as Marco said, and they were mentally prepared. Feeling the gazes from all around, Ace's face changed 1 or 2 times, and then he sighed and said, "Actually, you will know this soon. I didn't tell you because I was afraid of affecting your morale." After the rise of the skeleton demon Uchiha Kainu, the blood flag pirates came into the sight of the sea, and even Escanor, the sin of pride, Saitama, the one-punch monster, and Ulquiorra, the blood flag rookie, appeared. They are known as the strongest cadres of the blood flag pirates. Everyone's appearance and the things they did were like big events, shocking the entire sea. However, if you think about it carefully, you will find that every time a cadre of the blood flag pirates appears, the others will disappear, just like in the Battle of Burial at Sea, except for Valder and Golden Lion, the pirates who originally existed in this world. None of the so-called cadres appeared. Chang's words stopped there. The people present were hesitant and puzzled from the beginning, but as time went by, they felt a sense of horror. Chapter 1158, Opportunities as cheap as cabbages on the street. The huge deck of the ship fell into an inexplicable silence as Ace's voice faded. The faces of the pirates who had experienced storms and waves and were able to stand alone on this sea were extremely ugly. No. It should be said that in addition to being unbelievable, there was also a trace of inexplicable fear. The fact that they were able to survive on this sea until now was not as simple as relying on luck. Everyone has a certain brain. Ace's words were a bit vague, but after careful consideration, the final answer can still be deduced. Ace, do you mean that whether it is the sin of pride Escanor, the one-punch monster Saitama, or even the bloody star Ulquiorra, are they the same person? Marco spoke first. No, should we say, are they all Uchiha Chinyu? The vague topic that was revealed in one sentence instantly tensed everyone's nerves, and their eyes were all fixed on Ace. Feeling the many eyes on him, Ace nodded heavily. For a moment, a breath of cold air was heard on the huge deck of the ship. Guessing is one meaning, but being confirmed is also another meaning. Now that Ace has admitted it himself, the meaning is undoubtedly different. Okay, Ace, I know your good intentions, but don't forget that your father is Whitebeard, a living legend in this world. No matter how powerful that kid is, he must survive the next storm before he can truly become the emperor. Whitebeard patted Ace's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Don't forget that there was an era called Rocks in the past. At that time, he might not have as many means as Uchiha Chinyu, but he was just as powerful. Unfortunately, in the end, he just fell on the island of God. This is the order of the survivors. The slightly heavy atmosphere in the field dissipated a little. All the captains also cheered up. Ace said with a trace of apology on his face, Dad, you are right. I was too worried. At first, I was worried that it would disrupt morale. It seems that I thought too much. In Ace's eyes, he thought that pointing out this matter would wipe out Whitebeard's ambition to become the Pirate King. He never expected that he would be comforted instead. Haha, Ace, you are still young and have not experienced many storms, so you have not understood the way of the strong. Whitebeard laughed. However, I think that as long as you can survive this storm, you will definitely become a strong man who can stand alone on this sea. This is also the scene that I, as a father, want to see the most. Well, it's getting late. We should set off immediately. Otherwise, if we let those guys board Raftel, we will be at a disadvantage. I also want to see what the secret Roger mentioned is. As Whitebeard's order fell, the originally depressing atmosphere in the field rose again. The huge Moby Dick set sail and drove towards the sea full of blood and corpses. The remaining affiliated pirate groups followed closely behind and followed quickly. For them, the news of the one emperor and 4 emperors was indeed shocking. However, as long as Whitebeard, who they believed in their hearts, has not fallen, their pace of advancement will not stop. Kid, what should we do? A bounty of 10 billion is not something we can deal with. Hyming Apu said with a sullen face. Not long ago, after surviving the disaster of the Sabayati archipelago, the final island Raftel appeared. Prompted them to form an alliance among the supernovas. Originally, in their eyes, as long as they are given time to develop the power of the devil fruit and train their domineering, the alliance of supernovas will sooner or later have the confidence to swing the butcher knife at the 4 emperors. However, the situations that have appeared one after another have overturned their cognition. In their eyes, they were originally planning to survive in the cracks. The result presented to them now has overturned their cognition. Humph, do you want to retreat now? Don't forget, this is the best opportunity to know the secret of Raftel, not to mention that those strong men will definitely win or lose in the fight. We want to be the ones who reap the benefits, not the ones who are the first to do so. Kid's face sank and he said sternly. Don't forget, we just set foot in the last sea area of Raftel, and so many things happened, and dozens or even hundreds of devil fruits flowed out. This means that the secrets hidden in Raftel will be unprecedentedly huge. If we monopolize the devil fruit wave once, dozens or even hundreds of devil fruit ability users will be born in the alliance in an instant. By that time, let alone the 4 emperors, I'm afraid even Uchiha Chinyu, who has just been crowned emperor, will definitely not be able to withstand our large number. The eyes of the pirates present lit up. For these pirates who have been licking blood on the edge of a knife, the fastest way to become stronger is to obtain the secret treasure of the sea, the devil fruit, and even achieve breakthroughs and transformations. Unfortunately, the devil fruits circulating in the world have always been extremely rare. It's good to be able to encounter it once in a lifetime. Not to mention getting a devil fruit and being able to take it while alive. It can be said that in their eyes, obtaining a devil fruit has always been a luxury. However, the closer they get to the final island, Raftel, the more frequent and numerous the devil fruits appear, giving people the feeling that they are like cabbages on the street. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that all this was true. It is precisely for this reason that Kid's words just now are simply a hot commodity for other pirates. Captain APU, Captain Kid is right. Our supernova alliance is second only to the 4 emperors. As long as we monopolize the devil fruit current once, our combat power will be greatly improved. The deputy standing behind APU was the first to be unable to hold back. In their eyes, the biggest reason why Kid, APU, and others can be called supernovas is still the ability of the devil fruit. In the past, this was luck and the love of God. They regarded all this as fate. However, the opportunity before them now is like cabbages on the street. As long as they can catch it, it is not impossible to become a top-tier powerhouse. Moreover, this is a sea where the strong prey on the weak, and the pursuit of power is absolutely indispensable. For a moment, the atmosphere on dozens of pirate ships became violent. The eyes of those pirates without devil fruits were full of passion, and they were completely bewitched by Kid's words. Chapter 1159 The Second Stage, Mirage Sea. The situation instantly became one-sided. Looking at the pirates with passionate eyes, even Apu, who had just wanted to retreat, was hesitant for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the words in his throat back into his stomach. Seeing the dissenting voices in the field dissipate at once, Kid's face flashed a hint of mockery, and he said, "Okay, since you are all willing to move on, then don't waste the opportunity that Whitebeard has opened the way for us. Everyone listen to the order, set sail immediately, and search for the appearance of devil fruits along the way. I want to build thousands of capable people and become the strongest pirate team in this sea. After they kill each other, I will reap the benefits. Yes, Captain Kid is right, we can also get the secret of Raftel. We can also become the pirate king." The echoes resounded across the vast sea. Seeing Whitebeard's fleet gradually going away, the pirates present couldn't hold back and set sail one after another. For a while, the sea, which was originally in chaos, was filled with blood and broken limbs. There was only a creepy silence. A translucent figure, like a ghost, appeared on a half-broken pirate ship, stopped to watch, revealing a creepy smile. Whitebeard is indeed the strongest being on the sea in the past. The means he just used showed that his devil fruit ability has reached the level of awakening. This power is really coveted. Hehe, now in this world, people with some strength have gathered on the final island of Raftel. According to this time calculation, we will be able to reach our goal soon. However, Lord Im has said that in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, we still need to proceed according to the plan and release more devil fruits. I don't know what expressions they will show in the end. The voices of one and the other came out from the translucent figure. When the voices faded, the vague figure disappeared again like a ghost between heaven and earth. Half a day later, the huge Whitebeard fleet rode out on the huge waves. When the fog dissipated, the first thing that came into view was the Lefos with the flag of the Red Hair Pirates. However, compared with the fleet under Whitebeard, the number of red hairs was less than half. After all, red-haired Shanks, influenced by Pirate King Roger, took the route of elite soldiers and strong generals. It is completely different from Whitebeard's so-called family route, which wants to build a huge family. Looking at the two parties that suddenly appeared, the fleets that were still sailing fast slowed down one after another. "Dad, it's Shanks." Marco spoke first. Whitebeard, who was originally sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and said, "I didn't expect that red-haired kid to cross the sea ahead faster than us. Ask him why he didn't move forward. Is he afraid and wants to wait for us to meet up before going in?" In Whitebeard's eyes, red-haired Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors, has always been regarded as a junior. After all, when he was crowned emperor, red-haired Shanks was still an intern crew member of Roger's pirates. Now red-haired's strength and status have indeed been raised to the same level as him. However, this does not mean that Whitebeard will really regard red-haired as an equal. In his eyes, the only person who can be on an equal footing with him is Pirate King Roger. No. It should be said that there is one more person now, that is the Blood Flag Pirates, Uchiha Chinyu, who is known as the One Emperor and 4 Emperors. "No need to invite me, I have come uninvited." The red-haired voice suddenly sounded in the air, and soon he could be seen jumping onto the deck, carrying a large pot of wine on his shoulders and holding a huge wine dish in his hand. "West Sea, the wine of my hometown, do you mind trying it?" Red-haired Shanks pulled out the cork with his backhand, filled the wine dish directly, and threw the remaining wine to Whitebeard. Whitebeard took the wine pot casually, sniffed it and said, "Red-haired kid, I have tasted all the wine on this sea. Your West Sea wine is good, but it is still far from the fine wine in my mind." As the strongest man on the sea, he is also the head of the 4 emperors and has been roaming the sea for decades. Whitebeard dared to say this, and there were definitely not many people who dared to refute it. "No, it's just that the wine from my hometown can give people a different feeling, isn't it?" Red-haired Shanks raised his head and drank the wine in the wine dish. "I entered this sea area half a day earlier than you. As you can see, this place is very close to the final island, Raftel, but it doesn't mean that it can really be reached. Everything in front of us is just a mirage. The real way to cross this sea is to catch 4 super sea kings, the mirage clams." "Mirage?" Captain Marco and others couldn't help but change their expressions slightly, not to mention ordinary pirates. They have been on this sea for a long time. They have also encountered mirages. However, in their eyes, mirages are just illusions of the sea that last for a short time. This illusion will change with the passage of time, and finally, after a period of time, it will completely disappear between heaven and earth. However, now they have passed through the white fog and come to the sea area. The first thing that caught their eyes was the huge mountain land at the end of the sea horizon. In their eyes, they thought that if they continued to move forward, they would be able to reach the final island, Raftel, one step ahead. They never thought that this sea area was just an illusion, and they still needed to work hard to enter it. "Illusionary sea clam? I have heard of this thing before, but why do you know it so clearly?" Whitebeard raised his head and took a sip of wine, saying, "The wine from your hometown is indeed a bit different. This reminds me that on Roger's ship that day, there was a guy who was born in the West Sea, Oaks Island, just like you. Jabba, since you are also involved, we haven't seen each other for so long, so come out and meet. It turns out that you accepted the invitation of the red-haired kid. No wonder my people hit a wall. Shura Ghost Jabba?" Many of the crew members present changed their faces drastically. Pirate King Roger, who can be famous in this sea, is not just relying on himself. Among them, there are many crew members behind him to support him to get to this point. Among them, Pluto Rayleigh and Shura Ghost Jabba are known as the right and left hands. Both are executioners famous in the sea. It is said that as long as you fight with them, you will feel like going to the underworld and ending your life. It is for this reason that Rayleigh and Jabba have such titles. Chapter 1160 Shura Ghost Jabba. Haha Whitebeard, you are still the same as always, your brain is quite bright, much better than Roger. A hearty laugh came from the livers. Soon, a man wearing a purple gown, black sunglasses, long silver hair, and 2 old hatchets hanging around his waist was seen jumping onto the Moby Dick. Looking at this former third person on the ship of Pirate King Roger, many people's faces changed slightly, and they subconsciously stepped back half a step to make way. Shura Ghost Jabba, just by the name, made them, who were also pirates, feel cold. Moreover, more than 10 years ago, the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates were old rivals who often fought. After stepping onto this ship, what they heard most should be how the battle record of that day was. Now they were fortunate enough to see the real person, which undoubtedly evoked their memories. After all, only by highlighting how powerful the enemy is can we also show how powerful we are. Well, you don't have to be afraid. I'm the same as Rayleigh. I don't like killing people. There were so many pirates who came to challenge me at that time. If I don't kill some of them cruelly, they will be invincible. Jabba grabbed the wine bottle on his waist, took a sip of wine, and said with emotion. At that time, Rayleigh and I never thought that we would be given such a title by the big news guy. I was depressed for a long time. However, let's stop talking nonsense. Whitebeard, I heard that you failed to invite Rayleigh, and he finally boarded the ship of the 5th Emperor Uchiha Kainu. I have heard about that guy a long time ago, but I really want to know what charm he has that can attract Rayleigh to choose him. As one of the only crew members who have arrived at the final island Raftel. As the right-hand man, Rayleigh and Jabba are undoubtedly the most qualified to be invited. After all, their identities are here, and the level of intelligence they can know is undoubtedly higher. 5 Emperors? Whitebeard opened his eyes slightly and threw a newspaper backhand. It seems that those newsbirds have not arrived in this sea area. You have no idea what decision the world government has made to make us pirates fight among ourselves. The inexplicable words made Red Hair and Jabba's expressions stagnate, and they subconsciously looked at the front page of the newspaper in their hands. A bounty of 10 billion, 1 emperor and 4 emperors? Is this the work of the world government? Jabba was the first to lose his temper and said, is this world government crazy? Captain Roger's bounty that day was only a little more than half, and now he is offering a bounty of 10 billion. Even the guy from the Revolutionary Army may not be able to compare with it. Could it be that in the eyes of the 5 elders and I'm, the threat and danger of that kid is greater than Captain Roger and the Revolutionary Army? In Jabba's eyes, Dragon and Roger, one is the leader of the Revolutionary Army that aims to overthrow the rule of the world government, and the other is the first person to land on the final island of Raftel. It can be said that looking at this sea, these two people are both capable of standing alone, and the world government regards them as a thorn in the eye. However, Roger, the Pirate King, has a bounty of 5.5648 billion Baileys. Even Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, only has a bounty of 6.97 billion. Now, a mere kid who has only appeared on the sea for a short year has been rewarded with a bounty of 10 billion by the world government. This number is almost the total bounty of Roger, the Pirate King, and Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. For Jabba, one of Roger's deputies, it is obviously a bit difficult to accept. Mr. Jabba, you still underestimated that guy. Even the 5 elders who were hiding behind the world's political abdication helped him. I'm, who stood above them, also went out in person. This is enough to show that his threats were not comparable to those of Captain Roger and his men. Red-haired Shanks spoke first. However, Whitebeard, you can remain so calm. It seems that you have other things to hide from us, right? As a junior, among the ranks of the old 3 emperors, Red-haired certainly knew that Whitebeard had always maintained his arrogance towards himself. Now it seems that they are allies on an equal footing, but some of the subtle relationships among them are not in Red-haired's eyes. However, all this is completely unimportant to Red-haired. What he cares about is to achieve the goal he has been working hard for many years. Red-haired, you little brat, you are still as sharp-eyed as ever, but I didn't hide this from you on purpose, it was Ace's idea. Whitebeard took another sip of wine and said. The cotters of the Blood Flag pirates under that guy are actually him playing multiple identities. Although we don't know why he did this, it is enough to prove that he is different from us. Perhaps it is the confirmation of the power of the other world mentioned by the 5 elders and I'm. You mean, Escanor and others are all identities of Uchiha Chinyu? Red-haired Shanks couldn't help but stagnate. Even Jabba, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, is no exception. After all, this news is too explosive for them. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, these words came from Whitebeard's mouth. I'm afraid they would never want to believe that all this is true. That's right, we have been deceived by that guy all the time, but don't forget that there have always been strong people on this sea, but there are very few who can survive. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. So, you don't have to worry too much. What we should care about is how to survive to the end. Who knows, we may not die in the end. Now, what we need to do is to cross this sea as quickly as possible and head to Raftel. Chang's voice echoed over the sea. Jabba and red-haired Shanks came back to their senses, suppressed the shock on their faces, calmed down a bit, and were about to speak again. Haha, Raftel is right in front. The treasure on it belongs to our blood pirates. No, it belongs to our coyote pirates. Noisy shouts suddenly sounded. 7 or 8 huge pirate ships rushed out of the fog-blocking layer in the direction of the surrounding sea. These pirates, if placed in the New World, are also famous people with a bounty of over 100 million. Just now, Whitebeard and his men crossed the sea blocked by the Thunder Eel Snake. However, that was only one of the sea directions. The Sea Kings led by the Super Sea King Thunder Eel Snake could not completely block the entrance and exit of the entire sea. So in other sea directions, there are other obstacles to defend this sea area. Chapter 1161 Crossing Method. However, that was only one of the directions of the sea. The Sea Kings led by the Super Sea King, the Thunder Eel Snake, could not completely block the entrance and exit of the entire sea. So there are other obstacles in other sea directions, and they are defending this sea area. The noisy cheers broke the silence of the sea at once. Watching dozens of pirate ships rushing out in the fog, the pirates on the ship were directly attracted by the huge mountain land at the end of the horizon. Completely ignored the two Sea Kings gathered in the distance. The first to lose patience and rush directly to the end of the sea. In their eyes, it seemed that as long as they could get to Raftel in this sea, they could get there quickly. What they had on that land belonged to them. For a while, dozens of pirate ships set sail in a mighty manner, put down the rudder, and quickly broke through the waves. There were even some ruthless pirates who took the lead in killing. Quickly fire and sink them. Come on, kill them and sink them into the sea first. Only in this way can we have less competition. The shouts of killing filled the entire sea for a while. However, before Marco and others could come to their senses, the red-haired man shook his head and said, "A bunch of stupid guys, completely blinded by what they see. If they want to survive, this sea is more dangerous than before." More dangerous than before? Brahmang's expression froze, and he looked around. It was impossible to tell what dangers were hidden in this unusually calm sea. When he looked at the leading pirate ship again, it was the pirate ship that was moving forward quickly, but it crashed into the air. Yes. They were not wrong. The leading pirate ship gave them the feeling at this moment. It was as if it had crashed into a huge reef, and it exploded in full view of everyone. Bang! The huge impact force made the pirates standing on the bow deck have no time to react, and they crashed into the invisible reef. The giant pirate ship of more than 10 meters in length, even the most solid keel, was directly shattered. While the debris of the ship was flying all over the sky, the pirate ship following closely behind was indeed shocked by the scene in front of them. However, it was impossible to stop it all when moving forward quickly. The only thing they could do was to watch it crash into the invisible reef. Those pirate ships that were able to brake and turn in time with the good skills of the helmsman were still hit directly by the pirate ships following closely. For a moment, the pirates who were chasing each other and trying to reach the final island of Raftel first. It turned into the biggest shipwreck scene. "Red Hair, is this the danger you said?" Whitebeard's face sank. He finally understood why Red Hair stopped in front of this sea area. If they were also attracted by Raftel at the end of the horizon just now, they would have sailed forward regardless of anything. "I'm afraid they would also encounter a shipwreck." "No, this is just the beginning, the rest is the most exciting," Giaba said, holding up his glasses. The expressions of the people present could not help but freeze. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly sounded. The invisible barrier that had been hit was stirred up like ripples on a mirror. Soon, a huge ceiling fish figure appeared in front of them. Looking at the huge monster like an island, the pirates who had jumped into the sea in time and thought they could escape were stunned. This is an island-eating fish." A cry of surprise sounded on the sea. The eyes of the huge island-like figure suddenly opened. The bloody mouth opened like a black hole, swallowing the wreckage of ships and a group of pirates scattered on the sea. For a moment, the whole sea seemed to be stirred. A large amount of sea water was swallowed into the stomach of the island-eating fish, forming a huge vortex of turbulence. If it weren't for the fleet of Whitebeard and others, which was far away, I'm afraid they would have been implicated long ago. This shocking scene lasted only a few minutes. The huge island-eating fish, which was as big as a hill, closed its bloody mouth and glanced in the direction of Whitebeard and others. This scene made many pirates in the field change their faces all of a sudden. Supersized sea kings that are hundreds of meters or even kilometers in size, many people have already felt that it was a difficult situation. But those difficult creatures, compared with the island-like figure in front of them, were just like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Although, they may not have special abilities and means like the super sea kings. However, just because of their thick skin, if they were to encounter them, they would probably not be able to escape without special means. Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. just as they were tense and thought that Whitebeard and others needed to take action. The huge island-eating fish slowly closed its eyes, and finally the space was stirred up with large ripples, and its huge body was once again covered by the original illusion. It can be said that now, looking at it, it is exactly the same as the original scene. The only difference is that there are no traces of dozens of pirate ships on the sea. You have also seen that these island-eating fish look very dangerous and are very difficult characters, but they seem to be bound by something and will never leave the sea area they guard alone. Jabba said in a deep voice. That day, Roger and I tried many methods and killed some island-eating fish, but we still couldn't cross this sea. When we were about to give up, a historical text appeared on a deserted island. Kojiki Odin revealed the secret on it and asked us to injure or even kill the mirage clams guarding this sea area in 4 directions at the same time, so that we can break the illusion covering this sea area. Once that time comes, those island-eating fish hiding and guarding their own sea areas will also be exposed. At that time, we will be able to bypass them and cross this sea area. Chang's voice echoed over the sea. Looking at Jabba, who looked serious and didn't seem to be joking at all, many people present secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't know the details of this so-called method. But at least, let them know the weaknesses of these island-eating fish. What's more, Jabba has followed the Pirate King Roger and arrived at Raftel. The information he provided is enough to make people trust. Feeling the atmosphere in the field suddenly change, Jabba's face did not change at all. He looked around and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. Just now, Red Hair and I searched here for half a day and found that the location of the 4 phantom clams had already changed." Chapter 1162 Red Hair's calculation. Has already changed? Whitebeard frowned. I thought that Jabba had solved these questions with Red Hair Shanks. I never thought that he would still stay at the same level. Jabba, since you can know that the location of the phantom clams has changed, I think you should also know how to find them. Marco spoke first. Jabba is known as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, and is also known as the Shura Ghost. However, as the deputy of the Whitebeard pirates, when fighting with the Luoji pirates, the people Marco fought against were Jabba and Rayleigh. Just based on this point, Marco has enough say. Brother Marco, you are still the same, able to see through the core of the matter at a glance. Jabba laughed dryly and said, "There is indeed a way. However, it may not be appropriate to use it on you." At that time, the method we used with Captain Roger was to jump into the sea and use the domineering of observation to search for the phantom sea clams. After getting close enough, we joined forces to injure them at the same time, using this method to break the illusion of the sea. Having said that, Jabba looked around and looked at Whitebeard and said, "Besides Shanks and me, Whitebeard may be able to lock the phantom sea clams hidden in the sea with domineering and exert a powerful attack, but others may still be lacking. I am afraid we need to find more people to help." Faced with Jabba's words, Marco and other captains changed their expressions slightly and remained silent. As a devil fruit ability user, the most feared thing is this sea. Asking them to jump into the sea and use their powerful observation haki to find the whereabouts of the illusion sea clam is harder than climbing to the sky. As for the second method proposed by Jabba, it seems to work. However, the premise is to have a powerful observation haki and superb attack means. The combination of the two can reach the illusion sea clam and injure or even kill it at the same time. Marco is indeed the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates. However, the greater role of his phoenix fruit is still biased towards treatment. Compared with other mythical beast devil fruits, the bonus in combat is obviously a bit inferior. As for Ace's haki, it is good, but the degree of weakening of the flame in the deep sea will be more difficult than other attack means. At present, it is obviously impossible to kill 4 illusion sea clams at the same time. Jabba, since you look calm when you say this, I think you should have thought of a way, right? Whitebeard looked at Jabba. As an old rival who has fought for most of his life, and as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard is of course very clear that Jabba is called Shura Demon, not Hades. That's because Jabba's temperament is more impulsive. He is trapped here, but he still looks calm, which is unusual. Haha, Whitebeard, you are not blinded by your old age. It seems that I still escaped your eyes. They. Red Hair said first. After all, he was the one who proposed the idea. It is indeed related to you, a little kid. It seems that it is not a good thing. Are you going to let us join forces with someone? Whitebeard snorted coldly. It won't be the little kid from the Blood Flag Pirates. He is an emperor. Will he agree to your proposal? At this moment, Whitebeard finally understood that Red Hair was not just waiting for him here. I am afraid that from the beginning, whether it was Jabba's appearance, or the recklessness of those pirates, and a series of events such as the death of the fish-eating island, they were all deliberately designed by Red Hair. Haha, Whitebeard, you think too highly of me. If it was that guy, I don't think there would be any trouble at all. He is an alien. Just relying on the monsters gathered under his command, and counting his endless means, it is not a difficult problem to break through this level. The red-haired man laughed dryly. He looked at the fog that blocked the sea area and the location where the pirates were originally buried, and said, according to the time, those guys should have arrived, since they also want to cross this sea area. We can't let them get away with it. We should still work hard when we should. The inexplicable words made Marco and others nervous. When they turned their eyes and looked in the direction of the sound, the first thing that caught their eyes was the large fog that was dispersed. Among them, the first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a pirate flag fluttering in the wind. The identity mark engraved on it made the faces of the pirates present, and even Whitebeard, darken all of a sudden. This is the Queen's song. Is that guy Linlin here? Whitebeard said in a displeased voice. In this era, he is the spokesperson. He has always been regarded as the strongest man in this sea. When has he been calculated like this? If the person who came this time was Uchiha Chinyu from the Blood Flag Pirates, Whitebeard might have swallowed his objections. However, the one who came now was Charlotte Linlin, who had always been dissatisfied with him, which undoubtedly made Whitebeard a little impatient. Haha, red-haired kid, you really kept your promise and waited for us here. A huge figure like an iron tower appeared on the bow deck of the Queen's Song. Following Charlotte Linlin, there were 3 generals, as well as a group of sons and daughters. It can be said that for this time, to board the final island of Raftel, uncover the secrets hidden inside, and ascend the throne of the Pirate King. Charlotte Linlin has brought out all the elites of the 10,000 nations. After all, in her eyes, if the territory is lost, it can be taken back in the future. However, planting a flag on the final island of Raftel is the only good opportunity. At least, in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, perhaps after unlocking Raftel, she can get stronger strength. Only in this way can she completely unlock the fear of Uchiha Chinyu of the Blood Flag Pirates in her mind. Even have the confidence to completely kill him. Accompanied by the Queen's Song sailing out of the fog, followed by dozens of pirate groups under the 10,000 nations. In terms of quantity, they may not be able to match the 43 pirate ships under Whitebeard. But in terms of number, they can definitely surpass Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard's concept of recruiting people is family, while Charlotte Linlin wants to build a country. From the concept alone, the difference is obvious. However, as Charlotte Linlin's words faded away with the sea breeze. Standing on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's face became more gloomy, and the aura he exuded made the atmosphere in the field gradually become depressing. Chapter 1163 A Temporary Alliance. In the vast sea, the inexplicably depressing atmosphere rolled back like a tidal wave. It also gave rise to a tense atmosphere. At this moment, it seemed as if an invisible big hand was tightly grasping people's hearts. Whether it was the captains of the Whitebeard pirates or even the captains under his command. Even the people of the Big Mom pirates tightened their faces and showed a posture of going to war at any time. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, the red-haired man touched his nose helplessly and said, "Okay, you don't have to start a war as soon as you meet. Give me some face and listen to me first. If, after listening to what I say, you still want to start a war, I won't stop you." At this point, the red-haired Shanks looked around and saw that Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin were still in the same mood and did not fight immediately, so he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, you all came here for Raftel. If you start a war here, I'm afraid only one of you can leave here. The red-haired man said in a deep voice. However, even if one of you can leave, I'm afraid you will be seriously injured. At that time, what qualifications do you have to compete for the control of Raftel? As a pirate, disputes happen from time to time. Your biggest disagreement now is just because the Big Mom pirates announced an alliance with the Blackbeard pirates not long ago. Now that Blackbeard is gone, our goal is to cross this sea. As for whether you will continue to fight after crossing this sea, I will never care about you. Now Raftel is within reach. Do you want to give up the opportunity to see his true face? The voice of the long man was scattered with the sea breeze. The pirates present, whether they were on Whitebeard's side or Charlotte Linlin's side, looked at each other in surprise. They were not stupid people, and of course they knew the power of Red Hair's words. However, they understood one thing, and the people who could really lead the development of this situation were Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling. Okay, you don't have to stare at each other. If you continue to waste time here, it will only let the guys behind catch up. Since you want to be the only overlord on the sea, do things more straightforwardly. I don't think you want to regret wasting time here when Uchiha Kainu, the kid, arrives. Jabba looked at Charlotte Lingling first and said. Charlotte, we are temporarily joining forces, you should have no objection. Everyone's eyes fell on Charlotte Lingling. In the eyes of many smart people, of course, they knew that Jabba asked Charlotte Lingling's opinion at the beginning to give Whitebeard a way out. This move is a bit contemptuous to many people. However, whether in terms of strength, status, and power, Whitebeard is superior to Charlotte Lingling. What's more, the Big Mom pirates were allies with the Blackbeard pirates not long ago. Whether it is about things or people, there is nothing wrong with Jabba's order of questioning. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Charlotte Lingling's face changed one after another, and finally clenched her fist and said, Okay, for Raftel, I am willing to join forces with you, but if you want to tear your face, I, Charlotte Lingling, am not afraid either. Looking at Charlotte Lingling, who was the first to let go and spit out some harmless and harsh words, Jabba and Red Hair's tense nerves relaxed a little, and finally looked at Whitebeard. Now, as long as Whitebeard nods in agreement, all problems can be solved. Dad. Marco showed a hesitant look. However, he was soon interrupted by Whitebeard, who said, Don't worry, Dad is not old and confused. He understands what is important for the overall situation. Red Hair, you were just plotting against me. This kind of thing will not happen again, otherwise I, Whitebeard, will sink you directly into the sea. As for Lingling, you crazy woman, since you have made an alliance with Blackbeard, you should be mentally prepared to bear the wrath of Whitebeard. Our cooperation only stays in this sea area. Once we cross this sea area, our cooperation will be terminated directly. Who wins and who loses depends on their own ability. The stern words echoed on the sea like thunder, and the undoubted words between the words made the eardrums hurt. Humph, Whitebeard, I would do the same thing without you telling me. Charlotte Lingling snorted coldly with a gloomy face. Luckily, I didn't ask you to have a baby that day, otherwise I would have a headache today. I've said all the nonsense, so let's do it now. Don't let the little devil of the Blood Flag pirates get there first. I think you should have also heard about the latest bounty order from the Navy headquarters. For Charlotte Lingling, it was a mistake to provoke Uchiha Chinyu, the madman, for no reason, by allying with Kaido from the beginning. After witnessing Kaido's beheading and the Battle of the Sea Burial, it was not until the appearance of Raftel that Charlotte Lingling, who was in panic all day, caught a life-saving straw. In order to increase the bargaining chips against the Blood Flag pirates in the process of going to the final island Raftel, she lowered her posture and joined forces with Blackbeard. However, Charlotte Lingling never expected that when she just set foot on the final island of Raftlu in the last sea area, the Navy headquarters would actually announce such shocking news. 1 emperor and 4 emperors. Even Charlotte Lingling could not imagine this. It was for this reason that Charlotte Lingling agreed to Red Hair's proposal for a temporary alliance regardless of anything. Okay, since you all agree, it can be regarded as giving face to an old guy like me. Let's stop talking nonsense. In this sea, the first thing to win is to seize the initiative. Jabba took out an old nautical chart and said. This is the safe route that Roger and I found together that day. Combined with the survey that Shanks and I conducted here for half a day, we have roughly updated some nautical charts. What we have to do next is for me, Shanks, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Lingling to hold the nautical charts and rush to 4 directions, using the observation haki to search for the whereabouts of the Phantom Sea clams, and then contact them through the Den Den Mushi. After confirming their location, we must attack at the same time to injure or even kill the Phantom Sea clams. However, I would like to remind you that if anyone has a different intention during this process and misses this opportunity, and alarms the sleeping Phantom Sea clams, they will hide and move in advance. At that time, it will be a luxury to completely eliminate the danger in this sea area. Chapter 1164 Red Hair's Final Plan. What we have to do next is for me, Shanks, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Lingling to hold the nautical chart and head to 4 directions, using our observation haki to search for the whereabouts of the Illusion Sea clam, and then contact them through Den Den Mushi. After confirming their location, we must attack at the same time to injure or even kill the Phantom Sea clam. However, I would like to remind you that if anyone has a different intention during this process and misses this opportunity, and disturbs the sleeping phantom sea clam, they will hide and move in advance. At that time, it will be a luxury to completely eliminate the danger in this sea area. As Jabba's warning words faded, the atmosphere in the field became tense again. A rare temporary alliance, everything is for a safe passage through the sea area. If something goes wrong at this critical moment, no one is willing to believe it. Humph, Jabba, don't worry, I don't want to waste time, give me the nautical chart. Charlotte Lingling snorted unhappily. Red-haired Shanks on the side laughed dryly, signaling Ben Beckman and others to take out the nautical chart and distribute it directly. I'll be in charge of the west, Whitebeard will be in charge of the east, Charlotte Linlin will be in charge of the north, and Mr. Jabba, you will be in charge of the south. If there is anything, use Den Den Mushi to contact them. It must be successful in one go, otherwise when the people behind arrive, all our efforts will be in vain and we will be making things easier for others. Red Hair warned again in a deep voice. If everyone has no objection, then we will set off immediately and hope everything goes well. Humph, fussing, Marco, let's go, tell the others to stay where they are. Whitebeard snorted coldly and turned away directly. Seeing this scene, Charlotte Linlin did not stay any longer and made the same arrangement as Whitebeard. They are the existence of the four emperors. However, facing this unknown sea area, especially the route to the final island of Raftel, they are obviously in awe. Perhaps, the power they each possess cannot fear any danger. Just being able to protect themselves does not mean that they can properly protect the dozens of pirate fleets under their command. In order to avoid, they can save all their strength before arriving at the final island of Raftel. It is the best way to leave these brothers here and wait for orders. Mr. Jabba, I will let Logie and the others accompany you. If anything happens, at least they can take care of you. Red Hair handed out a pot of wine and motioned Logie to follow. Looking at the scattered ships, Red Hair did not waste any more time and motioned Ben Beckman to take the helm and set off. Captain, this move is a risky move. If Whitebeard does not give you face and directly breaks up with Charlotte Linlin, I am afraid we will be in trouble. As soon as the ship sailed away, Ben Beckman took the lead in spitting out a cigarette and spoke. As the second in command of the Red Hair Pirates, he is also known as the most intelligent person in this sea. Ben Beckman certainly knows why Shanks did this. Haha, Beckman, didn't you tell me that if you don't take some risks and pay some price to achieve great things, you will be sorry for the four emperors? Red Hair smiled and patted Ben Beckman on the shoulder. However, I am also thankful that Mr. Jabba agreed to help me this time, so that I can plan ahead. They just sold me face. I thought to myself that they would never have thought that the captain of the pirate group that always adhered to the principle of not needing devil fruits was actually a person with special abilities. When Jabba proposed to enter the sea and explore the phantom sea clams, Red Hair had not made it clear, all because of the rules of the Red Hair Pirates that he had always announced to the outside world. The route he wanted to take was the route of the former Roger Pirates. At the same time, after Roger returned from Raftel, he insisted on not needing devil fruits, which made Red Hair more determined to take a route. It's a pity that Red Hair got this superhuman rule fruit by chance, which completely disrupted his heart. When he thought of the introduction in the Devil's Illustrated book that leaked out among the world's nobles, Red Hair Shanks completely lost his self-control and swallowed the fruit. And what he has been doing all along is to accumulate the power of this rule fruit. Looking at the red-haired man with a confident face, Ben Beckman took another deep puff of cigarette and said, "It seems that your goal has been achieved, Captain. However, if I want to ask, compared with the Sea Emperor Uchiha Chinyu, how much chance of winning the captain has, you shouldn't mind, right? As a crew member, no one does not want the captain they follow to win in the final dispute." If there was no Uchiha Chinyu who suddenly appeared, Ben Beckman would definitely believe unconditionally that a hero who spent most of his life to lay out the plan would never lose. However, from the appearance of Chinyu to the leakage of the navigation chart of the final island Raftel, a series of events have shaken Ben Beckman's heart. It is precisely because of this reason that Ben Beckman is more eager to know whether the red-haired man who took the risk to lay out the last round is sure enough to win. Otherwise, in the end, all efforts and hard work will be for others, which is definitely not what Ben Beckman, the most intelligent person in this sea, wants to see. Haha, Ben Beckman, you are still as cautious as ever. I can get to this point, and your contribution is indispensable. The red-haired man took a sip of wine and said, "Don't worry, my rule fruit has reached perfection. According to the battle calculations of Uchiha Chinyu during this period, I am confident that I can suppress him. If he really has some shortcomings, I also have enough strength to fight him, but compared with me, he lacks the necessary head except for impulsiveness. Brain. At this point, red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman looked at each other and laughed. Haha, Captain, you are right. That guy's way of doing things is simply incomparable to yours. We can get to this point and be on par with Whitebeard and others. It is inseparable from the brain. Now we have to do is to board Raftel earlier than him. As long as we have enough initiative, we can be closer to the position of winner. Ben Beckman laughed. Red-haired smiled silently and nodded. His eyes turned and fell on the Den Mushi, and soon a hurried call sounded. I am Marco. We have found the whereabouts of the Phantom Sea Clam hidden in the sea and are approaching it now. Marco's voice suddenly sounded, causing red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman to raise their eyebrows, looking a little surprised. Chapter 1165, Breaking the Illusion Sea. The huge ship deck suddenly fell into silence. Many people showed surprised expressions when they heard Marco's voice coming from the Den Mushi. They were separated for only 7 or 8 minutes. They never thought that the Whitebeard pirates would find the whereabouts of the Illusion Sea Clam so quickly. As expected of Whitebeard, he found the hiding place of the Illusion Sea Clam so quickly. Red-haired Shanks put away his shock and said, Marco, tell Whitebeard to get as close to the hiding place of the Illusion Sea Clam as possible before launching an attack. Their shells are the most powerful means of defense. Attacking through the long sea may be weakened. In order to maximize the attack, it can be effective in one shot. Red Hair was also shocked that Whitebeard found the Mirage Clam so quickly, but the arrow had to be shot. His most fundamental goal had been achieved, and he could not think too much about other things. Red Hair, Don trademark T worry, Daddy 1 trademark T let you down at the critical moment, but he also hopes that others 1 trademark T ruin things. After all, Daddy Does and trademark T want to cooperate in this way for the second time. Marco replied and hung up the Den Mushi directly. Listening to the busy tone, Ben Beckman exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, Whitebeard is worthy of being recognized as the leader of the 4 emperors. His attainments in observation haki are indeed unmatched by others. However, after this calculation, Whitebeard trademark's trust in the captain may be greatly reduced, and the next voyage may be affected. At least we can no longer expect Whitebeard to help us unconditionally. This time, when Red Hair proposed to plot against Whitebeard, Ben Beckman already knew that this was a gamble. Although Ben Beckman had already guessed the outcome, he still felt thrilled after personally experiencing the close-range plot against Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 emperors. Ahihi, Ben Beckman, Don trademark T forget that we are pirates. In this sea, emotions are not something that can be discussed casually. Since it was just a cooperative relationship from the beginning, I didn't trademark T put too much hope on Whitebeard. Now that we have come to this point, it is enough. Red Hair Shanks said after taking a sip of wine. I trademark S getting late. Let trademark S quickly find the whereabouts of the Mirage Clam. This time it can be regarded as an invisible confrontation. We may not want to be the first to come out, but we Don trademark T want to be the last one. Next, I will conduct the main search. In order to avoid omissions, Ben Beckman, you can also help me. Captain, don't worry. I ask myself, my Conqueror haki is not as good as yours, but my observation haki is not worse than yours. Leave this to me. As the voice fell, with the speed of the Lifus increasing again, the red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman standing on the bow deck, the observation haki dormant in their bodies, exploded like a raging tide. With the cooperation of the two, it quickly spread to the surrounding sea surface. Half an hour later, the Den Mushi, which had been calm, suddenly opened its eyes. I am Whitebeard, and I am ready. I am Jabba, and I am ready too. I am Red Hair, and I am ready too. I am Lin Lin, and I am ready too. The 4 voices that sounded at the same time tensed everyone's nerves. Even so, those pirates who stayed in place, waiting for their captains to return, were no exception. Before reaching the final island waters, they had never imagined that one day, the 3 sea overlords would join forces. They might not be able to see where the 4 people were, but their eyes turned in unison, locked on the Den Mushi, as if their sight penetrated the endless void, intending to witness the epic-making scene that was about to happen. For a moment, 4 pirate ships stayed in the 4 directions. The 4 figures standing on the bow deck were the first to come out. One step down, the whole person's atmosphere changed instantly. A pair of eyes, as sharp as an eagle, penetrated the endless sea and locked on the phantom sea clam hidden deep in the seabed. Without any fancy, the big hand suddenly reached down, and the weapon fell directly into his hand. The violent momentum exploded like a tide. Sea shock aerial attack. Black dragon breaking axe. One sword flow sea breaking. Emperor sword hegemony. 4 shouts that sounded almost at the same time exploded like thunder. The violent power accumulated in the weapons was like a dam breaking. Like a raging tide, it instantly penetrated the sea. For a moment, the whole world changed color. Even the pirates who were separated by dozens of miles felt a huge oppressive momentum rushing towards their faces. Boom! The sky-high waves hit the 9 heavens. While the water splashed all over the sky like a rainstorm, the sea where they were located had already set off a storm. What made people feel even more horrified was that the sea area where the 4 strong men were located was directly torn into a huge hole. A large area of sea water surged back directly. Looking at this devastating blow, the 4 people standing on the bow deck still looked tense, and all their attention was focused on the target locked by the observation color. Success! I don't know who said it, and then 4 big explosions exploded directly in the deep seabed. The violent explosive force contained in it set off a large area of waves, rolling back to the surroundings. Facing a situation like a 12-level tsunami, the 4 figures standing on the bow secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As 4 emperors, they worked together in front of many subordinates. If they failed at this critical moment, it would be a great shame. However, if the attack succeeded and the Mirage Clam was hit, the illusion shrouded in this sea area would probably be solved soon. When they thought of this, even the 4 emperors such as Whitebeard could not hold back and quickly looked around. Wherever they looked, the calm sea surface along the way quickly spread like ripples on the lake. Soon, huge figures of island-eating fish disguised as islands first came into everyone's eyes. What made people feel even more horrified was that whether it was Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, or even the pirate ship where Red Hair Shanks was, they were all surrounded by the island-eating fish. Entering this encirclement, finding the closest place to the Mirage Clam, there is only one entrance. If it weren't for Roger's old navigation chart, combined with Jabba and Red-Haired Shanks' half-day exploration, I'm afraid that if I accidentally deviate from the course, I will be attacked by the island-eating fish. Chapter 1166, Face is not useful. Buzz. There was a crisp sound in the air. Soon, the illusion around me quickly dissipated. Whitebeard and others didn't have time to think about it and quickly evacuated the encirclement of the island-eating fish. When they left the depressing space, the final island of Raftel, which originally appeared at the end of the sea in the illusion, appeared in another direction. Looking at this scene, many people were slightly startled. If everything in front of them was true, those pirates who first appeared in this sea area and did not encounter danger might still not have arrived at Raftel. This means that the secrets on the island may not have been revealed yet. Red Hair, the illusion covering this sea area has been broken, so the temporary cooperation agreement between us has come to an end. Whoever can solve the secret of Raftel will be the real winner. Whitebeard was the first to come back to his senses and said. As soon as these words fell, the nerves of the people who were in a trance were also tense. However, before they could speak to respond, a series of rapid den-den mushi rang without any warning. Dad, it's bad. No, it's a great thing. The aftermath of the attack just now caused a huge wave, and a large number of devil fruits appeared. Roughly estimated, there are at least hundreds of them. Mom, we saw hundreds of devil fruits. Captain, what should we do? A series of rapid calls came from the den-den mushi. Faced with these hundreds of devil fruits that suddenly appeared without any warning, like a gift from the sea, even Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and even Shanks, who are the 4 emperors, couldn't help but change their expressions. On the way here, they had heard a lot of information about devil fruits. However, the devil fruits reported in those reports were only a dozen, or even about 20 or 30. Now hundreds of devil fruits suddenly appeared, which undoubtedly overturned their cognition. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that this scene was real. However, facing this grand gift from the sea, the pirates tightened their nerves after they came to their senses. This is a sea where the weak are preyed on by the strong, and they are a group of pirates who lick blood on the edge of a knife. Facing these greatest gifts known as the secret treasures of the sea, what awaits them will be a fight for their lives. For a while, the whole sea seemed to be able to hear the gradually heavy breathing. Those pirates who stayed in place and waited suddenly became alert. From the alliance of the previous moment to the tense momentum now, it only needs a triggering opportunity. The appearance of hundreds of devil fruits is a huge power change that is enough to change the entire world pattern. If they are not careful, they may be able to create a huge opportunity for the whole group of devil fruit users. Chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, and their eyes turned and locked on the Den Mushi, as if waiting for the final order. On the Moby Dick, Marco was the first to look at Whitebeard with a questioning look. In their eyes, the sudden appearance of hundreds of devil fruits on the sea not only meant the acceleration of the division of their alliance. It also meant that who could get these devil fruits would be the winner. Whoever has the ability of the devil fruit can more easily dominate the situation on the final island of Raftel. Adding hundreds of devil fruit users at once may not make them fully aware of their own fruit abilities at once. But for any force, it is absolutely a sweet commodity. Feeling the gazes from all around, Whitebeard spoke first. Red Hair, I know you want to say that we should give you face to deal with these devil fruits. However, under such an absolute temptation, I'm afraid your face is not easy to use, am I right, Lingling? As a member of the former Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard knew clearly that the reason why these ambitious people with their own ulterior motives eventually collapsed in the Battle of the God Island was the huge benefits. One of the benefits of temptation is the devil fruit. Possessing a devil fruit means being able to create powerful subordinates in a short period of time. Possessing several, or even dozens, will mean being able to support a large pirate group. It is precisely because of this reason that the four emperors were able to stand out from the many powerful forces on this sea and become the overlord of the sea. Now facing the hundreds of devil fruits that suddenly appeared, those hidden false masks will also be torn to pieces. Haha, Whitebeard, you are right. Since the illusion in this sea has been solved, there is no intention to continue to join forces. Go and grab it by your own means. Charlotte Lingling laughed fiercely. The pirates who had already tensed their nerves rushed out first as if they were wild horses when they heard these words. Haha, Mom, don't worry. I am a fishman. Who can match the speed of my fishman pirate group on the sea? We have accepted these devil fruits. Humph, these fruits are what my father likes, Frost. The bastard, he didn't wait for the red-haired boss to come out to coordinate and then rob them. This is not giving our boss face. One after another, shouts rang out. Without the so-called alliance agreement, the pirates gathered here seemed to be freed from their shackles and started to bite each other instantly. The three affiliated captains who took the initiative to attack crossed thousands of meters of sea and arrived in front of the sea where the devil fruit appeared. Looking at the chaotic situation, a translucent figure hiding on the reef in the distance showed a playful smile on his face. Haha, I've said it before, people in this world are greedy. No one can resist the temptation of powerful forces, the four emperors of the sea. That's simply a joke, I believe. As long as we throw enough chips, even the guy that Lord I'm is afraid of will lower his posture. However, it's a pity that we didn't find the whereabouts of that guy within the range of our domineering exploration, otherwise I really want to see how he will perform. Humph, that guy will fall into our rhythm sooner or later. Let's see how many people will die under the temptation of these devil fruits, the so-called red hair shanks. What about giving me face? In the face of absolute temptation of interests, face is not good. The joking voices of question and answer echoed on the sea. However, facing the appearance of this weirdo, compared with the battle for hundreds of pirate ships on the sea, no one obviously cares. At this moment, what they care most about is who can get these hundreds of devil fruits first. Chapter 1167 You are not qualified to be a yellow bird. The huge sea surface was boiling all of a sudden. Hundreds of pirate groups belonging to the four emperors started a battle for the title, and the situation was completely comparable to the situation of 1,000 pirate ships fighting each other. Looking at the three pirate captains who rushed out first and were about to enter the rob, Red Hair's face became a little ugly. Just as Whitebeard said just now. At the beginning, when hundreds of devil fruits appeared, the first thought in Red Hair Shank's mind was to ask the people present to give him another face. This not only can make big things small, and small things disappear. It can also make him accumulate hidden power and become stronger. However, what Red Hair never expected was that the tried and tested way of doing things would fail at this critical juncture. At this moment, he finally understood that he had overestimated his face and the weight of his face in front of the ugly human nature. Haha, you all think too much. These devil fruits are mine. Blackbeard's loud laughter sounded without warning. Soon, a large number of bubbles appeared in the sea area closest to hundreds of devil fruits. Before they could react, a huge pirate ship with a coating broke out of the water first. Through the coating, the first thing that came into view was the hideous Blackbeard standing on the bow deck. Following closely behind him were Fan Oka and his men. "Blackbeard, you bastard, you actually betrayed me!" Charlotte Lingling was the first to roar. Hearing this, Whitebeard's face suddenly darkened. It seems that from the beginning, when the Wanguo forces led by Charlotte Lingling set foot in this sea area, Blackbeard had already hidden in the nearby sea area. However, due to the coordination of Red Hair Shanks, Whitebeard neglected to investigate the sea area where they were, allowing Blackbeard to hide underwater and reap the benefits. Unfortunately, even the help Charlotte Lingling, who was under the cover of Blackbeard, had never expected that Blackbeard would turn against him at this moment. Under the temptation of hundreds of devil fruits, the alliance would be so fragile. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, the faces of the three captains who approached first changed drastically. However, before they could react, Blackbeard, with a hideous smile on his face, took the lead. "Haha, thank you all for breaking the illusion of this sea area. I also accept these devil fruits with a smile. Dark Tide Black Hole." Boom! The devil fruit ability dormant in Blackbeard's body exploded like a tidal wave. The black wave suddenly pressed down with his right hand, turning into a huge black vortex, quickly sweeping towards the three pirate captains who pounced on the devil fruits. At the same time, the black mist in Blackbeard's left hand also rolled back, turning into a big hand similar to a physical entity, and caught hundreds of devil fruits scattered on the sea. Blackbeard has always called himself a fruit hunter, but unfortunately he made a mistake in the Battle of the Top, which prevented him from using this title to show his power in this sea. He also secretly snatched a slightly inferior natural devil fruit ability. Originally, in Blackbeard's eyes, unless he reached the final island of Raftel and obtained the secret hidden in it, he could be on par with the four emperors, or even the captain of the Blood Flag Pirates, Uchiha Chinyu, who was crowned as the emperor. He never thought that happiness would come so suddenly, allowing him to get hundreds of devil fruits at once. He might not be able to use these fruits, but at least he could guarantee that he could create all the devil fruit ability users in a short time. At that time, Blackbeard believed that he would be able to challenge the four emperors, and it would not be surprising if he could even suppress one of them. "Blackbeard, if you dare, I will kill you!" Whitebeard roared first. The person who took action was the captain of his affiliated pirate group, the Ice Witch, although she was not a core member of the crew. However, after experiencing the death of Thatch by sneak attack, for Whitebeard, Blackbeard's sneak attack on the Ice Witch is also unforgivable. Unfortunately, they are dozens of miles away, and facing the sudden scene in front of him, even Whitebeard is powerless. "Haha, Dad, just save your breath and warm your stomach. Who can stop me? Who stays here now? I, Blackbeard, am a person favored by God. I think you have also heard that the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind." Blackbeard laughed unscrupulously. He didn't believe that Whitebeard could still punch him when they were dozens of miles apart. When Whitebeard really came back, Blackbeard believed that he had already taken all the devil fruits and fled directly. However, just as this perfect idea flashed through Blackbeard's mind, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. With a feeling of suffocation, it seemed as if an invisible big hand tightened people's hearts. Bloody flag, it's the Sea Emperor Uchiha Chinyu. A cry of surprise came out without any warning. Everyone's nerves were stretched like strings at this moment. Facing this sudden scene, Blackbeard, who was in the shadow, had no time to think and looked up at the sky in a hurry. The first thing that came into view was a thin figure in white clothes fluttering in the wind. As a warm smile spread across his face, he flipped his right hand and the saber on his waist was unsheathed in an instant. "Blackbeard, you are not qualified to be a yellow bird." Buzz! The crisp sound of the knife gave people a feeling of piercing through the clouds and cracking rocks. The sharp and unparalleled knife energy turned into a stream of silk, piercing through the sky and earth, and slashed towards Blackbeard below. The distance of 1,000 meters was just approached in the blink of an eye. Feeling this terrifying slashing momentum, the shocked Blackbeard suddenly woke up. "Uchiha Chinyu, there is no big hatred between you and me. You have repeatedly hindered my good deeds. However, if you want to succeed in a sneak attack with just a slash, it is simply a foolish dream. Dark Tide, Dark A Cup Ointment Road." Boom! Originally, the black fog that rushed towards the devil fruit was instantly cut off by Blackbeard. Without time to retract it, he frantically drove the devil fruit ability lurking in his body, and once again turned into a violent black tide, forming a huge whirlpool above the pirate ship. Facing Uchiha Chinyu, who was suddenly crowned as the Emperor of the Sea by the world government and the Navy headquarters, Blackbeard did not dare to be arrogant at all. It can be said that if Blackbeard was asked to rank the most feared candidates, Uchiha Kainu could be ranked second, then no one could be ranked first. He has the courage to challenge Whitebeard head-on, but that doesn't mean Blackbeard has the courage to challenge Uchiha Chinyu. At least at this critical moment, he doesn't have the confidence to do it. Chapter 1168 Killing a Chicken with a Butcher Knife. Bang! The sharp sword energy, like a thread, slashed directly on the black fog vortex. The huge impact force directly tore a huge hole in the vortex, giving people a feeling like cloth. Blackbeard's face suddenly changed drastically, and he let out a wild roar. The devil fruit ability dormant in his body was directly stimulated to the extreme. No, I can't lose. I am Blackbeard Teach, who dares to plot against Whitebeard. You will never be able to break my defense. Black Tide Big Dark Hole. Boom. The violent power of rolling at this moment, it seemed as if he was squeezed dry by Blackbeard. The rolling black fog rushed out of his body and poured directly into the vortex. The black fog vortex, which was originally hundreds of meters in diameter, swelled wildly under the injection of this violent force. Even the cuts torn by the slash were healed by the rapid creeping of the black fog. Captain is mighty, let's take this opportunity to immediately seize all the devil fruits. Badgers said anxiously. However, just after taking half a step, Blackbeard glared and roared anxiously. Shut up, come and help quickly, I can only hold on for half a minute, let DQ bring the devil fruit back. Half a minute? Badgers and others couldn't help but stagnate. In their eyes, Blackbeard just perfectly resisted all the attacks of Uchiha Chinyu. Now they are told that this posture can only hold on for half a minute. Is this considered to be using up all the strength in advance? However, before they could react, Chinyu, who was suspended in the air, had a warm smile on his face. With a flip of his right hand, blood red quickly spread in his pupils, and 9 megatama quickly condensed and bloomed, and a blood-red breath like a disaster rushed into the sky in Chinyu's body. With 3 heads and 6 arms, Susanoo, like Shura, condensed in the void. The huge figure was enough to reach a height of dozens of meters. Chinyu, who was standing on the forehead of Susanoo, had a condescending posture, giving people a strange feeling of overlooking the world. Sorry, you said you can hold on for half a minute, I also want to verify it, and use a butcher knife to kill a chicken. One sword style broken sea. Buzz. The crisp sound of the knife resounded through the sky without any warning. As soon as Chinyu took out the sword in his hand, the huge Susanoo also pulled out the hungry and thirsty more than 20-meter-long sword from his waist. Without any fancy moves, he slashed down at Blackbeard. Boom. A knife came out. The whole world seemed to be occupied by blood-red light all of a sudden. The sharp and unparalleled slash directly tore the void along the way like paper, and even stirred up a large area of air ripples. Feeling this violent breath, which was like the death god pressing down on him, Blackbeard, who was in it, turned pale and roared hysterically. No, Captain Chinyu, you can't kill me. You promised Mr. Rayleigh to let me live and leave it to Whitebeard and Captain Ace to avenge. If you kill me, it will ruin your promise. Sorry, didn't you just say that this is the world of pirates? Chinyu smiled warmly, and the Tianyuyan clenched in his hand burst out with a strong momentum and pressed down again. The energy blade that had just collided with the black fog vortex, the might of the slashing once again surged. The black fog vortex that was close at hand, at this moment, seemed to be unable to bear the weight and shattered with a sound like a mirror. The violent air wave overturned the black fog in the sky. The giant sword transformed by energy slashed down at Blackbeard with its remaining power. Feeling this terrifying momentum, if the attacker was Whitebeard, Blackbeard would definitely have the urge to kneel down and call him daddy. Unfortunately, the person in front of him was not related to him, and he couldn't play the emotional card at all. Captain Teach, what should we do? Badgers was anxious. Hundreds of devil fruits are very tempting. However, compared with his life, it is not fragrant at all. What else can I do? Fight for me. Blackbeard roared repeatedly. Without time to think, his hands suddenly opened again. While the black fog vortex rolled back on his fist, the other fist also emerged with new fruit abilities. The sudden scene made many people in the field stagnate. They knew early on that Blackbeard had the title of Fruit Hunter. But they didn't know that he could really break common sense and let one person have 2 fruit abilities at the same time. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, there would be absolutely no one willing to believe that all this was true. Uchiha Chinyu, I have no grudges against you. If you insist on killing me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Blackbeard looked at the attack that was rapidly enlarged in his pupils and roared hysterically. The two fruit abilities contained in his hands, without any fancy, slapped head-on into the void. Watching the two attacks about to overlap, a dazzling white beam of light fell from the sky without any warning. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, it directly enveloped Blackbeard and others. The sudden scene made Blackbeard, Badgers, and others stagnate. Before they could react, the eyes flashed, and the range within their sight was directly replaced by darkness. Bang! Suzanu's huge energy sword missed. Without any fancy moves, it smashed heavily on the pirate ship that originally belonged to Blackbeard. The huge impact force directly shattered the pirate ship. The sharp sword slash tore the entire sea surface apart in full view of everyone. The slash turned into a streak of light and went straight to the end of the sea. The sea water was overturned and fell, giving people the feeling of a heavy rain. It was like a knife opening up the world. Feeling this terrifying momentum, the faces of everyone present turned pale. Especially the pirates of the three forces who had originally taken action to compete for the devil fruit. They stabilized their bodies during the attack just now, but their bodies trembled slightly, and their eyes looking at Chinyu had a hint of fear. Even Blackbeard, who is said to be second only to the four emperors, could not withstand the might of a sword when using the power of the devil fruit. If the opponent really came for the devil fruit, then they who participated in the fight for the devil fruit just now might not be able to escape. If one of them really kills them when he is not satisfied, I am afraid that others can't complain at all. After all, this is the order of the pirates where the strong prey on the weak. For a while, the vast sea surface fell into an inexplicable silence. Under the tense nerves, those pairs of eyes were locked on Chinyu. At this moment, it seemed that any action of Chinyu would also involve their nerves. Chapter 1169 They are poisonous. The vast sea surface fell into a dead silence. Everyone's nerves were directly tensed. While his eyes were fixed on Chinyu in the void, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to become an invisible big hand, tightening people's hearts. For this super newcomer who suddenly intervened and was praised as an emperor and four emperors. Not to mention them, even the four emperors dared not despise him. Chinyu, I didn't expect to meet you here. A projection was forced to open in the Den Mushi in the hand of the Ice Witch, and soon the appearance of Whitebeard was presented. Originally, the oppressive atmosphere in the field was dissipated a little. Whitebeard, it seems that God still loves you very much. At the critical moment, Blackbeard was rescued by Im. You still have a chance to take revenge yourself. Chinyu's Sharingan slowly faded, and the tens of meters of huge Susanoo also dissipated between heaven and earth. Looking at this behemoth, it disappeared without a trace. Many people present secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You kid, you still like to joke with me as always, but the move just now seems to be related to Im. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that that bastard, was actually related to Im. However, if you attack this time for these devil fruits, I, Whitebeard, am willing to give up. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Whitebeard, who was hailed as the leader of the four emperors and the strongest man on the sea in the past, actually retreated without a fight before the fight for the devil fruit. If you didn't hear it with your own ears, no one would believe it. After all, facing these hundreds of devil fruits just now, including Red Hair, who was also one of the four emperors, asking for face was completely unworkable. Could it be that this behavior is a disguised recognition of the saying of one emperor and four emperors on the sea? As for Whitebeard, who was dozens of miles away, knew clearly what happened here, and no one cared. As the king of the sea, if he didn't make multiple preparations and monitor the battlefield when he left. I'm afraid that this is the most stupid person. Since Whitebeard gave up, my pirate group doesn't like devil fruits, and there's not much use in snatching them, so I gave up too. Another captain, who belongs to the Red Hair Pirates, also projected the figure of Red Hair on the Den Mushi in his hand. Facing Whitebeard's statement, Red Hair's answer was even more impeccable. At least, in the eyes of outsiders, Red Hair, as one of the four emperors, and even his elite crew members, are not devil fruit users. At the same time, there is an unwritten rule on the ship that only non-powered people can get on board. Since you don't want it either, I alone, it's not very useful to snatch it, so I don't want it either. Jabba's voice also sounded. Looking at the three major forces, two of them directly expressed their abstention. The subordinate pirates under the Big Mom pirates who stayed in the field were nervous to the extreme. The current situation is simply a target for them now. They are pushed directly to the entrance of the gate of hell. It can be said that the pirates under Charlotte Lingling are just praying that Charlotte Lingling is not hungry now. Otherwise, if they get excited and say something they shouldn't say at this critical moment, it will be a death wish. After all, not long ago, they're Big Mom pirates, but the Beasts pirates, allied with the Blood Flag pirates to declare war on the Blood Flag pirates. If they really want to take action, Qin Yu has 10,000 reasons. I will also give up these devil fruits. Charlotte Lingling suddenly spoke in a deep voice. The faces of all the pirates present, even Whitebeard and Red Hair, changed slightly. They are the same four emperors, and they have spent more than 10 years in life and death battles with Charlotte Lingling. They know clearly how this crazy woman acts. In their eyes, even if they encounter the 5 elders hidden behind the world government this time, Charlotte Lingling will never be scared. However, now that Charlotte Lingling opened her mouth, they gave up directly. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never believe it. Could this be a gesture of goodwill from the 4 emperors? As the voice faded, many eyes, after taking a fiery and greedy look at the hundreds of devil fruits that suddenly appeared in the sea, looked at Uchiha Qin Yu. Sorry, I have no interest in these broken things. I just took action because of my interest. Qin Yu patted the dust on his body and said. If you want, you can just divide it up, but I advise you not to regret it, they are poison. If nothing else, I'll leave first. I hope you can survive to the end. After saying this, Qin Yu took a step and landed on the Glossiachi again. The golden lion standing on the bow laughed and said, Whitebeard, don't leave too much behind, otherwise when you board Raftel, the throne of the Pirate King will be mine. This kid doesn't even want so many devil fruits, I'm afraid he will even give up the throne of the Pirate King. At that time, you can only stare at him. As soon as these words fell, not only the pirates present, but even Whitebeard and others were stunned. What Golden Lion said seemed to be a joke. However, it does not mean that these words will not come true. Even the hundreds of devil fruits that are within reach can be handed over. In the Battle of Sea Burial, Qin Yu's identity was directly pointed out to be from another world. If all this is true, then the throne of Pirate King is indeed not important to Uchiha Qin Yu. Golden Lion, stop talking nonsense. There are still a group of difficult guys following behind. If you continue to waste time here, they will not give up. Qin Yu patted Golden Lion on the shoulder and said. It's time to go to Raftel. Captain, don't worry, I have gathered enough strength to send you to Raftel, and we will set off now. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. Whitebeard, I hope you don't die too quickly in this battle. I'll wait for you on the final island, Raftel, to see what secrets Roger is hiding. After saying this, the Golden Lion's clothes moved without wind, making a rustling sound. The huge Gulazayakai, which was as big as an island, quickly rose into the air in full view of everyone. After choosing the direction of the final island, Raftel, it rushed away in full view of everyone. After a while, only a small black shadow of the ship was left. The oppressive atmosphere that had just dispersed in the field gathered again, tightening the nerves of all of them. Chapter 1170. The slap in the face came too quickly. The oppressive atmosphere quickly enveloped the entire sea area with the sea breeze. They are not saints. At least, they can't turn a blind eye to hundreds of devil fruits like Qin Yu. In a word, if you say you don't want it, then don't want it. Now, the fruits given by the 3-4 emperors for free were abandoned intact. This means that after so many big events just now, things have returned to the starting point. Looking at these hundreds of devil fruits that could allow them to get their hands on them again, many people's eyes suddenly became hot. Okay, don't stare at each other. Devil fruits are certainly very tempting, but compared to this, you should be more concerned about Uchiha Qin Yu who set out for the final island of Raftel first. Jabba spoke first. Today, I, Jabba, will shamelessly sell face. Since Shanks does not need devil fruits, these hundreds of devil fruits will be divided equally between Whitebeard and Charlotte Linland's people. As for the value of these devil fruits, it depends on luck and ability. Seeing Jabba, who started to imitate Red Hair to ask for face as soon as he opened his mouth. Many people present were stunned. No. It should be said that even Red Hair Shanks, Ben Beckman and other crew members became unnatural. A moment ago, Red Hair Shanks used the iron rules on the ship to save some face and refused to obtain the devil fruit. He never thought that the slap in the face would come so suddenly. However, if they were to watch hundreds of devil fruits slip through their fingers, they would definitely not want to see it. For a moment, Ben Beckman and others turned their eyes and locked on Red Hair Shanks, and a hint of urgency could not help but appear in the depths of their pupils. Feeling the gazes from all around, Red Hair's face changed continuously, and he said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, I just overlooked that we don't need devil fruits for our affiliated pirate groups, but that doesn't mean they don't need them. If we, the bosses, don't fight for it, I'm afraid no one will be convinced in the future." The small voice made everyone in the field look stiff. They had seen thick-skinned people, but they never thought that the four emperors would be so straightforward when they were shameless. "Okay, I knew that you, a bastard, would not give up easily." Whitebeard spoke first. "I don't want to waste time with you here, and I think you don't either. Since everyone doesn't want to be abandoned by Uchiha Kainu, these devil fruits will be divided into 3 parts and handed over to others to deal with. Let's go after that guy first." In Whitebeard's eyes, the temptation of these devil fruits is indeed great. However, he already has the strongest devil fruit in the superhuman system. He doesn't care about other fruits at all. As for the other people on the ship, they may have some thoughts about devil fruits. However, without identification, I'm afraid not many people are willing to take the risk and get a fruit ability that is not very useful. Moreover, these hundreds of devil fruits are only divided equally, and others are not allowed to take them. In case they really come in handy, they need to be distributed by Whitebeard and others before they can be used. Otherwise, if anyone touches these devil fruits at will, what awaits them will bite was the anger of the 4 emperors. In this scene, I am afraid that no one would be willing to sacrifice their lives for a mere devil fruit. Since Whitebeard has no objection, then I have no objection either. Jabba agreed casually. He also came alone, and the power of the devil fruit was extremely tempting. However, as a crew member of Roger's pirate group, he still remembered the warning from Roger. At least, Jabba would never break the threshold rules for boarding the ship. "Humph, you have all decided, and I have no objection, but when that kid left at the end, he said that these devil fruits are poisonous and asked us not to regret it. He didn't really see anything, did he? Won't he be like Kaido, who made some artificial devil fruits to fool people?" Charlotte Lingling said in a deep voice. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the field was obviously tense again. From the beginning, their attention was on the distribution of devil fruits. Completely forgetting Qin Yu's seemingly joking words just now. Now that it was suddenly brought up, it undoubtedly made this distribution of devil fruits enter a dead end. "Humph, Lingling, you said this, but it's not like your usual style. If you want to test whether these devil fruits have any problems, just find someone who is not afraid of death to take them." Whitebeard snorted disdainfully. "It's almost time. If we waste time here and let that kid land on the final island Raftel first, I'm afraid we won't even be qualified to know what secrets there are on the island in this lifetime. I don't want to waste time with you here anymore. I'll leave first." After saying this, Whitebeard directly cut off the signal of the Den Den Mushi. Facing Whitebeard's straightforwardness, Charlotte Lingling's face flashed a gloomy look, and finally followed Whitebeard's steps. They are not like Blackbeard, who can have 2 devil fruit abilities at the same time. Therefore, these devil fruits are not very tempting to them. What's more, compared with the secrets hidden on the final island Raftel, devil fruits are even more insignificant. Let's go too. As for the devil fruits, after you distribute them, hurry up and follow us. Red-haired Shanks said, putting away the embarrassment on his face. The devil fruits obtained will be distributed according to the merits and other methods. Don't worry, this is still the outskirts of the final island, Raftel. It is rumored that there are big trees that can bear devil fruits on the island. As long as you can land on the island safely, it is not a problem to get devil fruits. The voice of Er Chong came out in the Den Den Mushi. The pirates of the 3 forces heard the words, and their faces stagnated, and they all showed a sigh of relief. Originally, many people felt that Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin's actions of not distributing devil fruits for the time being were a precipice. In their eyes, these devil fruits were like women who were ready to go to the land of tenderness. The result now was as if they had taken off their pants and found that the woman who spent the tenderness with them was actually a brother with a handle. This taste of not tasting it almost made them crush their fists. Now, with the consolation from red-haired Shanks, their restless emotions were undoubtedly calmed down a little. Chapter 1171 The Test of Human Greed. Marshal Sengoku, are we going to snatch these devil fruits? If these devil fruits really fall into the hands of pirates, their power will grow. At that time, the resistance we will encounter on Raftel will be even greater. On a naval battleship, Ghost Spider looked at the intelligence information sent back by the Four Emperors group and was the first to lose his temper. In their eyes, the appearance of hundreds of devil fruits at one time has subverted people's cognition. Not to mention that hundreds of devil fruit ability users were born in the hands of pirates. No, our most important goal now is to go to Raftel. The cooperation of the Four Emperors is nothing but a pot of loose sand. They share the devil fruit equally, which means that the competition will also increase. Once they set foot on Raftel, the balance between them will be directly broken. Sengoku, standing on the bow deck, said in a deep voice. The stronger their power is, the more intense the internal fighting will be. This is the best internal consumption for our navy. Our navy headquarters can reap the benefits. After these words fell, many people looked at each other in surprise. Ahem, Sengoku, you are worthy of being a wise general, but the last sentence, I heard it in the monitoring den mushi, it seems to come from Blackbeard's mouth. After swallowing the senbei in his mouth, Garp said after 2 dry coughs. Shouldn't we be on guard to avoid following the old path of Blackbeard and being taken advantage of by Uchiha Kainu again? Zhangguo's expression suddenly froze, and then he glared at him and said, Garp, shut up and don't make trouble here. If that kid can be a jackal, our navy headquarters can do the same. If that kid really comes, you will be the first to go out and fight. As a naval hero, Garp is always lazy. However, in the eyes of Zhangguo, strength can definitely be ranked first. At least, even Zhangguo, who is a marshal, thinks he is slightly inferior to Garp. Otherwise, he has always been they will never let Garp mess around in the navy headquarters. It can be said that Garp's existence is the morale of the navy headquarters. At critical moments, he is more inspiring than the marshal. Sengoku, Garp's words make sense. We should be more careful. As for the devil fruits we get along the way, do we need to distribute them in advance? Crane, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. On the huge deck, everyone's eyes turned in unison and fell on the devil fruits that were still dripping on the deck. This pile of devil fruits cannot be compared with what Whitebeard and others found just now. However, it is roughly estimated that there are at least 70 or 80. This number is probably more than the devil fruits that the Navy headquarters has obtained through various channels in the past 10 years. It can be said that even if their Navy headquarters does not get involved in the battle for the final island of Raftel, this large pile of devil fruits alone is not a wasted trip. Marshal Sengoku, Whitebeard and others have harvested a large number of devil fruits. They are not distributed immediately. However, once the time comes to fight for the final island of Raftel, they will never give up this force. Vice Admiral Doberman, who was standing aside and looked a little ferocious, suddenly spoke. They may clash over Raftel, but this is just a guess. In order to deal with various emergencies on the battlefield, I think these devil fruits should be distributed in advance so that those who get the fruit ability can adapt as soon as possible and combine it with their own combat skills. The slightly long voice echoed on the deck, and immediately made many people in the field breathe heavier. As a general of the Navy, there are many ways to obtain devil fruits. In addition to relying on luck and winning them by sailing on the sea. The second way is to apply to the Navy headquarters for devil fruits after making enough military achievements. However, for devil fruits, let alone pirates, even most people in the Navy headquarters are salivating. Especially after Akainu and Kizaru, who have firmly sat in the position of Admiral of the Navy with their powerful fruit abilities. In the headquarters of the Navy, many people take devil fruits as a shortcut to become stronger, but there are many. Unfortunately, the number of devil fruits that the headquarters of the Navy can obtain every year is only in the single digit. It is simply unable to meet the needs of the Navy. It is for this reason that a Navy general needs 2 to 3 years at least, and 4 to 5 years at most, from submitting an application to obtaining a devil fruit. And the rarity of the devil fruit obtained is often difficult to satisfy people. However, now that they have just set foot in the waters of the final island of Raftel, they have obtained nearly 100 devil fruits. This huge number is simply a heart-pounding feeling. It can be said that what Doberman said just now, but they have expressed their thoughts. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Doberman is right. If we distribute these devil fruits as soon as possible, the overall strength of our Navy headquarters will steadily increase. Once we reach Raftel, we will have more confidence to protect ourselves. Another vice admiral with a long black beard, Stolobiri, who looked a bit like Guan Yu, also spoke up. Seeing the two vice admirals persuading them, the navy generals who had long coveted the devil fruits showed eager expressions. Feeling the change in the atmosphere on the deck, Sengoku was silent for a while. Okay, I know what everyone thinks. Devil fruits are indeed a shortcut to improve one's own strength. However, I still remind you that taking fruits will make you a landlubber. Garp was the first to speak after destroying the senbei in his hand. Also, don't forget, according to the information sent from the monitoring of the Den Mushi just now, the little devil of the blood flag has reminded us to be careful that these devil fruits are poisonous. Garp didn't know what Jin Yu meant by this. However, as a naval commander, he still had to point it out. As soon as these words fell, many naval commanders present suddenly froze. Those words, everyone present had already heard. However, because of their desire for the devil fruit, they all subconsciously ignored these words. Now that Garp directly pointed out these words, it undoubtedly tightened their nerves. It can be said that regardless of the truth or falsehood of this will probably be a difficult choice placed in front of the Navy headquarters. No. It should be said that anyone who sets foot in this sea area will face the first test of human greed. At least, facing the power of the fruit that is within reach, it is difficult for people to have the heart to refuse. Chapter 1172 Justice is only decided by the winner. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became depressed. Facing Garp's words, the sudden emergence of words undoubtedly broke everyone's hopes and yearnings. After all, Uchiha Chinyu, who was the emperor of the sea just now, directly gave up the devil fruit that Whitebeard and other 3 emperors gave up. Such a heroic move really makes people feel intrigued. Hey, Garp, aren't you praising a pirate too much with your words? Don't forget that in this sea, the law of the jungle prevails, and no one wants to see the enemy become stronger. Akainu said in a deep voice. That guy is famous for his cunningness. Just a few words made us retreat. This is too weak for us. The prestige of the navy. He did say just now that these devil fruits are poisonous, and he also handed over the devil fruits. But I think he is just worried that he will become the target of public criticism after grabbing those devil fruits. After all, no matter how powerful he is, facing the sniping of major forces, he will still be dead. If it were up to me to decide, these devil fruits would be distributed now. As for whether they are poisonous, let my adjutant taste them. Akainu grabbed the devil fruits piled on the deck and threw them to the burly navy general standing behind him. Dorami, this is the fruit you have always dreamed of. Take it now, and don't lose my face. Akainu said in a deep voice. For these devil fruits in front of him, Akainu did advocate early distribution. However, he did this not for any righteous words. Instead, it was the sentence mentioned by the other party when he met him that day. Dorami, don't act rashly. Garp spoke hurriedly. Dorami, this is a key military order that determines whether the Navy headquarters can win. Don't forget that you have applied for 3 years and have not yet obtained the right to distribute the devil fruit. If you give up now, then this pile of devil fruits will not be yours. Akainu snorted and urged. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Dorami. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, Dorami's expression changed continuously, and finally he clenched the devil fruit in his hand and opened his mouth to bite it. Gurgle. Without many chewings, the devil fruit in his mouth was swallowed directly by Dorami. This scene made many people nervous, even Garp was no exception. However, with the passage of time, Dorami's body gradually changed. At the same time as the crisp sound of bones came out, a roar like a mad lion was raised to the sky. Looking at Dorami, who almost broke the loose navy uniform and turned into a human standing lion. The muscles that bulged all over his body, like a rock, full of explosive power, even ignited the heat in the eyes of many people. There is no poison in these devil fruits. Uchiha Chinyu is indeed a liar. Admiral Akainu is right. A rear admiral was the first to exclaim. Although he soon realized that this remark was a bit inappropriate, others soon echoed it. In the eyes of many people, as long as one argument is overturned, everything this person says will be unreliable. At least, what Akainu did undoubtedly verified this statement. Garp was speechless. Okay, this matter ends here. Since everyone wants to distribute the devil fruits in advance, now the minority obeys the majority. Sengoku patted Garp on the shoulder and said. Whoever wants to get a devil fruit will go to Crane to report. As for what fruit can be obtained, it all depends on luck and draw a secret lot. No matter what happens afterwards, you will be responsible for it. As soon as these words fell, the scene was boiling. If we say that we were just discussing the feasibility of the proposal. Now what Zhang Guo said has undoubtedly hammered the matter. Crane's dry bark-like cheeks trembled, and he said with the same expression, "Since Marshal Zhang Guo has agreed, then let me distribute it. I hope that after you get this devil fruit, you can survive the next war." After leaving these words, Crane turned around and left first. 7 or 8 out of 10 of the Navy generals who were interested in getting their hands on the devil fruit left at once. The huge ship deck became empty in an instant. Akainu smiled, glanced at Garp, who looked a little deflated, and said, "Vice Admiral Garp, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the victory of the Navy headquarters. To win in this sea of the survival of the fittest, even if it means doing anything, it is no exception. Durrami, follow me to manage the order in the field." After all, the suggestion of early distribution was proposed by me. Watching Akainu and Durrami walk away at once, Garp did not respond, saying, "Was Sengoku being too reckless? Don't forget what Roger said that day and the iron rules that their pirate group has always followed. As the opponent of Pirate King Roger, who has fought for most of his life on this sea, Garp and Roger are both enemies and friends. Otherwise, Roger would not have entrusted his wife and ace to Garp before his death." Sengoku was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, "Garp, I know all these truths, but don't forget that there is justice behind us. They are all pirates. It is already difficult for the Navy to believe in pirates. And, we can't lose this battle. I hope you can understand." "Understand?" Garp was stunned for a moment, and finally fell into silence. It can be said that Garp's personality has always been on the edge of darkness and light. He would drink with pirates, and his sons and grandsons were either revolutionary soldiers or pirates. He even turned a blind eye to the bandits. In Garp's eyes, as long as you are a good person, no matter what your identity is, you can explain it. However, in the face of the absolute justice of the Navy, as long as anyone is stained with a little stain, it is irreversible. It is precisely because of this that Garp was the first to suffer a disadvantage in the verbal dispute with Akainu. Looking at Sengoku, who also left, Garp sighed faintly. If this is the basis of judging right and wrong, what role do the celestial dragons, the 5 elders, and even I'm play? It seems that, as the blood flag says, just as the kid said, justice is only decided by the winner. I hope, as Roger said, the final island of Raftel can reveal the truth hidden in this world. The voice faded with the sea breeze. As warring states issued orders one after another, the fleet formed by the Navy headquarters undoubtedly accelerated its pace to the final island of Raftel. Chapter 1173, Winning over Blackbeard. What exactly is this place? Am I dead? I, Blackbeard, will not die so easily. Uchiha Chinyu, I will kill you. A hysterical roar suddenly sounded. Blackbeard, who was originally in front of a dark place, suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the bewildered badgers and others. At this moment, they were obviously frightened by Blackbeard's screams, and there was a trace of astonishment on their faces. However, Blackbeard obviously didn't take this embarrassing behavior to heart. His eyes turned and he looked around. This is a palace with beautiful buildings and gold and silver decorations. Whether it is the ceiling or the pillars and corridors around, they are all extremely luxurious, completely refreshing the architectural style of the nouveau riche in Blackbeard's mind. At least, in Blackbeard's eyes, gold and jewelry should all smell like copper. It is completely inconsistent with the tall and noble people in front of him. This is a treasure, this is a huge treasure. If we use it to build our Blackbeard pirates' paradise, it will definitely make the pirates of this sea yearn for it. Blackbeard suddenly woke up and laughed like crazy. Quick, badgers, follow me to see who owns this palace, and we will take it away. The rolling voices echoed in the empty hall and could not be dispersed for a long time. However, facing Blackbeard's order, badgers and others remained indifferent, just squeezed desperately and signaled with their eyes. Asshole, Blackbeard, you are looking for death. A thunderous roar sounded without any warning. A huge domineering aura swept over the first seat of the hall like a raging tide. The sudden impact was like a bucket of cold water poured down on his head, which directly woke Blackbeard up. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked in front of the hall. The 5 figures that first came into view made Blackbeard's pupils shrink suddenly. Especially when he saw the figure sitting in the first seat, shrouded in endless golden light, his face was even more shocked. You are the 5 elders and you saved me just now? In Blackbeard's eyes, the Navy and pirates are incompatible, especially since Blackbeard used the title of Shishibukai to participate in the Battle of Marines caused by the Golden Lion, intending to sneak attack the Admiral of the Navy and seize the Devil Fruit. It can be said that this alone is enough to make the hatred between Blackbeard and the Navy headquarters completely irreconcilable. Faced with the sudden rescue of the 5 elders and Blackbeard felt confused. Blackbeard, in front of Lord I hope you pay attention to your image. A monk's face sank and he shouted sternly, don't forget who saved you from the attack of that little devil. Faced with saving Blackbeard, Yiseng was full of confusion. However, as Im's most loyal subordinate, Yiseng had to obey orders unconditionally. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's face suddenly changed, and he also moved his eyes away, falling on this extremely luxurious palace, and said, Yiseng, I am indeed grateful for your help, but if you plan to avenge the past here, I, Blackbeard, will not sit and wait for death. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 devil fruit powers lurking in Blackbeard's body rose up like a raging tide. In an instant, 2 whirlpools of 7 or 8 meters in size were formed, spanning the hall. Damn Blackbeard, you dare to disrespect Lord Yiseng's face sank, and he roared angrily. However, he was soon stopped by who was shrouded in golden light. Yiseng, retreat first. Dark fruit, and swamp fruit, you are indeed different from others because you can combine the abilities of 2 natural devil fruits. However, I saved you this time not to kill you. At this point, trademark's eyes flashed with gold, and an invisible force swept across the entire hall like a tidal wave. The 2 devil fruit abilities that were originally driven by Blackbeard quickly melted away like winter snow meeting spring. Finally, they were annihilated in full view of the public. Looking at this sudden scene, Blackbeard, even Badgers, and others changed their faces all of a sudden. In their eyes, they thought that after following Blackbeard, this ambitious guy, they could walk sideways on this sea with the help of the bug-like dark fruit. Unfortunately, they never expected that not only did they almost die one after another, but now they have become fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Eden trademark T be surprised, you can regard the means just now as my fruit ability, which offsets your ability. The ethereal voice came from the golden light. However, you should have heard that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Just now you kept saying that you wanted to kill that kid, which made me very satisfied with you, so I want you to help me deal with that kid. Cooperation? Blackbeard's expression could not help but stagnate. He never thought that went to such great lengths just to find him to cooperate. However, when he thought of the 2 fruits that belonged to him just now, the power disappeared out of thin air like winter snow, which made Blackbeard's nerves tense. After many thoughts flashed through his mind, Blackbeard spoke first, you asked me to join forces to deal with that kid, and I, Blackbeard, agree very much, but you should also know that I was almost killed by that kid. If you want to use us as guns, I hope you can take out some devil fruits and give them to my people, so that we can enhance our strength and be more confident to kill that kid. I believe that Lord will not refuse this win-win proposal, right? As soon as these words fell, the expressions of Barges and others changed. Blackbeard's proposal was beyond their expectations, and they were also happy. However, what they saw now were the 5 elders and who were hidden behind the world government. If they were not careful, would get angry and take action because of these words, which would be more than worth the loss. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field became depressing. Not to mention Badgers and others, even Blackbeard was tense and stared at the figure shrouded in golden light. Haha, you are indeed an ambitious guy. If you hadn't said this, I would have thought that I had found the wrong partner. Laughed dryly. Blackbeard, don't worry. I will not only give you the devil fruit you want, but also give you more powerful power. No, I should say that I will give you something that enhances the devil fruit ability. As long as you have it, your strength will be greatly improved. According to my calculations, Blackbeard's strength will increase several times, or even 10 times. Chapter 1174 Gold is like grass. Several times, or even 10 times the power. Badgers and others were stunned. No. It should be said that even Blackbeard was stunned. For them, being able to obtain the devil fruit is already a qualitative change in their own strength. This is already the fastest way to become stronger. However, now that opened his mouth, he threatened to make them stronger. This was undoubtedly beyond their cognition. What's wrong? Don't you believe it? Im's ethereal voice sounded again, but this time, it gave people a soul-shaking feeling. You have also seen the powerful power exerted by Yiseng and others during the Battle of Sea Burial. As long as you have this huge power, it is not a problem to kill the little devil of the blood flag. At this point, Im's eyes suddenly burst into golden light, adding a fascinating taste, and said, or you have never had the courage to seek revenge. Don't forget, landing on the final island of Raftel is the final fight for the position of Pirate King. If you have this power, let alone killing the little devil of the blood flag, you will surpass the 4 emperors and become the final king of this sea. The voice of Chang echoed in the hall, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Regardless of Badges and the others, even Blackbeard's breathing suddenly became heavy, and his eyes were wide open, with an inexplicable heat. Feeling the atmosphere in the field changing, I'm, hidden in the golden light, showed a playful smile. However, before she could continue to speak, a rapid den-den mushy alarm sounded without warning. Gurgle, gurgle, someone landed on the final island Raftel, please issue a response order immediately. Is anyone here? A monk raised his eyebrows and quickly turned on the monitoring of the den-den mushy. The fleet of ships that came into view first made their expressions slightly changed. After all, the pirates who landed first were completely different from what they expected. It was Whitebeard, and following the Moby Dick were Charlotte Linlin and red-haired Shanks. I didn't expect them to arrive earlier than Uchiha Chinyu. Ilum said in a deep voice. Blackbeard, the fact that Lord I'm saved you means that you are the chosen one. We tell you very clearly that this world is just a game led by our world government. The 4 emperors only let them survive in order to prevent this world from being too peaceful. Otherwise, we would have cleared them out long ago. If you are willing to be loyal to Lord I'm, as long as you kill the little devil blood flag, the position of the Sea Emperor will be given to you. Ilum paused, his eyes turned in vain, his face showed murderous intent, and said, of course, you can choose to refuse, but the premise is that you have enough ability to walk out of this door. The faces of Blackbeard and others changed suddenly. They never thought that everything in front of them was not a multiple-choice question from the beginning, but a single choice. Unless they really have the mentality of sending themselves to death, otherwise, in front of the 5 elders who are eyeing them covetously and the unfathomable I'm, it is probably impossible to leave here alive. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. After Blackbeard's expression changed repeatedly, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I will believe you once. If you can really give me the power to kill that kid in the position of the Emperor of the Sea, I will cooperate with you. However, I hope that you can help me kill Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace in the next action. I want to let them know that I, Blackbeard, am not a stray dog. Killing them is definitely easy. The resentful words were mixed with a hint of inexplicable excitement at the end. At least, in the eyes of Blackbeard, Badgers, and others, they have been suppressed by Uchiha Chinyu for a while, and they have felt aggrieved. They are also being chased by Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace. If they can get rid of this anger, they will be happy to see it. Okay, you will feel that today's choice is correct. In the dark world, you will become the king. Please be prepared to accept the power given by Lord I'm. Ilum responded in a deep voice. The next moment, in the first place, the golden light shrouding I'm suddenly exploded. Under the dazzling golden light, a pair of strange eyes turned quickly like a millstone. Blackbeard and others only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and an extremely hot feeling appeared on their foreheads. On the other hand, the final island is the estuary of Raftel. This is a long-abandoned pier, with broken walls covered with moss, and some trees are rooted in the ruins. I don't trademark know how many years it has gone through, and it has grown into a towering forest. However, what shocked people the most was that the buildings in front of them were not simply made of mud and wood, nor steel, but gold. Yes. Whitebeard and others were not mistaken. This was a huge abandoned port in front of them. Perhaps it was occupied by vegetation, but it still could not hide the dazzling golden color on it. What made people feel their pupils shrink and unbelievable was that wherever they looked, they were all cast in gold. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe it. No. It should be said that even if someone really saw it with their own eyes, not many people would believe it. Marco, slap me quickly and see if I am dreaming. What is the relationship between this and the legendary golden town of Shandora, or is the golden city mentioned in the story of the big talker Rolando the final island of Raftel in front of us? Flower Sword Vista was the first to lose his temper. Faced with this slightly self-abuse speech, many people on the scene followed suit. At least, compared with the magnificent dock scene in front of them, their old faces are worthless. Bista, shut up. If you ask me where I have seen so much gold, I'm afraid I have only seen it in the Golden Emperor Desalo. If this dock is completely converted into Bailey, how many billions will it be? Brahmank also expressed his opinion in a hurry. As a pirate, in addition to pursuing absolute power, another pursuit is gold, silver, and jewelry. If there is no such desire, I am afraid that if I want to become a pirate and simply pursue the so-called freedom, the number of people may not be even 1,000th of the current pirates. Ambition is the driving force for people to move forward, and money is the standard of pirates. However, before they can continue to express their opinions, a muttering from Whitebeard's mouth shakes people's nerves like a heavy hammer. Gold is like grass, you said, even the dock is cast in gold. What is behind the dock? Chapter 1175, Take the Initiative. Gold is like grass, what is behind the dock? The muttered and repeated words sounded on the deck of the Moby Dick. Looking at the somewhat absent-minded Whitebeard, not to mention the captains such as Brahmank, even Marco couldn't help but be stunned. It was the first time for them to see Whitebeard and feel out of control about the treasure. After all, the title of the head of the 4 emperors is in front of them. They asked themselves, what big scene have they not encountered? However, facing the golden dock in front of them, it really subverted their cognition. At the same time, they also knew that the money that Whitebeard had plundered had always been used in his hometown. It can be said that Whitebeard needs money more than they do. That's why he was shocked by the golden dock that suddenly appeared in front of him. What's more, as Whitebeard said, even the dock is cast in gold, what will appear behind the dock? This can probably be guessed with your toes. Thinking of this, the people present became restless. As pirates, the existence of gold is as fatally tempting to them as the devil fruit. Dad, should we rush to land and collect gold? Marco spoke first. As soon as this word fell, everyone's nerves were immediately tense. Faced with such free gold, no one was willing to watch it slip through their fingers. However, the thought of having more gold behind the dock also made them eager to tear it apart, and their eager desire for knowledge was also strong. To verify that the guesses and pictures in their minds really exist. No, the estuary has been cast with gold. I think the city built behind the dock will be more magnificent. If we waste time here and let others catch up, I'm afraid it will be more than worth it. Whitebeard came back to his senses, and he didn't care about saving his previous gaffe, and said in a deep voice. Besides, it will probably take a lot of manpower and time to recycle the gold here. Most importantly, don't forget that someone landed on this final island, Raftel, earlier than us. As soon as these words fell, the people who were still immersed in the gentle land of gold woke up one after another. Dad, are you saying that Uchiha Chinyu of the Blood Flag has crossed this pier and headed for the depths of Raftel? Don't they like gold? Brahmank was the first to be unable to hold back. They came to Raftel. Drew, in addition to solving the secrets hidden here, also did not want to return empty-handed. Under this fatal temptation, most of the people present did not believe that there were saints among the pirates. No, Brahmank, you still underestimated him. Ace, who had not spoken, said in a deep voice. Just now, he was the one who could give up hundreds of devil fruits. Don't forget that red-haired Shanks, who was full of reason at the beginning, was unwilling to let go of the distribution of devil fruits in the end. This alone is enough to show that Guy is not the same kind of person as us. I'm afraid he is the one who really came for the secret of Raftel. Chang's voice echoed on the deck of the ship. Facing this, it was a bit like talking to boost others' ambitions and destroy their own prestige. The people present felt that they had no way to refute it. After all, compared with Uchiha Chinyu, they did take the devil fruits for themselves. Okay, you don't have to worry too much. Even if that kid is a saint without desires, what does it have to do with us? Don't forget, we are pirates. This golden pier is very tempting, but as pirates, we must also learn to maximize our benefits. Whitebeard clenched the giant naginata in his hand and said. Since even the pier is made of gold, the things behind the pier will definitely be more valuable, so I think everyone will choose which is more important. If you are willing to continue to go deep into the center of Raftel with me, follow me. After saying this, Whitebeard bent his feet slightly, and then suddenly kicked down, leaping directly to the shore. The sudden scene immediately tensed everyone's nerves. Marco and Ace, who were in the lead, did not hesitate at all and quickly set off to catch up. The pirates who followed closely behind may still have some thoughts about the golden pier here. However, in the face of Whitebeard's order, except for the shipwright who stayed behind, all the members followed. Looking at the golden land that was about to land, many people were excited. "Be careful!" Ace suddenly shouted. As soon as he landed on the ground, he looked up at the sky before he could stand firmly. "Haha, Whitebeard, you guys are really slow. This golden dock is indeed tempting, but you are right. I will go first. This is a gift for you to verify the authenticity of the gold." Fire in the sky. A huge black cloud swept through the sky, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Before they could react, the heat that followed fell from the sky. Boom! The hot flame beam penetrated through the sky. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, who suddenly took action, Whitebeard's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Not long ago, they were still members of the Lynchian Alliance. Although, during the alliance, Whitebeard made a harsh statement that the cooperation was only this time, and the next time they met, they would fight to the death. However, Whitebeard never expected that this slap in the face would come so quickly. Before he could make a move, Charlotte Linlin had already made a move in advance. "Humph, if I let you attack our emperor as soon as I made a move, then I don't know where the face of our pirate group would be. Dad, you go first!" Ace shouted coldly. "Flame ring, great flame emperor!" Bang! The fruit ability dormant in Ace's body was madly activated in an instant. The blazing flames turned into huge pillars of fire under the reversal of Ace's body, colliding with the sky fire that was swooping down. Boom! The violent air waves were reversing, and the flames fell like a rainstorm. Whitebeard's face sank, and he clenched his backhand suddenly, and suddenly hit Charlotte Linlin, who was quickly rushing forward. Air shock Hadoken! Bang! A punch was thrown, and spider web-like cracks spread across the space where the fist passed. The next moment, before everyone could react, the space shattered like a mirror. The violent vibration caused by the air turned into a raging tide, crushing Charlotte Linlin. Feeling this spine-chilling attack, Zeus, who was under Charlotte Linglin's feet, suddenly changed his expression. He quickly flew up into the sky. Chapter 1176, A Crazy Act of 1 against 3. Bang! The violent air wave impact turned into a streak of silk, and crashed directly into the trees and golden buildings in front. Under the huge impact force, the tree that more than a dozen people could hug was crushed. The heavy golden building was overwhelmed and was directly overturned by the impact. For a moment, the direction where Whitebeard's fist was heading was hit by this huge wave of air, and a blank area was torn from the estuary to the rear dock. When the flying dust in the sky was blown away by the wind, Charlotte Linlin, who stayed in the sky and stepped on Zeus, had a livid face. Looking at Zeus, who turned into a black cloud under his feet, his heart was bleeding. Just now, facing Whitebeard's fierce attack, Zeus was the first to withdraw and dodge. However, under the rapid attack, it seemed a little too late, and the aftermath of the air shock tore a huge hole in Yunmu's body. For this kind of damage, Charlotte Linlin does have a way to repair it, but with such a big battle coming, it is necessary to repair the soul. Strength, wasted on repairing Zeus's injuries. Charlotte Linlin was very reluctant. "Hehe, it seems that I am a little late, but now, I am afraid it is not the time for internal strife." The red-haired voice suddenly sounded. "If you really want to fight, it gives me the opportunity to reap the benefits." The Lifus quickly landed with the wind. Red-haired Shanks, who was standing on the deck of the ship, led Ben Beckman and others to land on the dock. Following closely behind was Shura Ghost Jabba. Looking at this sudden third-party force, the atmosphere that was originally tense disappeared in an instant. At least, whether it was Whitebeard or Charlotte Linlin, they were unwilling to let others take advantage of it for nothing. "Humph, Linlin, you crazy woman, I will remember the sneak attack just now. I hope you will not be alone on the next journey." Whitebeard dispersed the tense momentum on his body, stared at him coldly, and said, "Red Hair, I didn't expect that you, who are the farthest away, could arrive at Raftel at almost the same time as us. But since you are here, do you mind if we get some information from Jabba?" Whitebeard paused, turned his eyes, and said, "Jabba, you and Roger landed on Raftel that day. I want to know, is everything here the same as that day?" Facing Raftel, the final island where everything is unknown, Jabba's appearance undoubtedly became a guiding light for everyone in the field. Faced with Whitebeard's questioning, even Red Hair Shanks did not say anything to stop him, but just stared at him. "I'm sorry, except for Captain Roger, we were all trapped in the misty illusion that day, and there was no way to really set foot on Raftel. Jabba's slightly old face showed a trace of apology and shook his head. However, according to Roger's statement afterwards, the Golden Pier here is probably consistent with what he said. If Roger is not lying, after passing through the Golden Pier, you will encounter the Golden City, which contains countless jewels and gold, giving people a supreme and magnificent feeling. The slightly elongated voice echoed on the pier, and at the same time, everyone's nerves were tense. Charlotte Linlin, who was in the void, did not have time to think about it, and hurriedly urged Zeus under her feet to soar into the sky. At the same time, Marco, who was the best at flying in the Whitebeard pirates, also turned into a phoenix and quickly climbed into the sky. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. When the height rose to nearly 100 meters, a huge invisible pressure enveloped it like a mountain. This unexpected impact made Marco and Charlotte Linlin lose their balance and fall head first. However, at this moment, their eyes were fixed on the back of the pier. The first scene that came into their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly, and their faces were full of disbelief. Yes, it is a huge golden city, and there is also a towering tree surrounded by clouds and mist in the center of the island. Two exclamations sounded without warning. They may not know that after 20 years, the fog that trapped Jabba and others in the past will disappear. But in their eyes, the most important thing is that it confirms what Pirate King Roger said. This means that everything presented in front of them is not a dream. Let's go, the secret of Raftel belongs to me, Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin quickly stabilized Zeus. Without time to think about it, he frantically drove the power of the soul to repair the torn Zeus, and hurriedly rushed to the back of the dock. Whitebeard, who saw this scene, had a gloomy face, and did not continue to stop him. He quickly followed with his naginata. If red-haired Shanks hadn't been there, Whitebeard wouldn't mind fighting Charlotte Linlin first before going deeper into Raftel. Unfortunately, now Whitebeard not only didn't want red-haired Shanks to be the winner, but he also wanted to know where Uchiha Chinyu, who had set out for Raftel early in the morning, was. However, just as Whitebeard took a few steps, his nerves suddenly tensed up. Be careful, there is an enemy attack. The roar exploded like thunder, waking up the pirates who were still busy chasing. Before they could react, beams of hot light shot out in the forest. The speed and number were so fast that it was like a rainstorm. Air shock. Fire fist. One sword-style breaking wind. Heavenly fire. One after another roared out. The people present represented the forces of the three parties and the four emperors. In the sea outside, even the Navy headquarters and even the world government are afraid of it. However, no one expected that they would be ambushed on the final island of Raftel. This is a crazy move of 1 against 3. The first person who could do such a crazy thing flashed in their minds was the Blood Flag Pirates, Uchiha Chinyu, who was known as the Emperor of the Sea and overpowered the 4 emperors. Bang! The chaotic explosion storm rolled back like a raging hurricane. The surrounding trees, rocks, and golden buildings were directly shattered and overturned. However, the sneak attack was obviously no match for the joint efforts of the 3 emperors, and the hot beams that came from the sky were directly suppressed and torn apart. There was even an aftermath of the impact, chasing the mountains behind. With the deafening explosion, whether it was Whitebeard, Red-Hair Shanks, or Charlotte Linlin and others, they also frantically urged the observation haki. It quickly extended far away. They were eager to know whether the crazy act of 1 against 3 was done by that guy. Chapter 1177 The Secret of Subverting Cognition. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the violent explosion wave rolled back. It directly raised one side to the ground. Under the rolling dust, many eager eyes, along with the extension of the observation haki, suddenly turned and looked in the direction of the attack. No one. Many people present couldn't help but stagnate. The attack just now was a joint effort of many strong men. However, they didn't believe that this move alone could kill Uchiha Chinyu. No, there is an object moving, everyone be careful. A cry of surprise sounded like thunder. The nerves of Whitebeard and others were tense again. In the observation haki, they also clearly felt that the object was moving at high speed. It was just that at the beginning, these things did not have any signs of life, causing them to completely ignore the moving objects. If you find the enemy, start to eliminate it immediately. A mechanized voice suddenly sounded. A series of steel bodies like metal casting flashed in the dust, giving people the feeling that they were like the PX pacifists in the headquarters of the Navy. However, they are undoubtedly more advanced than the PX pacifists. Not only are they equipped with laser weapons, but also with suspension devices. Expel the invaders immediately. A mechanized voice sounded again. Hundreds of robots, the laser weapons on their bodies suddenly opened, directly locked on Whitebeard and others. Bang bang bang! Hundreds and thousands of dazzling lights lit up, and in an instant they turned into starlight, piercing through the sky and earth, and went straight to Whitebeard and others. The sudden attack made everyone in the field change their faces suddenly. They had the worst plan, that is, to encounter Uchiha Chinyu. However, they never thought that they would encounter a group of non-humans now. Moreover, this kind of non-humans, in the final island of Raftel, is probably not a minority. Most importantly, the feeling these non-humans gave Whitebeard was that they did not have the flavor of the years left over from history. It was as if they had always existed and been managed in an orderly manner for a long time. This gave people the feeling that this island was controlled by humans. These non-humans in front of him were the first-level guardians of this island. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Whitebeard's mind. Feeling the oncoming attack, he did not have time to think too much. He clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand again and swung them out suddenly through the air. Air shock. Bang! With one punch, the space barrier collapsed. The incoming laser beam was directly shattered like paper. At the same time, the violent air wave that was raised rushed towards hundreds of non-human figures with a crushing posture that was still powerful. Looking at Whitebeard, who turned the world upside down with one move, everyone present was awakened and turned their eyes quickly to look at the hundreds of robots. They were eager to know whether these robots could withstand such a powerful attack. Turn on the electromagnetic defense. A mechanized voice sounded at the right time. Hundreds of robots scattered in the sky were arranged in a formation in an instant. With a press of both hands in the air, the electromagnetic crackling opened and directly connected into a huge electromagnetic net of thousands of meters. The next moment, without any fancy moves, it collided with Whitebeard's attack head-on. Bang! The huge impact force was like a tidal wave. Under the violent air wave, the ruins around were shattered again. Even the Golden Pier seemed to be overwhelmed, and a large number of buildings were overturned. While a large amount of sand and dust rushed into the sky, the hundreds of robots that stayed in the void and opened the electromagnetic shield just flew back hundreds of meters and stabilized the formation again. Seeing this scene, the faces of many people present changed suddenly. As a pirate, he has survived for a long time on the sea, and was able to come here alive. The people present were not fools. When they saw the strange scene in front of them, they realized that something was wrong. Dad, is this really the final island of Raftel? Marco swooped down hurriedly, with a trace of solemnity on his face. As the second in command of Whitebeard, he was a think tank and also smelled something unusual. Marco, this is exactly the same place as Captain Roger told us. The seas and islands we encountered along the way are the same, but except for Captain Roger, we have never really landed on the island. Jabba hurriedly explained. After all, when he came here, he patted his chest as a guide. He even used Roger as a bargaining chip for integrity. If something went wrong at this critical moment, I'm afraid it would not only be his shame, but also the former Roger. Jabba, don't be nervous, we know that this matter has nothing to do with you. Red-haired Shanks landed on the side of Whitebeard and spoke first. It seems that from the beginning, the navigation chart of the final island Raftel was leaked. This was a trap, but I didn't expect that the trap would be revealed so quickly. Is it that the black hand behind the trap can't hold back? Or has the prey he is waiting for come and he plans to close the net? The inexplicable words made everyone in the field pause. Looking at red-haired Shanks, his face was calm, as if everything was under control. Expression. Charlotte Lingling roared angrily, "Red-haired kid, don't tell me that you already know what you will encounter on this final island. And what are the other baits? As the dignified 4 emperors, they have encountered obstacles everywhere, not only on the sea because of provoking the Blood Flag pirates. I thought that the appearance of the final island Raftel could change their unlucky situation. I never thought that it might be a trap now." However, before the red-haired man could speak, a noisy sound came from the sea in the distance. Dense black shadows approached quickly at the end of the sea. Those pirate flags fluttering in the wind, each of them is a pirate who can be a little famous in the New World. What they didn't expect was that the leading one was a golden pirate ship. It was from the command of Gaizad Tizero, known as the Golden Emperor. Standing on the front of the deck of the ship, he was also wearing a pink suit. Following closely behind him, there were a group of subordinates and an unexpected figure. Descendant of the Devil, Douglas Barrett. Seeing this scene, even Whitebeard and others could not help but frown. They never thought that two difficult and unrelated characters would be mixed together. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never want to believe that all this was true. However, this was just the beginning of the idea. But now everything about the final island of Raftel is shrouded in mystery. Their appearance made Charlotte Lingling and others happy to see it. Chapter 1178 Messengers from the Four Emperors. And the navy has arrived too. Someone exclaimed. The eyes of everyone present were drawn again, and they looked along the distant horizon. The first thing that came into view was a battleship fleet composed of dozens of navy ships. The flag representing justice was also fluttering in the wind. Looking at the various forces that suddenly appeared, both Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling smelled something unusual. No. It should be said that everything in front of him seemed to confirm what red-haired Shanks had just said. Was the final island Raftel just a trap, waiting for the bait to arrive before closing the net? Marshal Sengoku, it's Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and Charlotte Lingling. Hua Shaishan took down the telescope and reported first. Except for the resurrected Kaido, the remaining 3-4 emperors have arrived. However, no members of the Blood Flag Pirates and Uchiha Chinyu were found on the scene. Only the Golden Emperor Tizero was found mixed with the demon descendant Barrett. Hua Shaishan paused, glanced again, and said, moreover, the number of pirates who appeared is more than we expected. A rough estimate is probably as high as 100,000. This time, the number of people from our navy added up to only nearly 20,000 elites, a difference of 5 times, and this is not counting the pirate groups under the command of the 3-4 emperors. If they are all counted, the gap in our numbers will be even greater. Once these pirates really join forces for the first time, it will probably be a nightmare for us. Chang's voice echoed on the deck, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. It made the faces of the navy soldiers on the scene suddenly pale. They came to fight for the final island, Raftel, with the mentality of going to die. However, they didn't want to lose their lives in this kind of human wave tactics before they could achieve anything. At least, in their eyes, the tenfold difference in numbers was simply hard to accept. Humph, Hua Shaishan, shut up. This is to boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige. Akainu, who had been gloomy all the time, was the first to shout coldly. Don't forget, this time our navy headquarters is jointly going to war with the world government. Just based on the current situation, you rashly make a conclusion. This is probably not appropriate. Also, these pirates don't want to unite like an iron barrel. If you really want them to join forces, it's probably harder than climbing to the sky. Don't forget, our navy headquarters, this time they are all elite. Even without you, I can kill them all by myself. The thunderous voice echoed in the field. Faced with Akainu's ruthless words, the slightly depressing atmosphere that had sprouted on the deck was also dispelled at once. Hua Shaishan, who was the first to report, was a little embarrassed. However, in the case of the overall situation, they temporarily fell into silence. Okay, you don't have to argue anymore. Zhang Guo said at the right time. General Kong, who had agreed to meet with us, has not shown up yet. At the dock, Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling, red-haired Shanks, and others, after seeing a large number of pirates and the appearance of the navy, not only did they not rush to the depths of the island, but they continued to stay here. I'm afraid there is something wrong with this. Wrong? Kizaru raised his drooping eyelids and said obscenely with a crooked mouth, Marshal Zhangguo, do you mean that they are waiting for our fleet of the navy headquarters to approach and destroy us in one fell swoop? If that's the case, this is probably bad news for us. Don't forget, General Kong, who originally promised to help us, has not shown up yet, which will make us misjudge our own strength and it will be difficult to gain an advantage among the pirates. In this situation, Marshal Sengoku, should we risk landing, or just stare here? As an admiral, Kizaru is indeed qualified to speak out. However, facing Kizaru's words, Whitebeard wanted to slap him in the face. What a joke! This undoubtedly destroyed the morale and people's hearts that had just been boosted. However, Sengoku knew clearly that Kizaru was right. Facing the unclear situation in front of them, and without the support of the commander-in-chief, landing on the island rashly would definitely be a dead end. Look, someone is coming here. A cry of surprise directly brought everyone back to their thoughts. Garp narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his eyebrows and said, It's Marco, the captain of Whitebeard's first team. What is he doing here? From the moment they arrived at the final island, Raftel, and met each other, they were already standing on opposite sides, and they were in a situation where they would fight to the death if they disagreed. Originally, in the eyes of many people, they were waiting for thousands of pirates, holding up shining blades, shouting and killing, and rushing towards them. Now there is only Marco under Whitebeard, which undoubtedly subverts their cognition. Is this a messenger from the four emperors? Marshal Sengoku, let me shoot him down. Akainu stepped out, his body covered with hot molten lava, steaming up large waves of heat. Whether it was the setbacks during this period, or driven by the new powerful force, Akainu was eager to show off. Everything was to get a brilliant start in the battle for the final island of Raftel, to revive his former reputation. Only by doing this, Akainu can firmly believe that after this farce in Raftel, he can take the position of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters and replace Sengoku. No need, the two armies do not kill the envoys in battle, this has always been the default rule. Sengoku stopped him in a deep voice. Now that Marco has come alone, it has already shown Whitebeard's sincerity. Also, I also want to figure out what is going on now. Whitebeard and his men are the vanguard, why don't they rush into the hinterland of Raftel first, but stay here instead? Now let Marco come to our place. If I'm not mistaken, they will probably send someone to contact Tesoro and the others next. As soon as these words fell, many people subconsciously looked in the direction. The scene they saw was exactly the same as what Sengoku said. It was seen that this time, not only Ben Beckman under Red Hair Shanks, but also Katakuri, the leader of the three generals under Charlotte Linlin, was on the move. Compared with Marco, the two could not fly directly. However, their attainments in physical skills were obviously not to be underestimated. After several ups and downs, they stepped directly on the moon steps and rushed to the huge golden ship that was sailing quickly to the shore. Faced with this sudden and strange behavior, the pirates following the golden ship couldn't help but change their expressions. Chapter 1179 Roger's Scam. The huge sea surface suddenly fell into depression. Faced with the sudden and inexplicable behavior of the four emperors, let alone the people of the Navy headquarters and a group of pirates, even Tesoro and Barrett, who had joined forces, couldn't help but look gloomy, looking a little surprised. However, at their level, in order to fight for the final island of Raftel in the fingers of the four emperors, the two resolutely joined forces. They also have the means to awaken the devil fruit ability, which is the root of their confidence. Facing the two people who suddenly rushed to the golden ship, Tesoro was the first to speak. Haha, I didn't expect that we came at the right time and could see the style of the four emperors. However, since the navigation map of the final island of Raftel was exposed, this secret of the treasure belonging to the Pirate King is a chance for everyone to compete. If, this time, the four emperors are going to send people together to persuade us to leave, this may be a bit unreasonable. Of course, if you say that you want to use force to repel us, then each one will use his own means. I believe that all the pirate colleagues and the Navy present do not want to return empty-handed. The small voice, through the golden luxurious amplifier, turned into a broadcast, echoing endlessly on the sea with the sea breeze. The pirates, who were originally like a pot of loose sand, seemed to have reached a common goal in an instant. After all, they were not stupid people, and they knew clearly that if they were not qualified to land on the island, they would not be qualified to fight for it. Even Kid and others who were hiding in the crowd and had already reached an alliance agreement showed a look of common hatred. Looking at the various forces standing on the same front at once, Katakuri and Ben Beckman did not change their expressions at all. They are all regarded as the strongest vice-captains under the four emperors. Whether in terms of military power or intelligence, they are all first-class existences. It can be said that they now represent the face of the four emperors, and they must not let down at this critical juncture and shame the four emperors. Facing the many eyes watching in the field, the distance of thousands of meters only took a few minutes for the two of them to land steadily on the golden splint not far from Tesoro in full view of the public. Without any hesitation, Ben Beckman exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, I didn't expect that the Golden Emperor Tesoro, who is known for loving money, would join forces with Barrett, a former member of Roger's pirate group. I thought you were just, he is interested in money, but has no idea about the final island, Raftel. As a pirate and the strongest vice-captain under the four emperors, it is obvious that this is not the first time he and Tesoro have met. Haha, Ben Beckman, you are still the same, you like to guess. Tesoro laughed. I do love money, but I also want to know what the former pirate king Roger saw here that made him willing to die. Also, I want to know now, are you 3-4 emperors going to join forces to stop us here, and then share the secret of Raftel alone? If this is really the case, I am afraid that not only me, but also others, and even the Navy headquarters are unwilling to agree to your willful request. As soon as these words fell, the noisy sounds of the entire sea disappeared at once. All eyes were fixed on Ben Beckman and Katakuri, forming an inexplicable depression and urgency. They had come here with great difficulty, and no one was willing to return empty-handed for the secrets hidden in the final island, Raftel. What's more, there were people blocking the way in front, and they didn't mind putting in a little effort in the back. Sorry, Tizero, you guessed wrong this time. Ben Beckman smiled faintly and bit his cigar, saying. This time, Katakuri and I came together. It's not to order you to leave. It's just to show our sincerity that we will act together. We came here this time to bring the Three Kings' intentions, inviting you to go to the island together and solve the biggest scam told by Pirate King Roger. The small voice seemed to be filled with magic sound at this moment, and it dispersed with the sea breeze. Faced with this sudden verbal invitation, the pirates present, even Tizero and Barrett, were all stiffened. The fleet of the Navy headquarters not far away, and the expressions of the naval commanders at this moment were also the same. That feeling was obviously the same as what Marco said. Ben Beckman, what are you talking about? The final island Raftel is a lie of Roger? The estuary pier is obviously cast in gold, which is the biggest treasure. Barrett was the first to lose his temper and roared angrily. Barrett is known as the successor of the devil. In the process of growth, except for Roger who could suppress him and make him do things a little more restrained. The rest of the people could not stop Barrett's madness at all. After Roger's death, Barrett lost the goal of fighting and moving forward like an unlocked beast. No. It should be said that he lost the standard scale to measure his own strength and became a monster that only knew how to destroy. At present, the navigation map of the final island Raftel was exposed, and various forces appeared. Let Barrett smell a chance to prove that he is the strongest. At the same time, he also eagerly wanted to take the route that the former Pirate King had taken. Only in this way can he use another method to prove that he has surpassed Roger. However, now that he came here with great ambitions, he was told that this might be a lie of the Pirate King Roger. This made Barrett feel like a punch on cotton, with no place to vent his anger. Ben Beckman, what nonsense are you talking about? We have experienced many dangers and arrived at the last island on the nautical chart. Now you tell us that this is Roger's scam. I hope you can find an excuse to let us leave, and find an excuse that can make it go away. Instead of this kind of despicable lie. Barrett roared angrily. If I know that you are lying to me, don't blame me for killing you. Even Shanks, that kid, can't save you. The rolling voices once again pulled back everyone's thoughts. With their nerves tense, their eyes turned in unison and locked on Ben Beckman again. They were eager to know the so-called Pirate King Roger scam. Is it a scam of the 4 emperors, or is it real? Barrett, you don't have to stare at me. Whether this is Roger's scam or not, you will know when you land on the island. Ben Beckman exhaled a cigarette. If there are no other questions, then follow us to the island first. After all, those guys may not be able to wait. Chapter 1180. You can try it. The vast sea fell into an inexplicable silence. Looking at the 3 figures who left after saying something. Whether it was Tizero or Barrett, even the people in the Navy headquarters were all shocked. This was completely different from the way they imagined. In their eyes, this was the final island, Raftel. Before arriving at this island, they had already had the idea of fighting to the death in their hearts. The scene that appeared in front of them now overturned their cognition. Humph, Marshal Sengoku, this is definitely a trap set by Whitebeard and others, trying to lure us to relax our vigilance and land, and then attack us by surprise. Akainu snorted coldly and spoke first. On the way here, we obtained 98 devil fruits, which have already been taken by others. Perhaps, the number of elite troops in our Navy headquarters cannot match those pirates, but with the newly added 98 devil fruit ability users, the combat power is simply beyond the reach of the pirates. As long as you give the order and let me lead the team personally, I will definitely make these pirates pay a heavy price. The low voice dissipated with the sea breeze. The naval officers present, the soldiers, and even the generals, couldn't help but change their faces slightly. They have always been aware of Akainu's bellicosity. However, they never expected that at this critical moment, Akainu would propose such a reckless decision. This kind of quick success and instant benefits is indeed beyond their cognition. Akainu, be patient. Sengoku said in a deep voice. They are indeed pirates, but in this situation, they cannot be allowed to cheat. If they really have any ideas, I believe that others will also be impatient. If you don't want to go ashore, stay on the ship to guard the back. Garp, you guys follow me to see what medicine is sold in Whitebeard's gourd. After leaving these words, under the signal of Sengoku's eyes, dozens of battleships also set sail. After seeing this scene, Tesoro and other pirates changed their faces slightly, and they couldn't wait to set off. In the eyes of many pirates, they may not be able to compete for the ultimate secret hidden in Raftel. However, even the dock at the entrance to the sea is made of gold. This alone is enough to give them the courage to fish in troubled waters. As for the pirate fleets that originally belonged to the 3-4 emperors, when Marco and the other two left, they also caught up early. Looking at the various forces that expressed their positions at once, Whitebeard and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Subconsciously looking behind them, the robots that suddenly stopped attacking and were suspended in the air like a sculpture, staring at them, couldn't help but look gloomy. Whether it is Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, or even Charlotte Linlin, they are not fools. If these robots, when they appeared, they would attack crazily. Unlike now, they suddenly stopped the offensive. This would not arouse too much suspicion for them. However, from the crazy attack in the previous moment to the current staring and temporary ceasefire, instead, they smelled a hint that these robots seemed to be controlled by people. Time passed by minute. Looking at the ships approaching quickly, Whitebeard and his companions turned their heads and looked behind them. The first thing that came into view was the Navy generals led by Sengoku, as well as Tesoro and Barrett, who were like representatives of the pirates. Behind them, there were a large number of people following in groups. In addition to the people who stayed on the ship just in case, there were tens of thousands of people filling the dock. Many people cast their ardent eyes on this luxurious dock with gold pouring. Not to mention the Navy generals, if they were not afraid of the occasion, I am afraid that the pirates who had been ready to move would be the first to lose their temper and fight for it. Whitebeard, what is your gourd selling? If you plan to use some despicable means to sneak attack, then ask first, my fists. Akainu had just stood firm behind Sengoku, and he was the first to lose his temper and shouted angrily. For Akainu, he is now full of thoughts, but he is eager to show his new power. Only by doing this can he recover the face lost during this period. However, after arriving at the sea area where the final island Raftel is located, the repeated shouting made Akainu feel like punching cotton with a punch, with no place to go. Humph, Akainu, if you want to fight, you can go to those dogs at the door, they will definitely be very happy. Diamond Jaws shouted coldly first. However, as soon as these words fell, they quickly pried everyone's nerves, and their eyes turned in unison, looking in the direction pointed by Diamond Jaws. The first thing that came into view was a group of robots suspended in the void, like sculptures, guarding with a covetous look. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many people changed at once. They finally understood why Whitebeard and others were stagnant here. I'm afraid all this is inseparable from these robots in front of them. Whitebeard, you said these are the guards on the island, what's going on? Zhangguo's face darkened and he asked first. The shocked people all turned their eyes and locked onto Whitebeard. A moment ago, in their imagination, the final island, Raftel, should be a huge treasure. The golden pier did fit their perception. However, the sudden appearance of the guards, does this mean that this island has an owner? Moreover, the power that controls the island is still a giant, otherwise it would not have technology beyond this era, right? Zhangguo, you also saw that we were not much earlier than you. Whitebeard said in a deep voice without keeping the secret. These broken irons are not just for show. They did fight with us just now. It feels like the first line of defense for this island. If I'm not mistaken, the person hiding behind the scenes is still monitoring through these broken irons, otherwise they wouldn't have stopped suddenly. If you don't believe it, you can launch an offensive and try. We haven't touched the treasures and everything inside. As soon as these words fell, Whitebeard took the lead in making way. The people guarding behind him were stunned for a moment, and then they also dodged and walked to the sides, signaling them to try. Seeing this abnormal initiative, let alone Sengoku, even Tesoro and Barrett and others, their faces changed. In their eyes, let alone pirates, even ordinary people are unwilling to give up treasures easily. Not to mention, facing the final island, Raftel. Chapter 1181. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Facing Whitebeard's excessive initiative, the atmosphere in the field became a little depressing. After all, in their eyes, he is the existence of the four emperors. When will he be so polite? Humph, you are just a bunch of broken iron, and you are stopped here. It seems that your reputation has fallen, Whitebeard. Barrett suddenly stood out from the crowd. His huge body is not much inferior to Whitebeard. The violent aura dormant in his body also rose with his steps. You have also heard what Whitebeard said. No one has ever set foot on Raftel. Since someone is protecting it, its value will be higher. As long as we are the first to rush in, the benefits we get will be greater. At this point, Barrett clenched his fists and said with a ferocious smile, "Come on, let's release the wildness of pirates and attack with me. This is the road that Pirate King Roger has walked, so I, Barrett, can definitely pass it." The low voice, at this moment, seemed to be mixed with a bewitching taste between the lines. Some pirates who were already ready to move, their eyes became hot. Many people are very clear about the principle of shooting the bird that sticks out. But now that the bird that sticks out has already been there, those who follow the crowd undoubtedly feel that they are not responsible for the crime. "Lord Barrett, I'm Black Steel with a bounty of 300 million berries. I'm willing to go with you and give it a try." "Lord Barrett, I'm Mad Wolf with a bounty of 180 million berries. "Lord Barrett, I'm Fulanese with a bounty of 230 million berries. A series of echoes rang out one after another. Seeing more and more pirate captains set off, the pirates who were still waiting and watching were the first to lose their patience. In their eyes, if the four emperors had taken action earlier, they would have lost their share of the final island, Raftel. Now that Whitebeard has given them a chance, and Barrett is leading the charge. Faced with these easy-to-get, free opportunities, as a pirate licking blood on the edge of a knife. Who can keep calm? "I'm coming too. Wait a minute, I want to go too." The chaotic calls rang out one after another in every corner of the huge dock. Hundreds and thousands of people poured out, and finally gathered into a huge queue with Barrett as the center. The dark camp, roughly estimated, at least reached tens of thousands. If there were not enough places to stand, Whitebeard and others, I believe that the number of these red-eyed pirates would be even greater. Dad. Flower Sword Vista was the first to lose his temper. Facing Barrett's coming forward, it was undoubtedly beyond many people's expectations. At least, under the command of the four emperors, many people thought that they were the first to arrive. They should be the first to enter Raftel. Now this opportunity was handed over by Whitebeard. This undoubtedly made them a little difficult to accept. "Vista, Dad has his plans, we just need to wait for the results here." Marco patted Vista on the shoulder and said. "Don't forget," Dad said when he came here, "that our primary goal is not the final island of Raftel, but to take us back safely. Now someone is testing for us, why not do it?" Hearing this, the crew, who were a little agitated like Vista, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and even cast a grateful look at Marco. They knew clearly that without Marco's words, facing the ultimate temptation of the final island of Raftel, they would definitely fall into it like other red-eyed pirates. Become a guide stone in the hands of others, and don't know. Looking at the entrance that was gradually occupied by pirates, Barrett, who was standing in the first place, had a more teasing look on his face, and said, "Okay, the number of people is almost there. I hope everyone can survive in the next attack and successfully enter Raftel. The secrets hidden in it will also be shared by you." At this point, Barrett looked back at Whitebeard and others, and his big hands suddenly clenched. "I'm sorry, you don't dare to come up, so let me occupy Raftel first." "Kill." He said one word. Barrett stomped down with a big step, and his huge body, like an iron tower, directly made the ground roar. The next moment, in full view of everyone, he turned into a beast and rushed towards the robots in the void. Unlike other pirates who wanted to fish in troubled waters and find an opportunity to sneak through this line of defense, Barrett is a man who advocates the supremacy of force. He can break into the depths of Raftel. But the premise is that he can smash a bloody path with this pair of iron fists. Kill. The sound of shouting and killing resounded through the sky. The charge of tens of thousands of pirates and the black lineup made people feel numb. The robot, who was originally guarding in the void and was slightly larger in size, suddenly lit up. "There are intruders, clear them out immediately." A mechanized voice suddenly sounded. Thousands of robots that were suspended in the void started up instantly. As the laser gun barrels were exposed, there was a dazzling golden light that quickly bloomed. Looking at this sudden scene, many naval generals such as Zhang Guo changed their faces. Facing this means of attack, they felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in their hearts. However, before those robots could make a move, the afterimage brought by Barrett and the sound of breaking through the air had already taken the lead and appeared in front of the leading robot. Haha, capture the thief first. I don't know what you are capable of, but I just want to see whether your body is strong or my fist is hard. The strongest fist. Buzz. The inky black armament haki surged on Barrett's fist. While the Ryuuko was flowing, there was no hesitation at all, and it slammed towards the robot's head. Boom. The distance was so close, but it was approached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the robot that could be directly knocked away in the next moment, Barrett's pupils also showed a crazy look. It seemed that victory was already in his grasp. However, this thought just flashed through his mind. The robot, who was so close, had a dazzling blood-red light in his eyes. The next moment, an indescribable violent aura spread out with it as the center. It is planning to self-destruct. Katakuri, who had been silent, had a flash of red light in his eyes. It was obvious that from the beginning, he had pushed his observation haki to the extreme, and captured the short future at this moment. Chapter 1182. Is it the secret of Roger's strength? Self-destruction? Barrett's face changed slightly. He was not a weakling either. Perhaps his attainments in observation haki were not as high as Katakuri's. However, when things evolved to this extent, anyone who had experienced many battles could instantly detect that something was wrong. However, unlike ordinary people, Barrett's face flashed a trace of cruelty when he looked at the robot that was about to self-destruct. The speed of the punch that was suddenly thrown out increased by several points. Damn guy, no one can make Barrett retreat. Bang! A punch landed, and the huge impact force was released like a tidal wave. The robot flew back more than 10 meters and crashed directly into the robot queue behind him. The next moment, a hot wave of air rushed out of the robot's body. Boom! The fire exploded all at once, and the hot flames rolled back like a hurricane, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Facing this huge wave of fire that rose from the sky, the first person to be affected was Barrett. Then came the pirates who rushed forward behind him. As for Whitebeard and others who were farther away, they had already prepared for defense under Katakuri's reminder. Looking at the surging flames, Whitebeard stood there with a giant naginata, looking indifferent. As expected of that guy's subordinate, he is indeed a madman. However, if we trouble our king to take action because of this attack, it may be a bit inappropriate. Flame Emperor Great Flame Ring. Phoenix Green Flame. Ace and Marco rushed out first. The two different flames collided with the flames that rolled back in with no less of a posture. At the same time, Prometheus beside Big Mom also transformed into a huge sun posture, holding a large piece of flame, blocking Big Mom's front, and blocked the flames like Ace. As for red-haired Shanks, the means used by his subordinate Loki were obviously not as fancy as those of the Devil Fruit ability user. In full view of the public, he grabbed the giant iron hammer on his back with his backhand. With his 10 fingers clenched suddenly, without any fancy, he smashed it down head-on. Bang! The giant hammer, mixed with violent Ryuo domineering, instantly collided with the flames that were coming from the sky. The impact of the two sides, who did not give in to each other, made the entire dock crack as if it could not bear the weight. As for the navy, Akainu, who had been looking for an opportunity to attack, had already blocked it with a dark face. However, compared with this opportunity that seemed a bit different from what he had imagined, he was obviously unhappy. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions sounded one after another on the dock. Under the violent flames and air waves, large areas of trees and buildings were overturned and shattered. However, facing this unusually lively situation, Whitebeard and others, who had no intention of taking action, raised their observation haki to the extreme. They not only wanted to cover this dock, but also spread it far away. Another thing is coming. Someone exclaimed, and even Whitebeard's face changed. If the robots just now were only a few thousand. Then now, according to their observation haki, the number captured is at least tens of thousands. The dense and fast-rushing posture from all directions is simply a headache. It seems that the self-explosion just now was not only intended to seriously injure Barrett by surprise. It also intends to use this method to ask for help and let other mechanical guards come to support. Damn guy, you actually want to kill me with this method, you underestimate me. Barrett roared angrily. He could accept a bloody fight, but he absolutely could not accept such a despicable attack. Before everyone could react, the flames in the sky were torn apart, and a figure rushed out in full view of everyone. Barrett suddenly had a broken robot head in his hand. Without any fancy moves, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched in full view of everyone. Bang! The robot's head was crushed. Under the scattered debris, a green light like phosphorus fire quickly bloomed. The next moment, under the astonished eyes of many people, the green light directly penetrated into Barrett's arm. The arm that was originally wrapped with armament haki, which seemed indestructible, gave people a feeling of paper mache under the green light. This scene made Barrett's face change suddenly. After all, armament haki is his capital for close combat. If this green light can ignore the armament haki and attack, it will undoubtedly make him feel a lot of fear. However, before Barrett could react, a huge force poured into his body like a frenzy. The next moment, the exposed muscles bulged like a rock, and Barrett's eyes lit up. This is Raftal's secret treasure. I know why Roger's physical skills are so powerful. It turns out that killing a mechanical guard can increase one's strength. The small voice was obviously infinitely amplified under the effect of the observation haki. Even Whitebeard and others who have been watching, their expressions changed. The appearance of these mechanical guards is indeed beyond their cognition. But they never expected that these mechanical guards actually have such a strange effect. Whoosh! A mechanical guard with an arm and thigh broken by the explosion rushed out in the flames. Just planning to continue the offensive. Barrett, who was in the void and felt the pleasure of becoming stronger brought by the green light entering his body, locked his eyes on the mechanical guard. Without any fancy moves, he stepped forward and turned into a sharp arrow again, shooting towards the mechanical guard. The distance of hundreds of meters was just a blink of an eye, and a mechanical voice sounded first. Spot the enemy, and destroy it immediately. However, before it could make a move, Barrett's big hand covered with armed color domineering had already covered it directly. Go to hell! Boom! The broken mechanical head shattered with a sound under the clenching of 5 fingers. A green light, like a mark, looked a circle smaller than the green light just now. However, it also appeared and directly drilled into Barrett's body. Although, this time Barrett's breath did not show a significant surge like before. But the bulging muscles undoubtedly told people that he was getting stronger. Power, it is indeed power. Barrett scattered the fragments of the mechanical guard in his hand, and a trace of extreme fanaticism appeared on his face. If for ordinary pirates, the most desired thing is treasure, then for Barrett, only power can make him so crazy. Chapter 1183 Fighting for the Power of the Guardian. Haha, this is power. I finally know why Roger is stronger than me. As long as I get the power of all the guardians here, I will be the strongest existence in this sea. The crazy laughter echoed in the sky like thunder, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Looking at Barrett, who had obviously changed, Whitebeard and others who had been watching on the scene also changed their faces slightly. Especially in the navy, Akainu, who had just blocked the explosion and flames, his expression changed suddenly, and there was a trace of disbelief on his face. The green light in front of him evoked the scene when he met the 5 elders in Im that day. If he remembered correctly, this strange power should be related to the strength he pursued. This trace of green light may not be as strong as the power he possessed. However, there are at least tens of thousands of mechanical guardians in the field. If each mechanical guardian has a trace of this strange power, that means it is far stronger than the power he has now. In Akainu's eyes, Barrett is a monster. If he is allowed to get this power, then, I am afraid that he can really challenge the major forces by himself. However, what Akainu is most concerned about is this power. If he gets it, can he crush the 4 emperors such as Whitebeard? Even defeat Uchiha Kainu, the captain of the Blood Flag Pirates who has repeatedly defeated him? Thinking of this, Akainu was the first to lose his temper and shouted in a hurry, "Hurry up and grab the mechanical guardian. Those green lights have the effect of enhancing the power of the devil fruit and improving physical fitness." Dogtooth Red Lotus. The hot magma rushed out of Akainu's hand without any fancy moves, and hit it hard in the air. Bang! The giant dog transformed by the magma directly tore the ruins of the building that was overturned and attacked. At the same time, Akainu's magma rolled back and turned into a meteor flame, shooting towards the center of the explosion. The dormant observation haki in his body quickly swept through the scene and instantly locked onto the closest mechanical guardian. Facing these, the troublemakers who were the last to be encountered have now become a coveted existence in Akainu's eyes. In Sakazuki, what do you mean by what you said just now? Sengoku's expression changed drastically. He had been waiting in the field, but he had not made any move, and there was no conflict with the pirates. All this was to let Barrett be a guide stone, to find out the situation first, and then make other plans. Now Akainu's sudden attack completely overturned their cognition. You bastard, dare to seize the treasure I found, go to hell. The crazy smile on Barrett's face froze for a moment, and then he roared angrily. Under the domineering backflow of his right fist, he directly exerted the shaving to the extreme, and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the magma giant dog. Bang! With a punch, the violent air wave exploded. The huge magma giant dog was directly crushed. At the same time, Barrett took the lead and grabbed the mechanical guardian that Akainu had locked on. Break it! Barrett roared with a hideous smile, and the head of the mechanical guardian that had been injured by the explosion was crushed. A green light flashed directly from the core hidden in the head and directly penetrated into Barrett's body. The violent power injection made the already bulging muscles tighten again. A green pattern even left a faint mark on Barrett's forehead. Barrett didn't take the strange scene to heart. At this moment, what he valued most in his eyes was how to kill more guardians and plunder the strange power they possessed. Barrett, you've gone too far. Akainu's face suddenly turned pale, and his right hand hit out again in the air as the hot magma on his body rolled back. The burning river spewed fire. Bang! The boiling magma gushed out, turning into a magma river, and attacked Barrett across the air. Feeling the hot lava coming towards him, the crazy smile on Barrett's face faded a little, and he turned around and glanced at it with disdain. Humph, this is a world where the weak are preyed on by the strong. If you don't accept it, just come and rob it. Get out of here. Bang! The armed color domineering hidden in Barrett's body was directly detonated. The black domineering aura covered his whole body in an instant, and his fists were like cannonballs, smashing out in the face. Boom! The lava splashed all over the sky. Barrett's huge body flew backwards directly. Looking at the figure that was still unscathed, Akainu's face became more ferocious. Be careful, those guardians are here to support. Sengoku shouted in a hurry. Barrett and Akainu, who were fighting, changed their expressions slightly, and a rapid sound of air-piercing sounded. Soon they saw two black shadows, who appeared in front of them one step ahead. The speed was so fast that it felt like teleportation. Before they could react, the pitch-black blade, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, chopped down head-on. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Maximum Destruction Fist. Barrett and Akainu roared at the same time. The molten lava gushed out, and the violent fist force rolled back, directly covering the two incoming black shadows. Bang! The black shadow was instantly knocked away and fell hundreds of meters away. Only then did it stop. Looking at the mechanical creatures that stayed in the void with their wings flapping, many people on the scene changed their faces slightly. This is Mantis, and the most important thing is that the sharp blade in its hand is inlaid with sea stone fragments as a weapon to restrain the Devil Fruit ability users. If Barrett and Akainu had been a little slower in their actions, they would probably be cut in half. However, facing this group of unexpected guests, the sea stone weapons equipped undoubtedly made many people feel that it was a big deal. Being able to control tens of thousands of such advanced mechanical core guardians at one time, it can be seen that this final island, Raftel, is not simple. This is mine. Black Wolf Strangle. A shout suddenly sounded. Soon, a black shadow flashed out from the ruins covered by sand and dust, chasing after a guardian figure that was damaged by the explosion. After witnessing with his own eyes, Barrett gained a strong strength improvement after smashing the guardian, and Akainu's inexplicable words just now. Let the people in the field know clearly that these guardians also have great benefits. Faced with gold, silver, and jewelry, perhaps many people will yearn for it. However, faced with means that can increase strength, not many people will refuse. At least, in this situation of the survival of the fittest, if the strength can be strengthened, the chance of saving life will also be stronger. Chapter 1184 The Shortcut for All People to Become the Strongest. This is mine. The black wolf, which was 4 or 5 meters long, let out a howl full of ecstasy and appeared behind the guardian first. The bloody mouth suddenly opened, mixed with the fishy wind, and bit the guardian's head. Looking at this sudden scene, Barrett, who was in midair, had a gloomy look on his face, and then he didn't stop for long and quickly shot towards the black wolf. In his eyes, these guardian powers that can make people stronger can only be obtained by him. However, he had just walked out of dozens of meters, and the soil under the black wolf's feet was rolling up quickly. The next moment, two sharp pincers, at a tricky angle, bit directly into the black wolf's abdomen. Puff! The blood splashed, giving people a dazzling feeling of fireworks. The two slender bodies were cut in half in full view of the crowd. The sudden scene made the pupils of many people in the field shrink suddenly. Their attention just now was completely focused on the black wolf chasing the guardian. They never thought that there was an assassin in the form of an ant lurking underground. In particular, the speed of the attack and the sharpness of the blade were completely beyond their cognition. However, all this was for Barrett, whose eyes had long been blinded by power. Facing the ant guardian that suddenly appeared, the movement of his feet did not seem vague at all. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the seriously damaged guardian. He also reached out and crushed the guardian's head. Bang! The metal parts shattered and scattered on the ground. A green light flashed inside and once again penetrated into Barrett's body. The already swollen body and the clothes that were supported by it finally couldn't bear the weight and were torn. An even more powerful aura surged out of Barrett's body. The inky black flowing cherry blossoms were surging on the surface of his body. Feeling the power growing stronger in his body, Barrett turned back and locked onto the ant guardian. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clasped together, and the moment he turned into a hand knife, his armed color-domineering aura was further transformed. In full view of the public, the flowing cherry blossoms swallowed and spit out at the tip of his palm, and finally turned into a sharp blade about a foot long. Without any fancy moves, he chopped down the ant that poked its head out. Bang! With the sound of metal collision, sparks splashed, and the ant was like paper, and it was cut into 2 pieces. However, before Barrett could react, the cut mechanical head lit up 2 scarlet eyes. The next moment, without any warning, it exploded. Boom! The violent explosion wave rolled back like a tidal wave. Barrett, covered with armament haki, flew backwards. His clothes had already become tattered. However, looking at the green mysterious power that penetrated into his arm, his face showed ecstasy. In his eyes, the means possessed by these guardians may cause fatal damage to ordinary pirates. However, Barrett asked himself that he was also a strong man standing on the top of the sea, as long as he had a strong haki attainment. It was not difficult to deal with these guardians. This is haki incarnation. I didn't expect Barrett to go this far. Aokiji raised his eyebrows and spoke first. If it is said that honing the observation haki to the peak can predict the future, then honing the armament haki to the extreme can not only achieve the Ryu Sakura posture, enhance the power of the attack, and form an invisible impact. Some strong people can also transform the armament haki into a real form. This kind of physical weapon is not only stronger than steel, but also has an extremely sharp attribute in a variety of forms. It can be said that there are very few people who can reach this level in the Navy headquarters. No, Barrett's strength is indeed very good, but he was frozen for decades. He was defeated by our Demon Slayer order and thrown into the impel-down prison. He was released by Uchiha Chinyu not long ago. His armament haki is at best at the level of Ryu Sakura. Zhangguo's eyes flickered and he spoke first. He was able to perform Ryu Sakura transformation suddenly. I'm afraid it was caused by the strange power that Akainu mentioned just now. Facing Barrett's changes, Zhangguo could see everything. In particular, when he saw that trace of green power entering his body, his breath immediately soared. This way of easily transforming undoubtedly subverted their cognition. Martial Sengoku, you mean that killing those mechanical guardians can not only gain the strange power of enhancing the ability of the devil fruit, but also enhance one's own domineering attainments? Is there really such a thing in this world? Daotu, who had been silent all this time, was the first to lose her temper. She has spent a lot of effort to reach the position of admiral all along. Moreover, in Chinyu's hands, she got the phoenix form of the mythical beast devil fruit, and wanted to use it to ascend to the position of admiral. Unfortunately, after getting the devil fruit, Daotu's strength has been greatly improved. However, compared with the 2 monsters who were suddenly recruited by the world and joined the Navy headquarters as an exception, there is undoubtedly a huge difference. However, after seeing the performance of Fujitora and Green Bull in the Battle of the Top with her own eyes, Dao Tu knew the gap between herself and was convinced of the defeat. There was no objection to the extraordinary improvement of the two. On the contrary, because of this blow, Dao Tu was more eager to improve her strength. However, before seeing Barrett's abnormal and continuous improvement, Dao Tu was very satisfied with her progress in improving her strength. However, everything that happened just now overturned Dao Tu's satisfaction with herself. At least, in her eyes, she spent a lot of effort, energy, and time to improve her strength. It was not comparable to destroying a mechanical guardian. If she was allowed to plunder the power of some mechanical guardians, would her strength be able to be greatly improved in a short period of time? Eventually reach the level of admiral, and even become one of the most important combat forces of the Navy headquarters. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Dao Tu's mind. No. It should be said that whether it was Dao Tu or other naval generals and soldiers, even those pirates who had not taken action looked at those mechanical guardians, their eyes suddenly became hot. Before it was verified that this was a shortcut that anyone could take, many people would ignore it and just laugh it off. However, now there is Barrett, who personally obtained a shortcut to increase his strength in front of everyone. It can be said that the feeling Barrett gives them now is like the key to open their ambitions. This is the shortcut for all people to become the strongest. Chapter 1185 The Emperor of the Sea appears. For a while, the huge dock gave rise to an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere. Most people looked at the mechanical guardians who were still in the melee, and their eyes were even hotter, and even their breathing became heavy. It seemed that they were now waiting for this opportunity. As long as the opportunity came, the people here who were already full of urgency would pounce out like lions. Be careful, there is something underground. Katakuri shouted again. The sudden reminder made many people in the field suddenly wake up. No. It should be said that many people's faces showed surprise. Facing the special power of these mechanical guardians, they have long been eager. Unfortunately, the orders of the four emperors and warring states are in front of them. But they can't act recklessly. However, if the mechanical guardians personally attack them, the reason for the attack is an exception. Faced with this open reason for attack, many people are looking forward to the blind mechanical guardian coming to the door. Let them also taste the pleasure of taking a shortcut to become stronger. Bang 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 bang. The sound of breaking out of the ground sounded without warning. The moment when dense tentacles protruded from the soil. One by one, centipedes, different from mechanical ants, quickly broke out of the ground. There are so many that there are at least hundreds of them. If it were in normal times, their sudden attack would definitely scare people. However, after witnessing with their own eyes that these mechanical guardians have the function of strengthening strength, the pirates and navy who had been waiting for a long time and couldn't hold back, took the lead and attacked. This is mine, don't grab it. You bastard, get out of my way quickly, it's aiming at me, who will go to hell if I don't. Get out of the way, I can take on these enemies alone. Roars rang out in the field. The tens of thousands of people gathered at the dock were boiling all of a sudden. It can be said that these hundreds of centipede guardians, facing this explosive lineup, it's like sending a sheep into a pack of wolves. Lieutenant General Dao Tu, there are also behind you. A cry of surprise rang out without warning. Dao Tu, who was nervous and was thinking about whether to take action, suddenly woke up. This is a fat sheep delivered to the door. At this moment, Dao Tu, who seemed a little confused and entangled, was suddenly attacked by the centipede guardian. It was like a chance to become stronger given by God. When Dao Tu thought of this, the observation haki dormant in her body was directly detonated. She instantly locked the centipede guardian who attacked from behind. With the devil fruit ability in her body, she frantically urged the Jin Kun Lo on her waist to draw out the sword. One sword flow golden flame breaks evil. Bang! The blazing flames merged into the sword and directly swept over the centipede machine behind her. Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal collision, the 7 or 8 meter long mechanical centipede broke into 2 pieces. The blazing flames suddenly burned up and swallowed the centipede. Looking at the centipede that was directly beheaded, many navy generals around them suddenly became hot-eyed. However, they are different from pirates. At least in their minds, there are still rules of the navy. Faced with Dao Tu's achievements, rationality obviously suppressed their greed temporarily. Dao Tu, hurry up and destroy the head, otherwise if others take it away, all your efforts will be wasted. Shatun shouted anxiously. At the same time, he took a fighting posture and blocked the crowd. As if buying time for Dao Tu. Faced with this sudden series of changes, Dao Tu's face changed slightly, and finally he couldn't suppress the greed in his heart to become stronger. He clenched the blade in his right hand, and the phoenix flame surged again. Without any fancy, he chopped the centipede's head head-on. In Dao Tu's eyes, as long as this knife landed firmly, he could taste what Barrett's shortcut to becoming stronger felt like. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded without any warning. The centipede's head, which was originally close at hand, disappeared out of thin air in a blur. The thing that appeared in front of him again was replaced by a piece of wood. Looking at this strange scene, Dao Tu's expression changed drastically, and the attack in his hand could not be stopped. Bang! Jin Kun Luo, surrounded by flames, directly split the wood. The sharp and unparalleled chi slashed on the ground. It directly tore a deep groove. Who is it, who stole Dao Tu's spoils? Shitun was stunned at first, and then shouted in a hurry. This is a rare opportunity to show off. I thought I could use this to win Dao Tu's favor, block others, and buy some time. I never thought that the centipede's head was still in right under his nose, it was taken away. This seems to be the supernova, Trafalgar Law's fruit ability. He suddenly spoke. As the chief of the Navy's general staff, she managed the intelligence department of the entire Navy headquarters, and knew clearly what kind of supernova appeared during this period, and what kind of combat methods they had. Trafalgar Law. Sengoku raised his eyebrows. He has been paying close attention to this boy who was related to Khorasan, whom he sent out in the past and treated like his own son. He wanted to know who this boy who made Khorasan not even want his life was. Damn kid, dare to take away Dao Tu's things, I will kill you. Shitun roared in a hurry. Under the urging of the observation Haki, he quickly looked around. However, when they saw Trafalgar Law, the figure standing beside him made their pupils shrink suddenly. It's the Sea Emperor Uchiha Chinyu, he's finally here. Someone exclaimed, causing the chaotic situation in the field to pause for a moment. Everyone's eyes turned and fell on Chinyu. Facing this young man who had overturned the entire sea in the past year. It can be said that no matter where he goes, he is the focus of everyone's attention. Now facing the opportunity to hunt down guardians and compete for strength, his appearance at this critical moment has undoubtedly tensed up many people's nerves. At least, no one is willing to give up the fat meat at their fingertips. Hurry up, kill the guardian quickly, don't let that guy free his hands to snatch it. That's the way for us to become stronger. I believe no one is willing to give it to us. What he holds in his hand seems to be the remains of the centipede head killed by the Navy Admiral candidate Dao Tu. This will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the Navy. Chapter 1186 This power is poisonous. The huge dock, the degree of chaos, was not interrupted by the appearance of Chinyu. However, facing Chinyu's forced intervention and the action of snatching food from the Navy's tiger's mouth, many people's nerves were tense. Facing the leader of the Blood Flag Pirates, Uchiha Chinyu, who was honored as the Emperor of the Sea by the Navy headquarters and the world government. They were eager to see the Navy suddenly attack and lose both sides with this tricky guy. Only in this way can they have more opportunities to seize the strange power possessed by these guardians. Uchiha Chinyu, you dare to rob our Navy headquarters. This is the biggest provocation to us. Are you going to have a decisive battle with us here? Shitun roared. In Shitun's eyes, the troublesome Laxus rarely disappeared. For him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show his beauty. The appearance of Raftel in the final island is the biggest stage for him to pick up girls. Shitun, calm down. Zhang Guo suddenly said, Uchiha Chinyu, I didn't expect you to arrive later than us. However, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to target our Navy headquarters as soon as you appear. Although pirates and the Navy have been in opposition since ancient times, don't forget that the pirates here are not in the same mind as you. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Faced with Zhang Guo's words, even Whitebeard and others couldn't help but secretly curse him as an old fox. Most of them did not want to have a conflict with Chinyu. However, facing the final island of Raftel, which was regarded as a holy place by pirates, no one was willing to retreat. Not to mention the existence of the level of Whitebeard and Red Hair, even other pirates would give it a try. However, let Sengoku drag them down with such a mouth. This was not what they wanted to see. Marshal Sengoku, this is my business, let me handle it. Dao Tu exhaled a deep breath and walked out of the crowd. Seeing this scene, many people's expressions froze. Especially Sengoku, who had just spoken and dragged a group of pirates into the water, sighed helplessly. He knew very well that Daotu's words directly drew a clear line between the interests of the relationship and completely blamed the matter on himself. Vice Admiral Daotu, you have to think it over. Some things can be seen through but not spoken. Once you decide, you can't regret it. Fujitora said in a deep voice, leaning on a cane. The inexplicable words made Daotu's body tremble slightly. However, she did not stop, and looked up at Chinyu and said, "Do you know Laxus? Thunder Dragon Laxus?" The expressions of the navy present suddenly changed. They were not unfamiliar with this name. It can be said that Thunder Dragon Laxus represents a ray of light in the low period of the navy headquarters. However, it has now become a taboo. Daotu's sudden question undoubtedly tightened everyone's nerves. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked directly on Chinyu. During this period, rumors were everywhere on the sea. There is also a saying that all the cotters and members of the Blood Flag Pirates are played by Uchiha Chinyu alone. Although, all this subverted the cognition of everyone in this sea. However, with the support of his statement that he came from another world, everything may be able to make sense. Although many people are not sure about Thunder Dragon Laxus's identity was also in doubt. However, Thunder Dragon Laxus had always been a short-lived navy officer, and had never appeared with Uchiha Chinyu and others. So the rumors were just speculations, and had not been confirmed. Now Daotu suddenly asked, which undoubtedly made everyone nervous. That guy has left, and he doesn't want to get involved in the affairs of this world. Qin Feng said lightly. This thing can indeed help you quickly improve your strength, but this power is poisonous. Seeing that there is a little origin between you and me, I will remind you. If you insist on using this to improve your strength, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. As he spoke, Chinyu casually threw the head of the wreckage directly to Daotu. The people present were stunned for a moment. The way to open it in front of them was completely different from what they imagined. Most importantly, this guardian power was something that people were jealous of the moment before. Now it fell into Chinyu's hands, but it was thrown away like garbage. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that this huge gap is true? Is he gone? Daotu was silent for a moment, and then held the guardian's head tightly in her hand, saying, "Thank you. I will improve my strength through myself, I don't want this thing." Daotu threw the remains of the guardian in her hand to Shitun. Looking at the gift from the goddess, Shitun was stunned for a moment. If it weren't for Chinyu's words, this would be a hot commodity. Humph, you are a charlatan. At your age, you can reach this level. I'm afraid you have already absorbed a lot of guardian power. Now you say this, I'm afraid you are worried that we will use this method to surpass you. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are nothingness. Barrett snorted angrily. You don't want it, all belong to me. The biggest destruction punch. Bang! Barrett smashed the fleeing guardian with a punch. The green light hidden in the head flashed out quickly and finally drilled into Barrett's body. The faint mysterious pattern that appeared on the forehead gradually became clearer. The aura that had been surging also increased again, like a hurricane, and rolled back to the surroundings. Feeling this terrifying aura, many eyes that were originally attracted by Chinyu were pulled back at once. Looking at Barrett, there was a hint of heat. The warning given by Chinyu made them hesitate. However, Barrett's words just now also made people shake their hearts. In absolute strength, all words seem pale and powerless. Do it, quickly take back the power of the guardian. So many people have obtained this power, what are we afraid of? Kill, as long as we grab this power, even if we don't use it ourselves, we can definitely sell it at a high price. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They don't want it, but it's a good thing for us. The scene was boiling all of a sudden. The pirates, who were a little confused, were once again ignited by the heat in their hearts. However, just as they moved, Barrett, who was in midair, felt the tremendous power in his body, turned around suddenly, clenched his fists, and showed a hint of a sinister smile, which made others feel an inexplicable chill in their spines. Chapter 1187 Crazy Fight. Barrett, what are you doing? A pirate who had just approached Barrett and offered a bounty of over 100 million couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Facing this kind of existence that did not follow the routine and suddenly showed such a smile, it undoubtedly tightened their nerves. What are you doing? Barrett turned around suddenly, smiled sinisterly, and his right hand turned into lightning, and he punched the pirate directly and hit him hard in the face. The power of the Guardian here is only so little. You trash are not qualified to fight for it. Instead of being an eyesore here, you might as well die. Bang! A huge fist filled with Ryasakura domineering aura hit the pirate's head instantly. Blood splattered, and in full view of the crowd, it exploded like a balloon. Barrett, are you crazy? Don't forget the agreement we just made. A pirate's face suddenly changed, and he roared. Agreement? You said I reached an agreement with the weak. In my eyes, this has never existed. All of you little stones that are in the way, go to hell. Barrett roared, and the moment he clenched his hands, the domineering aura lurking in his body exploded. Boom! The domineering aura was like a tide, turning into a hurricane, rolling around. Wherever it passed, some pirates with slightly inferior strength instantly foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground unconscious. However, in such a chaotic situation, the most fatal thing was that the originally suppressed situation suddenly collapsed a big corner. The Guardian who lost his opponent, with the red light of self-respect, fought directly. Ah, my arm! My thigh! Captain, save me quickly! A series of hurried calls echoed on the battlefield. Facing the counterattack of the Guardian, the pirates who followed Barrett's charge at the beginning were defeated instantly. Standing in the distance, the 3-4 emperors who had not yet officially joined the battle, and a group of navy officers, changed their faces slightly, and showed a hint of hesitation. Facing Barrett's madness in competing for the power of protection, and Akibo Kainyu's reminder just now undoubtedly put them in a dilemma. This thing is mine, magnetic fluctuations. Kid's roar suddenly sounded. A broken Guardian figure rushed out from the crowd, making the pirates along the way show a greedy expression. Unfortunately, before they could make a move, Kid, who was in the crowd, reached out with his right hand. The power of the devil fruit dormant in the body suddenly exploded and directly enveloped the escaping Guardian. The Guardian, who was already struggling, suddenly flew into the air. In full view of the crowd, he flew back to Kid. The next moment, without any fancy moves, he was crushed by the powerful magnetic force. Bang! The green light flew out from the broken Guardian and drilled directly into Kid's body in an instant. The originally stable breath exploded like a volcano at the moment when the light entered the body. The powerful magnetic force was pushed to the extreme by Kid, directly covering the area of hundreds of meters. All the metal materials around were directly pulled up under the huge magnetic force. The Guardians who were still fighting were also affected by the magnetic force, and their attacking movements became sluggish. Feeling this sudden surge of power, Kid was stunned at first, and then laughed. Haha, my power has really become stronger. I feel that my domineering power will be able to break through. Power, I need power. These Guardians are my prey. I am the one who is heading for the strongest throne in this sea. Magnetic zone. Boom. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, any metal and Guardian covered by the magnetic force. In an instant, it seemed to be caught by an invisible big hand. The next moment, in full view of everyone, it quickly flew backwards towards Kid. My knife. My gun. Kid, are you crazy? Don't forget the agreement between us. A roar sounded in the field. However, facing Kid, who had already been overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, these words undoubtedly seemed pale and powerless. Within 100 meters, 7 or 8 Guardians were pulled away by Kid at once. Break it for me! Kid roared in succession, and slapped his hands in the air. Controlling the strong magnetic force, he intended to crush the 7 or 8 Guardians. Explode for me! Hyming Apu's voice suddenly sounded. A pair of arms that were different from ordinary people swung directly to the chest one after another. Under the fierce posture of beating drums, 2 of the 7 or 8 Guardians directly exploded violently. Bang bang bang! The 2 Guardians exploded in response, turning into debris all over the sky, and continued to be pulled away by the huge magnetic force. However, 2 green lights flashed in the explosion. Hyming Apu jumped out at some point and reached out to catch it. As the green light entered his body, Hyming Apu's body changed rapidly. He was originally a little skinny, but his body suddenly grew taller, and his body was full of strong muscles. What was even more unbelievable was that the aura emanating from Hyming Apu's body suddenly increased a lot. Damn it, you dare to rob me, die! Kid was startled and roared angrily. The blade weapons covered by magnetism were directly pulled out, turning into a rain of cold light, stabbing directly at Himing APU. Kid, these opportunities are for those with ability. In order to turn against each other at any time, I don't have any iron tools on me. Most importantly, my current strength is not afraid of you at all. Buzz. With the vibration of the air, the black and ink-like armed color domineering aura quickly surged on the surface of Himing APU's body. Bang! The weapons that were coming from all over the sky instantly hit APU's body, piercing him like a hedgehog. Boom! The dull drum sounded without any warning. Bang! 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 The explosion sounded like thunder. In an instant, the weapons that were all over the sky were blown away. Originally, Himing APU, who was thought to be stabbed into a beehive, appeared in front of everyone unscathed. This is the whole body armed color domineering. Not long ago, Himing APU didn't even fully master the domineering. Now he can use such a powerful armed color domineering. I'm afraid it's really the influence of the Guardian's power. Capone Biggie, who was holding a cigar, changed his face slightly, and also showed a trace of greed. For this sudden surge of power, it was delivered directly to the door. Not many people would refuse. At least seeing Himing APU become stronger, Capone Biggie was even more moved. Chapter 1188, The Runaway Barrett. Bang, bang, bang. The metal in the sky was blown away by Himing APU. Watching him quickly rushing towards the remaining 5 guardians bound by magnetism, Kid was instantly furious. Damn it, this is my trophy, I will make you pay with blood. Magnetic funeral. Bang, bang, bang. The metal in the sky, except for the 5 guardians, was controlled by Kid and smashed towards Himing APU. In an instant, it formed a posture that covered the sky and the sun, which made people feel inexplicably depressed. Himing APU's face changed suddenly. His strength has improved a lot, and he also used the armament haki. However, he couldn't break through the overwhelming attacks in a short time. Bang! The metal in Himing APU was instantly sealed. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, Kid didn't hesitate and directly controlled the magnetic force to crush the remaining 5 guardians. Kid, there are so many guardians, let some of them go to me, you shouldn't mind. 3 figures rushed out without warning. The leader was Hawkins, followed by Ulki and Capone Biggie. Demon Subjugation. Big Leader Punch. Cause and Effect Fist. The 3 attacks fell directly on the guardians bound by the magnetic force. Bang bang bang. The seemingly solid metal body was shattered by the 3 attacks that were ready to go. Under the splattering of debris, a green light flashed directly and penetrated into the bodies of the 3 people. Feeling the originally stable power in his body, he suddenly became agitated, as if he had taken stimulants. Even Hawkins, with his paralyzed face, showed ecstasy. Not to mention Ulki and Capone Biggie. You bastards, I'm going to kill you. Kid was stunned for a moment, and then roared hysterically. However, he was saying harsh words, but his hands were not ambiguous at all, and he quickly pulled the remaining 2 guardians away. In front of everyone, he crushed them angrily. Bang! 2 green lights suddenly penetrated into Kid's body. The moment he entered the body, the violent breath that had been released suddenly rose step by step. His height, which was originally close to 2 meters, suddenly increased by a head, and a mysterious pattern similar to Barrett's forehead appeared on his forehead. Feeling the seemingly inexhaustible power in his body, Kid's face showed a trace of ferocity, and he suddenly raised his head and swept over Hawkins and others. You damn guys, dare to snatch my spoils, I will kill you. Kill us. Capone Biggie exhaled a cigarette and said. The power of the Guardian we got may not be as good as yours, but there are 4 of us here. It is impossible for you to get rid of us in a short time. If you really kill us, we will also leave you with unforgettable injuries. At that time, you will not be qualified to get the power of the Guardian under the eyes of these tigers and wolves. In this case, for a mere Guardian, do you really want to tear your face with us? Or continue to live in peace? Hawkins and Ulki did not speak, and subconsciously stood beside Capone Biggie. What they wanted to express was obviously standing on the same front. If they really wanted to take action, I am afraid that Kid would never be able to retreat unscathed even if he got the power of 3 guardians. Asshole! Kid gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, then snorted coldly, dispersing the violent magnetic force. Only the metal graveyards where Himing APU was buried remained, and did not dissipate. Capone Biggie, Hawkins and the other 2 secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The words just now were said in a tense manner. However, in such an occasion, no one wants to tear their faces and let others reap the benefits. Kid is willing to stop, which is the result they want most. Most importantly, after trying the method of getting stronger quickly. What they want most now is to get more guardian power. Humph, a bunch of trash, wasting time and guardian power here. Today I Barrett put my words here, who dares to snatch the guardian power from me, I will kill him. Barrett snorted coldly. His hands clenched suddenly, and his muscles bulged like rocks. As the violent breath emanated from his body, his observation haki had already locked onto the nearest guardian. Barrett, you can't steal my prey, there are still many over there. The pirate who was fighting the guardian shouted urgently. He put in a lot of effort and used all his skills, while his men frantically blocked other people who wanted to get involved. He risked being injured and cut off the two arms of the guardian. Originally, he only needed to hold on for a little longer to taste the pleasure of becoming stronger quickly. He never thought that at this critical moment, he would be targeted by Barrett. Humph, if a weakling dares to covet something that does not match his strength, he will die. Barrett stomped heavily, and the whole space shook violently, turning into a black shadow, appearing in front of the pirate hundreds of meters away. The huge fist, without any fancy moves, slammed down heavily. The fierce gale blew up the pirate's bangs, and even the muscles on his cheeks were deformed by the strong wind. Unfortunately, facing the fist that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, he had no time to think. The only thing he could do was to raise his hands in a hurry and use the little armament haki he had to block. Bang! The huge impact was released, and the two arms covered with armament haki broke. The remaining power of the fist hit the pirate's chest. The muscular body that was more than 2 meters tall exploded in front of everyone. Blood and flesh flew all over the sky, and Barrett, who was in the middle of it, was like a sure devil. He grabbed the robot that was attacking and chopped off the guardian's head with a backhand knife. A dark green light flashed, and was quickly sucked into Barrett in front of everyone. In the body. Roar! A roar like a beast came out of Barrett's mouth. Mysterious patterns lit up on his forehead, giving people a feeling of increasing solidity. What was even more shocking was that 2 sharp horns rose on Barrett's forehead, and the aura he exuded became stronger and stronger. The power that soared straight into the sky not only tore apart the accumulated lead clouds, but also the ground under his feet, which could not withstand this powerful aura and shattered. People who were slightly closer to him were directly overturned by the airwave and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 1189 More Deadly Effects. Bang 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 bang. The violent aura rushed out of Barrett's body crazily, sweeping the whole audience with a powerful posture. The domineering aura in his body was like a flood that had been opened, rushing around. Along the way, some pirates with slightly inferior strength barely blocked the first wave of Barrett's domineering impact. This time, his expression suddenly froze. His will, which had been firmly guarding, was instantly destroyed like paper in the invisible impact. As his mind roared, his eyes rolled up, foamed at the mouth, and he fainted. The huge breath, like a tide, this time showed a posture of sweeping thousands of troops. Wherever he passed, 5 or 6 out of 10 pirates and naval elites fainted directly. It showed a sharp momentum like cutting leaks. Damn Barrett, he is simply crazy. Oh my god, the people we brought with us, all destroyed. Captain, we only have 5 people left to participate in the battle. The scene suddenly became chaotic. When they came, they were all famous pirates in the New World, and the bounty for being a captain was over 100 million, or even hundreds of millions. However, they never expected that once they were involved in such a peak-level battle, they would be like children, being beaten by one punch after another. Seeing the pirates being swept away by the domineering aura alone, many people showed a trace of retreat. However, there were also real desperate people who, seeing that the situation was over, showed fierce light in their eyes and roared angrily. Barrett, you actually ruined my dream of being a strong man, go to hell. Barrett, you are too arrogant. Do you really think that you can stop hundreds of people from joining forces? We are all strong men in this sea. Roars came one after another, and soon hundreds of figures were seen rushing up from all directions and attacking Barrett directly. The shining weapon blades were even shining with cold light, and went directly to Barrett like a beast. Humph, a bunch of weaklings, also want to get their hands on the things of the strong, the end is death. The strongest destructive whip. Buzz. Barrett's arms wrapped in armament haki were swung out like iron whips. With him as the center, the air roared and tore apart. The huge air wave turned into a violent tornado, reaching the sky. The hundreds of people who came to attack were directly swallowed up by the wind as soon as they approached. What's more, they were torn apart at the first sight. Bang bang bang! A large piece of blood mist exploded in the void. Under the flying blood and flesh, everything that came slightly closer, even the pirates who couldn't escape in time, could not escape. These attacks seemed to be indiscriminately rampaging, but the real target was locked on those guardians. In the range covered by the observation haki, as long as a guardian appeared, he would be swept into it by Barrett in an instant. For a moment, the entire dock battlefield seemed to be in chaos. Barrett, you dare to steal my prey! Akainu roared, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The hot magma exploded like a frenzy, turning into a torrent and colliding with the tornado that was rolling over. Bang! The tornado that was rolling over, under Akainu's angry move, showed a slight stagnation. Taking advantage of this opportunity to breathe, Akainu did not hesitate at all, and the magma rolling in his right hand once again hit the guardian that he had locked on with difficulty just now. Bang! The guardian exploded in response. As the magma rolled back, a green light flashed inside and directly penetrated into Akainu's body. However, compared with Barrett, Akainu's body did not change much after absorbing this bit of the guardian's power. It was just that the blue veins in his body were slightly tense and prominent, and soon they were smoothed down. Qin raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. However, this change in expression was quickly smoothed out by Qin. By now, Qin could roughly guess what Yumo was planning. But Qin didn't want this last good show to be less exciting. Admiral Akainu, he got the power of the Guardian. A naval commander shouted urgently. For the power of the Guardian that can make people instantly stronger, no one can be a saint without desire. It's just that Qin seemingly persuasive words just now. There is also the Warring States who has not issued orders for a long time, so the only thing they can do is to covet this strange power that leads to becoming stronger. However, now Akainu has tested the law and personally won the power of the Guardian. This undoubtedly opened a gap for their behavior and released their wildness. Power, I also want to become stronger, Uchiha Qin must say it's fake. Shitun clenched the remains of the Guardian in his hand. In order to fight for the power of the Guardian, the battlefield is now in chaos. Life and death are often just a matter of thought. It can be said that for Shitun, holding the remains of the Guardian in his hand is a godsend. If, in this case, he does not seize it in time, he definitely deserves to be single for the rest of his life. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Shitun's mind, and looking at the figure of Daotu not far away, the last bit of persistence in his heart collapsed. Daotu, don't worry, I will definitely become stronger to protect you. Bang! The head of the Guardian was crushed by Shitun. A green light flashed out and went directly into his body. The next moment, his muscles crackled. Not only did his hunched back straighten, but his pointed ears and monkey cheeks also changed rapidly. As a mysterious light green pattern appeared on his forehead, Shitun seemed to have changed his face and became a different person. At least, in the eyes of outsiders, Shitun is definitely 5 or 6 years younger now. Maybe he can't be called a handsome man, but he is also a good-looking man. Lieutenant General Shitun, your face. A brigadier general was the first to lose his temper. In their eyes, this scene subverted their cognition. My face? Shitun was stunned for a moment, touching his face and feeling the changes in his body. After a moment of shock, he muttered to himself, it's the power of the Guardian. This Guardian's power, it turns out that he can change whatever we want. This method can only make us stronger and more useful. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and could not be dispersed for a long time. After all, the change of Shitun was too great, it was completely a makeover. However, it was precisely because of this that they felt like they had discovered a new world. If it was really as Shitun said, what you wanted most would be achieved. This undoubtedly made the concept of simply becoming stronger more attractive. Chapter 1190. Even the strong were moved. The huge dock, the people who were still in chaos, were all confused. God! This is absolutely too amazing. I thought it was just the power of protection that could become stronger, and I never thought that I could think of anything and achieve anything. If you are full of those things when absorbing the power of the Guardian, will you become stronger when you pick up the gun at night? However, this is just a hypothesis for a pirate who is licking blood on the edge of a knife. What they care more about is not this kind of thing, I caught the guardian, break it, I want my arm to grow back. A burly figure directly knocked the pirate who was fighting for the guardian away, and the remaining right hand, holding the naginata, covered with the armed color domineering, chopped the guardian head on. Bang! The guardian was chopped to pieces. A green light flashed quickly under the splash of metal parts, and finally penetrated the one-armed pirate. The sudden scene once again tensed their nerves. Just now, when Shaitan absorbed the power of the guardian, he let them open a new door. Let them know that the power of the guardian, in addition to becoming stronger, has other functions. However, now this one-armed pirate has raised another hypothetical question. If the broken arm can really be reborn through the power of the guardian? For others, it is simply a great joy. After all, who doesn't have a few scars on his body after licking blood on the edge of a knife? If you are not careful, it is common to break an arm or a leg. If this slightly absurd idea could really be put to the test, then I'm afraid that even the last bottom line that many people insist on would be directly broken. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned and locked onto the one-armed pirate. Before they could react, the scene they saw made many people's pupils suddenly shrink, and their faces showed an expression of disbelief. It appeared, Pharaoh's arm was really regenerating. This guardian power is simply divine. A pirate cried out in surprise. Seeing the arm that grew in the blink of an eye, even those pirates who had been pretending to be indifferent were suddenly moved. Dad! Diamond Jaw's nerves were suddenly tense. Whitebeard has always been the strongest man on the sea. However, with the use of the tremor fruit, the backlash has become more and more serious. During this period, the time of intravenous drip and treatment has been increasing. No matter how many doctors and methods are found, Whitebeard's body functions cannot be improved. The only thing that can be done is to avoid fighting as much as possible to aggravate the deterioration of the body. However, the power of the guardian now subverts their cognition. Even the broken limbs can be reshaped and grown, so it may not be a problem to heal the injuries in the body. Jaws, I know what you are thinking. Whether Dad uses it or not, we will do our best to capture the guardian and never let other forces take too much. Marco responded in a deep voice. As the chief doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. For a long time, Whitebeard, who was plagued by illness, was a thorn in Marco's heart. Seeing his body function gradually deteriorating, Marco did not say anything about the Whitebeard who went, but he felt extremely guilty in his heart. It can be said that this time, Whitebeard came to participate in the competition for the final island of Raftel with the mentality of dying. However, the appearance of the guardian power now gave Marco a glimmer of hope. No matter what, this guardian power was regarded as a poisonous existence in Chinyu's mouth. At least, in Marco's eyes, it was enough to relieve the disease that troubled Whitebeard. Okay, let's do it together. Whoever dares to hinder us will be against the Whitebeard pirates. Bramank roared in a hurry. Looking at the three captains, who expressed their opinions at once, the other affiliated captains and crew members who followed closely also tightened their nerves. They have not taken action all the time, and they are also waiting for Whitebeard's order. It can be said that as pirates in the middle, they don't care about any conspiracy. Only by snatching things first can they satisfy their ambitions. It can be said that the statements made by Marco and others completely eliminated the worries that restricted them. Captain, are we going to take action too? Ben Beckman exhaled a puff of cigarette and couldn't hold back his breath. Even Pero Sparrow, who was standing next to Charlotte Linlin, showed greed. Mom, let's not just stare at them. This kind of guardian is for those who are capable. Let Barrett and the others take the lead and seize so many guardian powers. It's enough. If we don't take action, then over time, the strength of our Big Mom pirates will be compared. Most importantly, I have lost an opportunity to become stronger and inherit the Big Mom pirates. Brother Peros, you let it slip. The heir to the Big Mom pirates should be the strongest Katakuri. Shut up. Pero Sparrow licked the lollipop in his hand and glared angrily. He has always been thinking of inheriting the Big Mom pirates as the eldest son. When he came, he was full of reverie. What if Charlotte Linlin accidentally lost her life in the fight for the final island of Raftel? He should be the first successor. However, when he thought of the rule of the strong who showed their strength on weekdays. Katakuri's strength, the second strongest in the Big Mom pirates, undoubtedly made Pero Sparrow feel like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Over the years, Pero Sparrow has indeed been secretly improving his strength. Unfortunately, facing a monster like Katakuri, all efforts are in vain in front of him. In particular, in addition to Katakuri, there are 4 generals in the Big Mom Pirates. This means that if he wants to inherit Charlotte Linlin, if she dies accidentally, the vacant position will require more than 3 people to be comparable to Katakuri. Originally, before witnessing the power of the Guardian, which is like a miracle, Perospero only had extravagant hopes in his heart. However, after witnessing this process with his own eyes, he undoubtedly felt that God had opened another way for him. It can be said that the power of the Guardian in front of him could make even the strong move. For a while, the one-armed pirate completely reshaped his left hand after absorbing the power of the Guardian and presented it to everyone. The atmosphere in the field gradually changed, even Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard and others changed their eyes. Chapter 1191 The King reappears. Waring states, "What should we do? Do you need me to do it?" Crane couldn't hold back. The changes in the expressions of the surrounding naval generals had already been seen by her. At first, Crane thought that the minds of the naval elite were all tempered. However, she didn't expect that the temptation this time was fatal. Most importantly, Akainu and Shaitan set a precedent, so the iron rule that was subconsciously followed just now may become completely pale and powerless. However, facing this sudden situation, other people may not be able to think of a countermeasure in a short time. However, for Crane, who has the wash fruit, which can wash away all negative emotions in people's hearts. If Sengoku really wants to curb the loss of control of the Navy's elite, Crane can still suppress it. However, afterwards, the power of the Guardian has no side effects, and can make people stronger, change their bodies, and recover from any injuries. I am afraid that Sengoku will be responsible for the loss of opportunities for all Navy generals and soldiers. For a time, many people's eyes were locked on Sengoku. Hey, Garp, what do you think? Sengoku subconsciously looked at Garp. Me. After putting the donut in his hand into his mouth, Garp said, I don't have any idea. These things are not very useful to me. However, before you make a decision, you should still consider the inexplicable behavior of that kid. As he said, Garp turned his head to look at Qin Yu. The moment he saw him, he was suddenly smiling warmly. Before Zhang Guo spoke again, Qin Yu's voice had already sounded. Sorry to disturb you from making a decision. However, I still remind you of one thing. If you really want to compete for the power of the Guardian, I think whoever can kill the leader of the Guardian will probably have a big surprise. The one I played with you just now was just an ordinary Guardian. If you can get the power of the Guardian Commander, what do you think will happen? Guardian Commander? The people present were stunned. Even Barrett, Akainu, and others were no exception. They had personally experienced the wonders of the Guardian's power. It can be said that this feeling of rapid strength is like an addiction and has taken root in their souls. That is the desire from the soul. For the tens of thousands of Guardians who have been separated in the field, everyone wants to take everything. It seems that no one will dislike the reason of having too much money. However, now Qin Yu told them that there is a commander-like existence hidden among these Guardians. Does that mean that the power of the Guardian Commander will be even stronger? Uchiha Qin Yu, are you tempting people here again? Barrett took the lead in tightening his muscles and spoke in a deep voice. Or, from the beginning, you didn't take action just to wait for the appearance of the Guardian Commander and want to take it for yourself, so you are self-righteous here? The rolling voices dissipated with the strong wind. Facing Barrett's explicit words, everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up, and their eyes subconsciously locked on Qin Yu. They were eager to know whether Qin Yu's thoughts were the same as Barrett's guess. After all, after witnessing Qin Yu's strength with their own eyes, not many people were willing to compete with a monster. Haha, Barrett, you still overestimate your muscle head. Qin Yu laughed dryly. I said, these things are poisonous, but I won't touch them. Also, if you want to plot against me, you might as well think about how to deal with the Guardian Commander. I forgot to tell you that its other name is probably the King of Heaven. Uranus? The faces of many people present changed suddenly. As people of this world, whether they are pirates or navy, they all know clearly that there was a legend on the sea. Those are the 3 strongest things in the legend. They are the Sea King, Pluto, and Uranus. Among them, the Sea King is Princess Shirahoshi, and Pluto is a battleship with the strongest turrets built by the legendary shipbuilder. As for the Uranus, it has always been an extremely vague existence. However, after Qin Yu saw that Enlil was defeated by King Luffy in the original work, he landed on the Infinite Land and found an artificial intelligence robot that was ahead of its time. Qin Yu suspected that the so-called Uranus might be a super artificial intelligence warrior created by the Moon people. However, all this changed after I came to this world. Perhaps it can be said that the natives of this world used the power of the three kings to fight against Im and were eventually defeated. The destruction of the super country that existed 800 years ago may be related to this incident. The blank 100 years may also be related to Im. Uchiha Qin Yu, what are you talking about? Zhang Guo was also a little impatient. Bang! A thunderous roar sounded without any warning. The ground under his feet shook violently, like an earthquake, making people feel unstable. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. After all, they found that this kind of vibration was not only limited to the estuary pier. It also came from the earth in the distance. The ground, it seems that something is swimming underground. A pirate suddenly cried out. Soon he saw that the ground under his feet was rising rapidly. It felt as if a huge monster was moving in the rock layer and forcibly lifting the ground. What made people's pupils shrink the most was the range of this uplift, which was not limited to 10 or 8 meters, but hundreds or even hundreds of meters in radius. The raised ground stagnated for a moment after quickly breaking into the crowd. The next moment, the pirates standing on the rock layer were thrown out by the huge force. The rocks splashed, and the ground was torn into a huge hole with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The pitch-black fangs rushed out of the cave, bringing a black glow, and bit directly at Barrett and Akainu in the void. Densely packed, like sickle-like giant feet. There is also a huge body cast in steel, which is 1,000 meters long. No. It should be said that the 1,000-meter body length only stays on the visual data of the body that has been probing out of the cave. If many other parts of the body are to be counted, the length may be unimaginable. Bang! The huge body brought about a fierce wind, which rolled back like a raging tide. Akainu and Barrett, who were in the void, never thought that the Guardian Commander, who had been eyeing them covetously, was also eyeing them covetously. However, this huge body and rapid speed undoubtedly exceeded their cognition. In just a blink of an eye, the fangs like two sharp blades had quickly enlarged in their pupils and bit down directly. Chapter 1192 This is a huge pie. Bang! The huge body, like a black lightning, broke out of the ground and chased Barrett and Akainu in the void with a posture as fast as thunder. The sound of breaking through the air was simply endless. Wherever he passed, the pirates who failed to dodge were directly torn in half by the sharp jaws. The short distance of several hundred meters was only approached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the pupils, the figure quickly enlarged. Akainu and Barrett, who had come to their senses, had no chance to dodge. The only way was to fight hard. Arrogant man, dare to treat me as a hunting target, go to hell! Barrett roared first. Under the full body of armed color domineering, without any fancy, a punch came forward. Akainu, who was slightly behind, did not have time to think at this moment. While the hot magma was roaring and rolling, he also suddenly attacked. Ryu Sakura, the strongest destruction fist. Canine-toothed giant red lotus. Bang! 2 attacks, one black and one red, were accurate and sharp, and instantly blocked the Guardian Commander who was rushing over. Boom! The huge impact force was rolling back, and the attack was blocked at once, giving a chance to breathe. Akainu and Barrett, who witnessed this scene, did not hesitate at all and quickly dodged to the left and right. Bang! As soon as the two left, the Guardian Commander broke through their attacks and pounced directly on the ground 1,000 meters away like a latent dragon. The pirates who had been staying here saw the huge body that covered the sky and the sun falling from the sky. When they woke up suddenly, it was too late. With the dull thunder-like collision sound, the pirates who could not escape below turned into blood foam. The sharp feet that were as sharp as a blade and radiated a chilling light, crawling quickly on the ground, were like the sickle of the god of death, directly cutting the pirates along the way. Facing this flying pot, most of the pirates had no time to dodge, and the only thing they could do was to watch the sharp blade pass through their bodies. Only some people who knew advanced armed color domineering or had the ability of devil fruits could barely avoid the attack. However, in just 7 or 8 seconds, a bloody massacre broke out in the huge dock, and hundreds of pirates went straight to the underworld. It can be said that the current Guardian Commander gives people the feeling that he is like a meat grinder, raging through the battlefield. The entire dock was completely in chaos. Marshal Zhang Guo, what should we do? That guy will attack us sooner or later. Ghost Spider said anxiously. Originally, those guardians were like sweet cakes in their eyes, waiting to be hunted by them. I never thought that this huge monster would suddenly appear. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that the legendary king would be such a mechanical monster? However, before Zhang Guo responded, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. It turned around and came to our side. The quick cry, like thunder, woke everyone up. The Guardian Commander who was quickly passing through the battlefield stopped suddenly. The next moment, in full view of the crowd, he turned around and locked onto the outermost position. Roar! A loud roar, with a gesture that shook the mountains and split the earth. The blood-red eyes shone brightly, and the huge body once again made a dignified sound of breaking through the air and swooped down. Feeling this unparalleled sharp gesture, Zhang Guo's face sank, and he said, "Whitebeard, Charlotte Linling, red hair, it seems that we can't be idle, let's work together to solve this guy first, otherwise, we don't have to hope to enter the depths of Raftel." Humph, I didn't expect that the Admiral of the Navy headquarters would say such a thing, but you are right, let's work together to solve it first. Whitebeard snorted and agreed directly. Red-haired Shanks and Charlotte Linling, who were standing not far away, had different expressions, but they nodded silently. They just subconsciously looked at Uchiha Chinyu. In their eyes, the most important reason for the brief alliance again, in addition to being able to share the damage caused by the Guardian Commander, is to better deal with Uchiha Chinyu, who is known as the Emperor of the Sea. It can be said that no party present is willing to be stabbed in the back by this powerful man on the sea. Don't look at me, I'm not interested in taking this trip to the muddy water. Chinyu smiled warmly and shrugged, saying, however, I still remind you that this Guardian Commander looks like a thorn, but don't forget that his body is so huge, and the Guardian power he possesses is probably not as good as all the Guardians just now combined. So, don't regard it as a hazard, regard it as a huge pie, and you will be more motivated. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Originally, facing the Guardian Commander, the frantic attack, and the worried pirates and navy, their expressions were stagnant at first. The next moment, the depths of their pupils all burst into a fanatical color. Just as Chinyu said, the Guardian Commander, who is thousands of meters in size, is enough to compete with tens of thousands of Guardians. No. It should be said that there is still a possibility of suppressing him. If any one of them can really take away all the power of the Guardian Commander, what awaits them is probably the power of a powerful person who can ascend to heaven in one step. When they thought of this, many people looked at the Guardian Commander who was attacking from the sky, and their eyes became more fiery. 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Wherever they passed along the way, those pirates who could not escape were still cut off one after another. However, as the distance shortened, the atmosphere of the various forces that had been watching the show outside the dock changed. "We're here!" someone exclaimed, and the huge mechanical centipede head of 100 meters attacked with a stern wind. Cold light, the blade-like jaws were like two sharp blades that could split mountains. Feeling the cold and murderous wind and waves, endless spots of light quickly gathered in the void, revealing the figure of General Kizaru. "Hehe, I don't want to take action, but Marshal Zhang Guo has also spoken. I'm afraid it's a bit embarrassing if I don't do something." As soon as Kizaru appeared, he laughed dryly with a crooked mouth. His hands were not vague at all, and they burst into dazzling golden light. In an instant, the whole person seemed to become a little sun. Yashikani no Megatama. Bang 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 bang. Dense golden beams shot out like a rainstorm. The speed was so fast that the head of the Guardian Commander was completely submerged in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1193 Awakening of the Fusion Fruit. Bang bang bang. The golden beams, like a rainstorm, directly submerged the Guardian Commander, forming a powerful attack posture. If it were an ordinary enemy, a ship, or even a mountain, it would probably be torn apart by the golden light in one encounter. However, the strength of the Guardian Commander is far beyond that of the Guardian just now. The rushing momentum paused for a moment, and then thousands of knife-shaped giant feet were scrabbling and swinging on the ground. The huge body, with a crushing attitude, broke through the golden light. The next moment, looking at the huge body of the Guardian Commander, the golden light transformed by the yellow monkey quickly expanded in the pupils, and dissipated between heaven and earth in the first step. Once the obstruction was lost, the various forces that had been relieved suddenly tensed up and their faces changed drastically. They knew clearly that once this behemoth rushed over, what awaited them would probably be a one-sided massacre. However, just as this thought came to mind, 3 sounds of breaking through the air instantly resounded through the sky. Meteorite impact. Exploding rice cake. Here is heavy hammer. 3 shouts came together. The diamond body transformed by Jaws, Katakuri who attacked suddenly, and Logi who was holding 2 hammers and madly urging Ryuo, had already rushed out of the crowd and collided with the incoming Guardian Commander. Boom! The explosion of the collision was almost tearing the eardrums. The violent air waves, like ripples, swept around. The earth at the center of the collision was even more like a dead tree, breaking apart inch by inch. Originally, the golden pier collapsed all of a sudden. For a moment, the boulders broke apart, and the pier seemed to be hit by an invisible giant claw and torn apart. The 3 figures, like cannonballs, flew back and were stopped by people from their respective forces. The Guardian Commander, whose body was thousands of meters long, was stopped for the first time for his rampage. The huge body was thrown back hundreds of meters before it barely stopped. However, after seeing that the Guardian Commander was still unscathed after enduring many attacks, many pirates and even naval generals could not laugh. Just now, many people were yearning for the huge pie mentioned by Qin Yu. Some people were even imagining how powerful they would become if this huge pie fell on them. If they were given more time to fantasize, I am afraid that in the future, they would have thought about how to be the king of the sea, how many wives to marry, and how many women to sleep with. However, the shocking collision just now shattered their fantasy dreams. Even the several people with the strongest combat power among the 4 major forces joined forces. They could only barely block the collision of the Guardian Commander. Then if it were any one of them, let alone killing the Guardian Commander, I am afraid that they would not even be able to break one of its blade feet. When they thought of this, many people retreated secretly. Even Zhang Guo showed a solemn expression and was the first to speak. Whitebeard, let's fight quickly and decisively. Don't hide your weakness. Whoever is willing to take action will have the opportunity to share the power of the Guardian after defeating the Guardian leader. There must be brave men under a big reward. Not to mention, with the participation of major forces from all sides. Faced with these conditions for sharing, many people with some strength showed fanatical expressions. No one dislikes this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Whitebeard and others were surprised by Zhang Guo's sudden proposal. However, as Zhang Guo said, facing such a difficult guardian leader, their various forces, one by one, are confident that they can solve it. However, if this solution process does not cost a price, I am afraid no one will believe it. The most important thing is that they are still at the outermost edge of Raftel. What dangers are there in the depths of the huge island is still unknown. No one wants to stop here. Facing Zhang Guo's proposal, everyone in the field silently agreed. Sorry, it seems that you think too simply. No one wants to share with you. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. The inexplicable words made many people in the field slightly stunned. However, more people still had that fanatical figure in their minds. Damn guy, who let you interfere with my prey? This strongest power can only be inherited by me. What Pirate King Roger, I want to step on him. Whoever stands in my way, I will kill him. Bullet out. Bang. The earth was directly breaking through, the figure of a mechanical ship that had been lurking in the rock layer for a long time broke out of the ground first. Barrett, who was full of armed color domineering, tore his torn clothes into pieces and rushed into the open driving seat. Seeing this sudden scene, many people froze. Only a few people who had fought with Barrett showed a solemn look on their faces. Zhang Guo was the first to speak. This madman has started to run away. All members temporarily retreat to the sea. Don't let him kill by mistake. The inexplicable order fell, not to mention the soldiers and generals of the Navy headquarters, even some pirates were a little surprised. In the eyes of many people, Barrett is indeed very powerful. But they have gathered the top combat power from all sides here. In this chaotic situation, they should not be afraid. However, before they could react, a vibration sound of the air sounded without any warning. The next moment, the violent domineering aura, like a rage, quickly surged with the mechanical ship driven by Barrett as the center. Wherever it passed, black liquid like molten lava quickly swept across the earth. In an instant, the earth was quickly assimilated, and trees, boulders, and even some pirates who were unable to escape and were slightly close were all swallowed up in one encounter. The strange scene made the faces of the people present suddenly change drastically. Looking at everything that was swallowed by the black tide and quickly pulled towards the mechanical ship driven by Barrett. The next moment, it rose up quickly like a mountain, revealing a giant-like vague shape. Faced with this sudden scene, the pirates who were in a trance woke up one after another, and without time to think about it, they quickly withdrew and retreated. Looking at this grand scene created by Barrett, they finally understood why the dignified Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, issued such a strange order. If they were not fools, they would know clearly what they would face next. If they were half a beat slower, they would probably have no choice but to die. Chapter 1194, The Battle of Giants. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed. The earth was shaped like a mud tide, and it was deformed madly. It felt as if a giant was madly breaking free from the earth. The huge body of several thousand meters was not inferior to the Guardian Commander in the slightest. Looking at the two behemoths, the battle was about to begin. Whether it was the pirates or the Navy, they all knew clearly that if they were half a step slower, the aftermath of the upcoming battle would definitely involve them. Damn invader, dare to run wild in the Holy Land, go to hell. The huge mechanical centipede, with red eyes, spoke human words. Faced with the awakening of the fruit ability displayed by Barrett, no one responded with a single fancy move. The huge body, thousands of giant feet, suddenly kicked the ground, turned into a black shadow, with a dignified sound of breaking through the air, and went straight to the black wave rising from the ground. As the outer guardian of the final island Raftel, Qin Yu guessed that he was the existence of the king. The wisdom of the guardian leader is obviously no worse than that of humans. It can be said that in terms of judgment, he is also unambiguous. At this moment, he is undoubtedly rushing forward with the idea of striking first. The short distance of 10,000 meters, under the swing of the huge body of thousands of meters, is just a blink of an eye. Bringing up the strong wind, there is also the sound of wind and thunder. By the time everyone reacted, the two blade-like jaws of the Guardian Commander had already bitten down angrily on the rising black wave. It can be said that if this attack really landed hard, it might even break a mountain in half. However, this thought had just emerged in his mind. The rising black wave was madly wriggling. The next moment, two black hands stretched out, grabbing the two black fangs that were attacking without any hesitation. Bang! The thunder-like collision sound suddenly echoed. The huge impact force turned into a wave and surged, and the ground under his feet collapsed. Feeling this oncoming strong wind, everyone present opened their eyes wide and looked at the battlefield eagerly. The first thing that came into view was a wrestling match of equal strength. The Guardian Commander relied on his huge body to attack from the air, which never failed. But it was blocked in an instant. Haha, a reptile is a reptile. No matter how big it gets, it can't escape being crushed to death. Barza's crazy laughter suddenly rang out. The black wave that rose from the ground condensed into a human form in an instant. The huge body of several thousand meters, with the black armament haki, quickly covered it. Reptile, taste the hardening of armament haki. Barrett laughed. Devil form wolf fang hammer. As the voice fell, the huge right leg of 1,000 meters was pulled out of the ground. Under the circulation of armament haki, it even transformed into a posture like a mace. The next moment, without any fancy, it swept across the air to the Guardian Commander's waist. At such a close distance, it was impossible to even though the Guardian Commander has an artificial intelligence-like brain. But its greatest combat power and skills are obviously concentrated in its head. Facing a pair of huge jaws, it was caught by Barrett. Now it even kicked across the sky, and it was impossible to make a move to block it for a moment. Bang! The huge body of thousands of meters was thrown out in an instant. The seemingly indestructible blade giant foot was broken with a sound. The bright blade flew and fell to the ground, and the Guardian Commander directly smashed on the mountain tens of thousands of meters away. Boom! The mountain collapsed directly, and the huge rocks flew and raised a large amount of dust. Everything along the way was razed to the ground. Looking at this sudden scene, the pirates who were still alive, and even the Navy, couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, they didn't hesitate at all and chose to escape directly. Otherwise, facing Barrett's kicking a mountain, they have no confidence that their small arms and legs can withstand such destruction. Humph, reptiles are reptiles, they are simply vulnerable. I will chop you in half with the next move. Barrett roared. As he took a big step, the black-armed color domineering in his right hand quickly turned up again. Finally, it turned into a black giant blade of 1,000 meters. The distance of tens of thousands of meters can be shortened in just a few seconds under Barrett's feet after performing the fusion fruit. When the distance was 10,000 meters, Barrett's feet suddenly sank, and the next moment he jumped up like thunder. Bang! The earth was shaking violently, as if it could not bear a force, and it cracked in response. The wind and waves caused by the leap turned into a hurricane, rolling around. However, facing all this, no one present was willing to be distracted. They were eager to see if Barrett, who had awakened the power of the fusion fruit, could swallow the Guardian Commander alone. "Stupid human, die for me!" A mechanical voice suddenly sounded. The Guardian Commander, who had fallen to the ground, stood up directly. With the giant jaw opened, the hot and dazzling golden light was compressed and condensed in the mouth. The next moment, without any fancy, it exploded. Boom! The golden beam of light vented like a frenzy, and the space along the way seemed to be overwhelmed and was directly penetrated, stirring up a large area of air ripples. At a close distance, facing Barrett who was flying towards him, it was just a blink of an eye to close. Looking at the Guardian Commander who suddenly attacked, and the attack that was close at hand, Barrett's expression changed, and he had no time to think about it. He could only pull back the huge blade suddenly and then cross it in front of his chest. Bang! The hot power rushed out like a raging tide. Barrett, who was in the giant of thousands of meters, felt a dizzy sensation, and the next moment, his huge body was directly rushed out. Accompanied by a deafening crash, it soared into the sky. The huge body fell heavily on the ground, giving people a feeling like an earthquake. The golden beam, without any obstruction, cut through the sky and rushed straight into the distant sky. The leaden clouds accumulated in the distance were directly torn apart. In the end, the golden beam exploded in the void like fireworks. The blast swept across the whole world. At that moment, whether it was the pirates or the Navy soldiers on the battlefield, their faces turned pale. They never thought that the prey who had just attacked in groups would have such a powerful means of attack. Chapter 1195 There is another mad dog. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed in the sky. The violent air waves rolled back, and the leaden clouds accumulated in the whole world were all rolled back, forming a scene like a blue sky. However, it was precisely because of this scene that it was enough to prove that the means possessed by the Guardian Commander were no worse than those of Barrett, the so-called great pirate in front of him. It moved again. "I don't know who," exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the Guardian Commander again. The huge body, with its densely packed giant feet like blades, suddenly swung and turned into a streak of silk, rushing straight towards Barrett. "You are looking for death!" Barrett roared. The giant of thousands of meters, with only one remaining arm, directly supported the ground and stood up. The right foot turned into an iron whip, sweeping out like lightning. His fusion fruit had indeed reached the level of awakening. However, Barrett knew clearly that the larger the body, the more difficult it would be to control. He had blocked the attack just now, but it would take time to repair it. The only way now was to pray that with this attack, the attacking Guardian Commander could be repelled first. Bang! The sharp leg whip swept through the entire space like a hurricane. Under the huge air wave, the attack fell heavily on the Guardian Commander. Boom! The thunder-like collision sounded again, and the air wave that was raised once again ravaged the already messy battlefield. Unfortunately, this time the huge Guardian Commander was not knocked away again. The huge body was concave, and the joints were used to buffer the damage caused by the attack. Force. At the same time, the giant feet with dense blades, like pliers, instantly bit Barrett's feet. Before everyone could react, the huge body of thousands of meters, like a python, quickly wrapped around the giant's body. It was so fast that the whole process was just a few breaths. By the time everyone reacted, it was too late. Barrett especially said that he had counterattacked. The dense blades on the Guardian Commander's body had already bitten him to death. As long as there was enough time, his body could be easily cut off. "Marshal Zhangguo, it seems that Barrett is going to lose. Do we need to take action?" Qing Ji exhaled a breath of cold air and spoke rarely. "Now that Barrett is confronting it head-on, attracting a lot of attacks, we can still reduce most of the pressure. Once he really loses, I'm afraid we will become very passive if we take action again, unless we give up the opportunity to enter Raftel." The small voice dissipated with the strong wind caused by the explosion. After witnessing the powerful strength of the Guardian Commander, facing Qing Ji's sharp words, many people's faces suddenly turned pale. They didn't want to confront the Guardian Commander head-on, nor did they want to return empty-handed in Raftel. Now, if they were asked to turn around and leave, I'm afraid not many people would be willing. For a moment, Everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Guo. Whitebeard, you also heard that Qing Ji was right. If we want to continue watching the show, once Barrett loses, we will pay an expensive entrance ticket. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice. However, Uchiha Qin, I want to know, since you also want to enter Raftel, will you also contribute? Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin and red-haired Shanks also subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. The battle situation in the field is unpredictable. However, compared with the Guardian Commander, what they care more about is Uchiha Qin Yu, who has been staying in the field as a spectator from beginning to end. Before figuring out his intentions, even the existence of the four emperors such as Whitebeard felt that they could not eat well and sleep well. No need, have you forgotten that there is a mad dog? He will not miss such a good opportunity. Qin Yu laughed dryly and looked at the two entangled behemoths. The inexplicable words made many people in the field look stagnant. More importantly, many figures flashed in his mind. As the Navy headquarters, Zhang Guo, who was praised as a wise general, suddenly changed his face and came to the conclusion in an instant. Akainu, don't mess around, be careful of getting burned. In Zhang Guo's eyes, Akainu's strength is very good. However, the hatred value of the Guardian Commander has been obviously pulled to the extreme by Barrett. If Akainu cannot solve the Guardian Commander in an instant, then when Barrett is defeated, what awaits Akainu will be the Guardian Commander's relentless pursuit. At that time, their Navy headquarters will not be able to sit idly by. Will be pushed to the opposite side of the direct confrontation with the Guardian Commander. I am afraid that many pirates are also happy to see this result. Asshole, I am the Admiral of the Navy, Akainu, the former candidate for the Marshal of Japan. Today I will kill a mere reptile. Akainu's roar sounded like thunder. The hot air wave spread invisibly in the air. Under the feet of Barrett and the Guardian Commander, a scarlet light suddenly lit up. The sudden scene instantly made everyone present understand why Akainu did not appear when Barrett and the Guardian Commander fought just now. I am afraid that he is ready to go. Red Lotus fire. Boom. The hot flames finally broke through the rock layer. With Barrett and the Guardian Commander as the center, a circle of several thousand meters was formed. With the hot air wave rolling back, the huge flame pillar rushed straight into the sky with a 10,000-pound posture. From a distance, it looked like a volcanic eruption, directly swallowing up the two huge figures. Akainu, if you dare to use me, I will definitely kill you. Barrett roared. However, facing the restraint of the Guardian Commander, there is also the impact of the endless sea of magma. The thousands of meters long giant looks very strong. But after receiving a double blow, Barrett obviously couldn't stay in the giant any longer. The only way was to give up directly. With a black light, he rushed out of the magma. As soon as Barrett left the hot magma zone, he saw a magma giant rising from the ground, burning all over. With a posture of thousands of meters, it was not inferior to the giant he turned into. The endless magma in his hand rolled back, and it condensed into a huge spear out of thin air. This scene was also the awakening of the Devil Fruit ability. However, Akainu made a move without any hesitation. Regardless of whether Barrett was still inside the giant, the lava spear in his hand had already pierced through the void and went straight into the lava pillar. Chapter 1196 The Most Brilliant Crow Mouth. Go to hell, Akainu, I am the real winner. Red Lotus Sky-breaking strike. Bang! The lava giant, which was thousands of meters long, suddenly shot out the lava spear in his hand. The space along the way was stirred up by large ripples. At the same time, the distance of 10,000 meters was approached in the blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, the spear had already passed through the giant pillar of molten magma that trapped the Guardian Commander. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded, and it was simply endless. The huge spear pierced the solid shell of the Guardian Commander. However, this time, the attack from Akainu was undoubtedly different from Barrett's. If Barrett's attack was a complete physical attack, then Akainu's attack now was accompanied by magic damage. Facing the extremely high temperature of the magma, no matter how solid the Guardian Commander's shell was, it became red and hot in an instant. The sudden attack also made the Guardian Commander panic, and he hurriedly released the blade giant foot that was tightly biting on the giant, intending to minimize the damage of this attack. Unfortunately, on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Akainu was obviously vague. The lava giant, which was several thousand meters long, glared with anger, and the lava all over his body suddenly exploded. Endless lava power was madly poured into the lava spear in his hand. All of a sudden, the power surged. Break it for me. Boom. The simple 3 words were like thunder. The solid shell of the Guardian Commander made a crisp cracking sound, and spider-web-like cracks spread. The shell collapsed. The next moment, the hot lava spear directly penetrated the huge body of the Guardian Commander. Bang! The explosion sounded again. The rolling lava that lost its collision suddenly ran away and exploded. The huge lava wave that was raised directly destroyed the Guardian Commander's body from the inside out. The huge heat wave, like a hurricane, rolled around and rolled back. Whether it was the ancient trees in the mountains and forests or the buildings cast in gold, everything was directly overturned and destroyed. Under the dust rolling back, there was even more molten fire pouring back into the sky. However, facing this doomsday-like scene, the people present held their breath and concentrated, and their nerves were tense to the extreme. Their eyes turned in unison, and locked directly into the molten lava rising into the sky. Facing Akainu's mighty rampage, they were indeed shocked. But what they wanted to know most urgently now was whether the Guardian Commander, as Uchiha Chinyu said, had the power of a guardian that could make a person ascend to heaven in one step and become a peerless overlord. Buzz! An inexplicable air vibration sounded without warning. The molten lava and the explosive air waves rolling back into the sky seemed to be suppressed in an instant. The thousands of meters long torso of the Guardian Commander was broken into 2 pieces and fell heavily on the ground. The hot lava was still eating away at the seemingly indestructible mechanical torso. However, what made people more concerned was the eyes of the Guardian Commander, which glowed with a strange green light. The next moment, the red skull opened. Bang! A green ball of light with a diameter of 100 meters shot up into the sky. Like a small sun, it illuminated half of the sky. According to Chinyu, it was so green that it was scary. However, this seemingly weird scene was extremely moving in the eyes of others. They all witnessed the fight for the Guardian's power just now. The Guardian's power as small as a thread is enough to make a person transform, or reshape a broken limb, etc. Originally, after hearing Uchiha Chinyu's evaluation of the Guardian Commander, they thought that the Guardian's power provided by the Guardian Commander should be several meters, or even dozens of meters in size. For them, this is already a godsend opportunity, a great bargain. However, what they never expected was that the scene before them completely overturned their cognition. Looking at the Guardian power with a diameter of hundreds of meters, it stayed in the void like a little sun. Even Chinyu raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but say fuck. However, after experiencing the way the so-called God clan acted, Chinyu clearly knew what it meant to be reluctant to sacrifice the child to catch the wolf. It can be said that who was hiding behind the scenes, used all his trump cards and big moves to solve Chinyu's unknown trouble. It's mine, this is my power. As long as I get it, let alone the position of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, what Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, the so-called 4 emperors, are simply farts. Akainu's expression stagnated, and then he laughed like crazy. Uchiha Chinyu, did you see it? As long as I get this power, I will definitely kill you and avenge my previous shame. The rolling voice echoed like thunder. Facing Akainu's behavior of offending everyone as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhangguo couldn't help but grit his teeth. However, after hearing the crazy declaration of war against Chinyu at the end, Zhangguo's face suddenly changed. Others' hatred came the most, and Zhangguo, as the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, had the confidence to resist. However, when he thought of Chinyu just now, his mouth was as bright as a crow's mouth, and he talked about the key points as soon as he opened his mouth. Now Akainu provoked him in person. Zhangguo didn't want Chinyu to mess up this good situation as soon as he opened his mouth. Akainu, if you want to seize the power of the Guardian, you should hurry up. What are you talking about here? Don't forget that kid is as bright as a crow's mouth. Zhangguo was the first to lose his temper and shouted. However, before Akainu could react, Chinyu had already stepped out of the crowd with a warm smile said. I'm sorry, Marshal Zhangguo, your reminder is too late. That guy is the most insidious and treacherous master. He should not stand idly by. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Looking at Chinyu who suddenly spoke, not to mention Whitebeard and others, even Akainu suddenly tensed his nerves. Unfortunately, everything was obviously too late. A huge black shadow enveloped from the sky. At the same time as the familiar voice sounded, a blazing flame beam pierced through the void first and fell straight to the Guardian power like a small sun. Haha, if you want to take this power alone, you have to see if I agree. How can I be absent from such a lively event? Dragon breath. Bang! The blazing flame beam pierced through the green sun in the sky. Under the violent power release, the sphere with a diameter of hundreds of meters was directly torn apart. Chapter 1197 The Infinite Magnification of Human Ugliness. No. Akainu's expression froze, and he roared hysterically. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, all words seemed pale and powerless. The fiery dragon breath penetrated the sky and earth, directly tearing the green sun hanging in the air. Bang! The violent explosion wave overturned, and the guardian power with a diameter of hundreds of meters was torn apart at once. Like fireworks, it collapsed. However, when people felt surprised, these green lights did not disappear in the explosion, but turned into a sky full of snow and drifted in all directions. The most important thing is that these green lights not only did not melt like ice and snow, but once they fell on a certain place, they would stay there quietly, as if waiting for people to fight for it. The weird scene made the people in the field suddenly quiet and a little scary. The fight for the power of the Guardians was interrupted by the appearance of the leader of the Guardians. However, the same scene of fighting for the head was staged. All this was for the power that could transform people instantly. I thought that Akainu's strong move would take away all the power of the leader of the Guardians. Officially transformed into the overlord of the sea. Just as Akainu said just now. Once he got this power, Akainu would definitely be qualified to look down on the four emperors and confront the emperor of the sea, Uchiha Kainu. However, now this huge pie has completely changed because of the sudden intervention of Kaido, the beast. It has become the opportunity of everyone present, which makes them breathe slowly and their hearts are not hot, which is probably unacceptable. For a while, the explosion sounded in the vast world, but the atmosphere gradually became depressed, and a sense of oppression like a storm is coming, like a mountain, blessing people's hearts. Many people looked at each other subconsciously and reached a consensus in an instant. Let's do it. This is an opportunity. With so much power from the Guardians, as long as we get a little bit, it will be enough. Someone exclaimed, like thunder, completely detonating the entire battlefield. One after another, the figures that were originally like beasts, ready to go, rushed out in an instant. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and even tens of thousands of people, rushing to the battlefield frantically. It was simply a black mass, making people feel inexplicably scalp numb. At this moment, whether it was the Navy headquarters or the subordinates under the four emperors such as Whitebeard, there was no order in their eyes. The only thing they had was a completely crazy and hot fight for power and opportunity. Hurry, hurry up, this is the power of protection, I got the power of protection. Bullshit, I saw it first, go to hell. Black Dragon King, you dare to attack me, I will kill you. Get out of the way, we are Whitebeard's fleet, whoever stands in my way will die. The roar of shouting and killing was endless. It can be said that at this moment, the so-called humanity was simply destroyed by the fatal temptation in front of them. The so-called people, only a series of extremely eager eyes were left in their eyes. In their minds, what they wanted most was to become stronger. In the huge battlefield, in an instant, there were only a few people who could still stand in the same place. If it weren't for seeing that the powerful men under her command went out to fight, I'm afraid Charlotte Linling would have lost her temper long ago. As for Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, one showed disdain and lowered his status to fight with a group of juniors. The other changed his expression, and I don't know what he was thinking. On the other hand, there are more people in the Marine headquarters who can maintain their original intentions than the pirates. In addition to Garp, Crane, and Sengoku, there are also Admirals Yuxiao, King New, and King Z. As for Kizaru, who was just a bystander, he has long disappeared. Among the vice-admirals, except for Daotu who accepted Chinyu's persuasion and refused the temptation of the Guardian's power. The elite of the Marine headquarters also fell into a greedy competition all of a sudden. For a time, the huge battlefield became extremely bloody. The green sun with a diameter of hundreds of meters was torn apart by Kaido and turned into snowflakes. However, no matter how many there are, in front of those red-eyed people, there is no satisfaction at all. The only thought in their minds is to fight for more. Haha, I got the power of the Guardian, I want to make the Devil Fruit ability stronger. Haha, I want to restore the broken arm come back. I want to beat the second one. A series of ridiculous roars were heard. The pirates who let many people get the power of the Guardian, the navy has undergone a transformation. Faced with the fewer fragments of power in the fight for it has become more fierce. Damn it, all of you, go to hell, you dare to fight for my things. Akainu's roar sounded all of a sudden. The molten giant he transformed into collapsed. However, he was covered in molten lava, which gave people a creepy feeling. Just now, when Kaido tore the power of the Guardian, he was the closest and took the lead in releasing the molten lava giant to seize the scattered power. But compared with Akainu's idea of taking all the power for himself, it was obviously too different. At least, Akainu watched a group of weaklings divide up his spoils, which felt like being humiliated in public, which he could not accept. Thinking of this, Akainu was the first to lose his temper. He took a big step, and molten lava sprayed all over his body, like a cannonball, trying to pierce into the crowd. Humph, Akainu, you deserve to die. You dare to plot against me. What I can't get, you can't get either. A huge black shadow, like a ghost, appeared in front of Akainu one step ahead. The huge fist had already been covered by the armed color domineering, without any fancy, and it was a heavy punch in the face. Bang! Akainu hurriedly raised his right fist and smashed it in the face. Under the release of two huge forces, the two flew backwards directly. The collision wave directly knocked away the pirates and navy who were fighting for the power of the Guardian. Looking at the two people who suddenly fought, Crane, who had been silent, said with a gloomy face, "It seems that under extreme temptation, the ugliness of human nature has been infinitely magnified. The owner of this Raftel Island is really good at calculating. Marshal Sengoku, let me take action. Otherwise, as the situation develops, not only will Akainu and Barrett fight to the death, but even our navy headquarters and the pirates will be directly consumed in the melee. Then, I am afraid that our entire army will be wiped out this time when we come to Raftel." The small voice made King Z and others change their faces slightly. This is still the outer area of Raftel. They also did not expect that things would evolve to this extent. However, facing Crane's evaluation, there is no way to refute it. Chapter 1198 The Perverted Washing Fruit. The huge battlefield, shouts and killings rose to the sky. Sengoku's expression sank, and he said, "Crane, do it." "Got it." Crane agreed and stepped out of the crowd. A trace of determination flashed across his cheeks like dry bark, and his hands clapped suddenly. Baptismal rain. Bang! The white water wave beam directly penetrated the body and turned into a streak that penetrated the void. The next moment, like fireworks, it exploded. Boom! The water splashed all over the sky, like a rainstorm. Accompanied by the backflow of the sea breeze, it quickly covered the entire dock battlefield. Wherever it passed, the smell of blood and rolling sand and dust that were originally flowing all over the sky. It was like winter snow meeting spring, and it quickly melted away. The tears of the pirates and the navy who were fighting with red eyes and competing for the power of the Guardian were washed away in an instant. The chaotic scene gradually calmed down. Akainu, who was originally going to fight desperately, and Barrett also stopped their steps all of a sudden. Feeling the white water mist falling from the sky, many people's eyes turned and fell on the old Crane. It's still the same. This kind of fruit power an enemy is really a headache. Whitebeard's eyes flickered, and he said with a little reminiscence. On the road to rise in the past, Whitebeard and Crane, the backbone of the navy, obviously had to fight each other. He knew clearly that this veteran vice-admiral was as powerful as the hero Garp and the admiral of the navy, Sengoku. In the original work, Doflamingo, a rebellious member of the 7 warlords of the Sea Don Quixote family, was most afraid of this inconspicuous old woman. Humph, this method is simply like a witchcraft, and it washes away my urge to find a man every time. Charlotte Linlin snorted disdainfully. Shanks, who was standing a little further away, also showed a trace of solemnity. The washing fruit looks very ordinary. However, in Crane's hands, it can be developed to the level of cleansing people's hearts and negative emotions. Perhaps, at their level, they can rely on firm beliefs to minimize the impact of the fruit's ability. However, in this chaotic situation, once it is used, it is likely to make most people lose their will to fight in an instant. What happened? How many people did I kill just now? Oh my god, all the members of my pirate group were killed. How many people are left here now? One after another, exclamations rang out in the field. Impulse is the devil. But after the impulse, there is more fear. At least, looking at the field, the hundreds of thousands of pirates and navy who landed on the island can be described as densely packed. Unfortunately, the scene in front of us now is probably one-third less. The huge dock, which was originally built with gold, has been completely destroyed in the crazy battles that have occurred one after another. The desolate land, the remains of corpses and blood, are all over the land. If not, it was Crane who used the power of the washing fruit just now to wash away most of the bloody smell in the air. I'm afraid that this disgusting and pungent smell alone is enough to make people vomit. If you have to use a sentence to describe the scene in front of you, it's probably sure hell. Zhangguo, I've done it, but I'm still old, I need to rest for a while. Crane's face remained the same, and he walked back to Zhangguo and said lightly. Tisk, you old woman, you are still as low-key as always. Garp rolled his eyes unhappily. If you were willing to be an admiral that day, I'm afraid there would be no Zifa and Zhangguo. As an old comrade in arms in the past, Garp also knew Crane's strength. It can be said that if Crane was willing to be an admiral, she would definitely have the qualifications. Garp, you should remember that Crane has been single, but because of your words, many of her suitors were scared away. Do you still want to take responsibility in the future? Zhangguo laughed, obviously thinking of the past. Garp's face changed slightly, and he coughed dryly and said, Zhangguo, don't talk nonsense. I don't want to be washed by others every day, and I don't even have the qualifications to lose my temper. Aren't you single too? Why don't you consider he? Get out of here. Looking at the two people arguing endlessly. Soon, under his gaze, he shut up obediently. The skillful look of being a grandson when he was young obviously did this a lot. However, with this slightly tossing episode, the slightly depressing atmosphere in the field was slightly relieved. The chaotic battle situation was completely calmed down. As for the guardian power that was fought for in the chaos just now, there was undoubtedly a result. Many people withdrew and returned to their respective forces. Mom, I got 3 guardian powers. Please accept them quickly, so that you will become stronger. Deifuku, who has a superhuman devil fruit and a demon form, was the first to land in front of Charlotte Linlin. As for the guardian power, once the human body touches it, it will be integrated into the body. Many people in the field obviously thought of ways to deal with it. For example, Deifuku used the devil fruit ability to transform into a demon and cut off the direct connection between the body and the guardian power. After seeing the power of the guardian with his own eyes. Not to mention the pirates in the field, even the cotters of the Big Mom pirates, who are members of the 4 emperors, are also coveting the guardian power. However, Charlotte Linlin's crazy rule has always been imprinted in the depths of their souls. For the fight for the guardian power, they are in a frenzy and madness. Subconsciously, they still keep this power temporarily and bring it back to Charlotte Linlin to make a decision. Otherwise, facing Charlotte Linlin who likes to run away, if she threatens him with a soul if they disagree, it will be fatal. Mom, it's really good that Deifu can get 3 guardian powers, but I'm lucky, I got 10. Perospero also controlled the candy wave and landed in the field, with a little more smugness on his face. The candy ball in his hand obviously sealed 10 oily green guardian powers. Looking at this scene, many pirates around showed fanatical and greedy expressions. 1 guardian power can transform a person's head. At present, Perospero has got 10. If he takes all 10 guardian powers, the transformation of the power he gets may allow him to surpass the 4 generals in an instant and become a being second only to the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. It is for this reason that Perospero looked at the sealed guardian power and showed a fiery look. Chapter 1199, Competition of Strength. 10 guardian powers. Charlotte Lingling looked back at Perospero and said, You are worthy of being my eldest son. You are as capable as ever. This makes my mother very happy. However, my mother wants to ask you one thing. Do you want to get this power and become stronger? The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, and it could not be dispersed for a long time. The faces of many people present changed suddenly. There was an inexplicable urgency in the eyes looking at Perospero. The first bird to stick its head out will be shot. Everyone knows it clearly. However, the previous battle seemed to be caught in a crazy fight. Everything is for the purpose of getting the power that can reach the sky in one step. It can be said that if they were not afraid of Charlotte Lingling's fierceness, I am afraid that many people would have taken the lead and swallowed the guardian power they had won. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only who has the bigger fist is the real hard truth. Qin Yu also looked at Perospero with interest. showing a playful smile. It can be said that in the Big Mom Pirates, besides Katakuri, the second candidate is Perospero. Unlike other family members. 38 years ago, when Charlotte Linlin was a cotter in the Rocks Pirates, Perospero was already 12 years old, and in the Rocks Pirates, he was like a trainee crew member. In the Rocks Pirates, everyone who came out was selfish, and no one was willing to be wronged in front of others. Even Perospero is no exception. So, in addition to the mother-son relationship with Charlotte Linlin, if, on that day, Charlotte Linlin really died, Perospero would never let Katakuri become the new captain. In the original work, Katakuri is the only one who opposes Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the Beast. Now Charlotte Linlin's sudden inquiry undoubtedly has an intriguing feeling. However, if you ask, who will get more guardian power in the Big Mom Pirates? Chinyu doesn't believe it, it's Perospero. Feeling the many eyes cast around, Perospero's face suddenly stiffened. What's wrong, Perospero? Why don't you answer your mother's question? This is not a good child. Charlotte Linlin spoke again. However, this time, there was an inexplicable sense of aggressiveness in the words. Mom, I brought back 38 guardian powers. I asked my elder brother Perospero to bring 12 just now, so a total of 50. Katakuri suddenly landed in the middle of the field and said in a deep voice. 38? 50? Many people present took a breath of cold air. In their eyes, being able to obtain one guardian power is already a great blessing. Being able to get 2 is a luxury. Now Katakuri came back and took out 50, which is too shocking. Haha, Katakuri, if you come back later, I will hurry up and take these guardian powers as my own trophies and give them to Mom. Perospero's face relaxed, and he hurriedly smiled and took out a candy ball with his backhand. Through the white sugar wall, you can see that 12 guardian powers are sealed inside. Counting the 38 mentioned by Katakuri, it is enough to reach 50. If this amount is used in the Big Mom Pirates, it is enough to mass produce a large number of strong people. If it is used only on Charlotte Linlin, then as one of the 4 emperors, her strength will probably rise with the tide, and she will stand out from the ranks of the 4 emperors. Haha, Katakuri, I knew long ago that with you, you will never let Mom down. If I can completely absorb the 50 guardian powers, Mom will not be afraid of anyone in this sea, and our Big Mom Pirates will be able to stand invincible. Charlotte Linlin laughed and took the guardian power they had obtained directly. However, Mom is not a dictator. You will have the right to distribute the other things you get in Raftel, and Mom will not ask. Smoothie, where is the guardian power you took? Looking at Smoothie, who was a little late and fell in front of everyone. As one of the 4 generals, he undoubtedly became an eye-catching existence. After all, it is said that Smoothie is second only to Katakuri in the 10,000 nations. He is also the 3rd strongest person in the Big Mom Pirates. Mom, I only have 30 guardian powers. Smoothie handed over the guardian power directly. With the example of Perospero, Smoothie obviously had no intention of hiding it. The remaining family members also handed over the spoils. When the last person left, a trace of ecstasy appeared on Charlotte Linlin's face. Haha, did you see that? This is the strength of the Big Mom Pirates. I didn't need to do it myself, and I got 150 guardian powers. As long as I can absorb them completely, my power will transform and I will become stronger. The rolling voice echoed between heaven and earth, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Whitebeard and Red Hair also turned around to look. Dad, this is the guardian's power I got, please accept it. Marco said. Dad, I have it here too. We have it too. We are the Whitebeard Pirates, and the guardian's power we got is definitely not less than others. Shouts echoed in the field one after another. Looking at the captains who sealed the guardian's power by their own means. Whitebeard was stunned at first, then laughed and said, Haha, I don't like to rely on external forces to improve my strength. But I feel very relieved to see these 200 guardians' powers. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man on the sea. He can get to this point, but he relies on his own training to improve to this level. Whitebeard is disdainful of this kind of power improved by external forces. He didn't think of using it. However, on this sea, the mentality of comparison is inevitable. Charlotte Linlin, who is also one of the 4 emperors, has shown off in public. If his men returned empty-handed, he would be in big trouble. Seeing this, Charlotte Lingling's face turned pale and she subconsciously looked at red-haired Shanks. The red-haired man touched his nose and laughed dryly, excuse me, I also have 182 guardian powers. Chapter 1200, are you talking nonsense but doing what you say? 182? Charlotte Lingling's face suddenly turned pale. Originally, she wanted to use this opportunity to show off. She never thought that among the 3-4 emperors, she would be the last one. Humph, so what if you get it? It depends on whether you can absorb it. If you can't bear it and your body is broken, it's not a good thing. Charlotte Lingling gritted her teeth and said. What's more, it's much better than some people who pretend to be noble. As she spoke, Charlotte Lingling's eyes subconsciously swept over Qin Yu. During this period, because of the alliance with Kaido, Charlotte Lingling was often frightened. After seeing Uchiha Qin Yu appear, her heart was even raised to her throat. Now that she can get 150 guardian powers, Charlotte Lingling will undoubtedly have a little more confidence. Facing Charlotte Lingling, this inexplicable talk. Many people also heard the meaning, whether it was Whitebeard or red-haired Shanks. Zhang Guo and others also subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. They were eager to know what Uchiha Qin Yu would do after witnessing the various forces seize this power that could transform people into the heavens. Are you talking about this kind of thing? Qin Yu smiled warmly, and with a flip of his right hand, a dark green light ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in the void. It illuminated half of the sky. The atmosphere in the field changed suddenly. Looking at the light ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, the breathing of many people also stagnated. Just now, the guardian power obtained by Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and Charlotte Lingling seemed to be very much. However, compared with the light ball that Qin Yu took out casually, it seemed a bit different. At least, it was in their calculations. If the guardian power that Qin Yu possessed was really divided, it would at least reach thousands. If we really want to calculate, it is probably 1/10 of the huge light ball produced after the guardian leader was killed just now. Humph, I was originally skeptical about why so much guardian power was divided up in an instant. Akainu landed on the body of Zhang Guo and snorted coldly. It turns out that some people say no, but secretly seize so much guardian power. Aren't they afraid of being embarrassed if this matter spreads out? After this, many people's faces changed. Facing Akainu's public provocation, it seems very crazy. However, when I think of what Qin Yu said not long ago and the guardian power he got now, it is actually more than that of the 3-4 emperors. This makes those who return empty-handed even more. At the same time, in order to compete for the guardian power, the pirates who paid a huge price showed a trace of resentment. At least, in their eyes, if Qin Yu had not secretly collected 1/10 of the guardian power, they would definitely have a chance to get it. The defeat just now must have been caused by Uchiha Qin Yu's interference. Akainu, you are right. I just said that this thing is poisonous. Qin Yu said with a warm smile. However, I also think this thing is poisonous now. And, you are right. If I take this guardian power for myself, it will obviously slap myself in the face, so I decided to give this guardian power to you and Charlotte Lingling, who are the weakest. Give it to me. Akainu's expression could not help but stagnate. He never thought that Qin Yu would give this answer. No. It should be said that no one present expected it. At least, in their eyes, this guardian power is a sweet existence. Who can resist this fatal temptation to become stronger? If it falls into your hands, you should not give it away. Humph, Uchiha Qin Yu, you don't have to test me with such lies. I have already seized 30 guardian powers alone, which is enough for sister. Akainu's expression quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice. Besides, do you think you are going to fool me with just a few words? I am not a 3-year-old child. Even if you really give it to me, I will not take it. In Akainu's eyes, he absorbed 30 guardian powers in the previous fight. This has already met his minimum requirement. Most importantly, he got a more powerful force from the hands of the 5 elders in Im. This is enough for Akainu to have the confidence to challenge Qin Yu head-on. It is precisely because of this reason that Akainu is eager to see other forces conflict with Qin Yu. Then he can take advantage of this opportunity to attack Uchiha Qin Yu. Humph, this is the first time I agree with what the Navy said. Charlotte Lingling snorted disdainfully and echoed. I have already obtained enough guardian power. I have no interest in the one in your hand. Even if you give it to me, I will not take it. Also, I don't believe that a greedy kid like you can be a saint who can resist the temptation of this power. The voice was not loud, and it spread with the sea breeze. Facing Charlotte Lingling and Akainu, this tense statement. Many people's faces changed drastically, and they all cast their eyes on Qin Yu. They were eager to know what it would be like for the dignified Emperor of the Sea to slap himself in such an aggressive situation. You said you don't want it. I don't believe it. The smile on Qin Yu's face became even bigger. With a grab of his right hand in the air, the huge guardian power with a diameter of more than 10 meters was directly split into two. The next moment, before everyone could react, Qin Yu's hand pressed down again. The power of the guardian disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it had turned into a streak of light, shooting towards Charlotte Linling and Akainu respectively. The sudden scene made the pupils of everyone present shrink suddenly. It can be said that at the moment before, all of them had the same idea as Akainu, thinking that the fat meat at the mouth. No one would spit it out. However, it was never expected that Qin Yu, the Emperor of the Sea, really spit it out in public. Moreover, it was directly given to Charlotte Linling and Akainu. It can be said that in their eyes, such a huge power of the Guardian. If anyone really gets it, once it transforms, it is unknown to what extent it can reach. However, at this moment, they are more concerned about Akainu and Charlotte Linling, who said shamelessly that they don't trademark want it even if it is given to them. In the face of this fatal temptation, will they be honest and take this power away? If Akainu and Charlotte Linling really have the guts to refuse, then, this power will become a hot commodity in the eyes of others.